go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Let's give everyone a chance to come online here. Make sure we have everyone. So we're going to pick up board deliberation on agenda item 5, where we were. I think we heard from everyone prior to the break, kind of some general thoughts about what's happening, and so I want to share a few of my thoughts. I think that as we move forward with the COVID recovery funds, with the ARPA funds, it is important that we keep an open mind as we move forward. It is possible that there are other sources of funding that will come in, potentially other state funding, other federal funding. It's also possible that the situation could change or shift. And so when we think about these funds, we have not yet got the federal guidelines surrounding them. We also have not actually received the first half of the funds. We know the other half of the funds will not come for a full year after that. That as we adopt the framework, we remember it is just a framework. And we've got a fair amount of time and a considerable amount of work we can do between now and then moving forward. I think the efforts around our prior and ongoing county response costs, we obviously have to pay that off the top. That's the public health bill associated with everything that we're doing. And keeping in mind that there will be an active vaccination program for quite some time in terms of making vaccines available, and active testing programs, again, that will continue for quite some time and moving forward. I think the food assistance we've seen, is important, meeting the basic need of people to be able to have food. I want to just spend a minute on the mental health services funding aspect. While we know that suicides did not increase during the pandemic, we also know that the real toll, the emotional toll, was very real and has been pronounced. And I know that we worked hard last year to prioritize funding for telehealth, teleconnections. We prioritized a lot of funding for youth services to allow community-based providers to really help support families. We've heard from Dr. Bergman about some of the lagging indicators and the behavioral health challenges that we're going to see, particularly as it relates to our youth. And so I think that the money allocated and outlined in here on the mental health need, I think, is a good start. I'd like to see it go a little bit higher. I'm happy to accept it where it is for today. We have a lot of needs from other supervisors and things that we need to do, but I think working closely, as was mentioned with our schools, around screenings for kids as they come back into school, as they readjust, as we do try and tackle learning loss and the catch up that has to happen, and everything that goes around that is a really important thing. And I look forward to working closely with our partners on a broad strategic approach for how we can really maximize these mental health service dollars that will be in ARPA, and how we can consider partnering with other entities. For example, our schools are getting significant ARPA funding as well. So are there opportunities where potentially there's some match type programs, some partnerships, some areas where we can really enhance and increase the dollar amounts that we have? And everything else in here is important. We know the importance of services for seniors and youth, and childcare. We started that at the very outset, the early days of the pandemic, making that a priority to provide millions of dollars of small business stimulus payments we know are important, both what we've allocated along with other things that we are considering as a board to help that. Homeless services, direct stimulus, infrastructure, the hazard pay for our county workers. I fully support that effort. I think it is a modest amount out of the total funding amount we're getting, and a way to recognize a year of tremendous work along with family leave. And so I think we are approaching this in a very thoughtful way and in a very, very wise way. So let me try and put a motion on the table, and give me a second here to walk through this, and let's see if we may be able to get to some agreement. First, I think there's general consensus that option 2 on the small business grant funding is probably the most palatable. Some folks would prefer 1, some prefer 3, but I think 2 is a generally fair approach that ensures equity, but also ensures supervisors have the ability within their district to prioritize that equity for their HBI highest impacted communities. And so I would make a motion to adopt the COVID recommendations with the direction to staff to implement option 2 as it relates to small business grant programs.
I'll second.
When it comes to the framework, I want to outline a few modest changes that I think we can encapsulate into a motion here and see where we go. First off, for Supervisor Anderson, I understand the reallocation of the $40 million in there for hazard pay with the sense that perhaps it would not pass. I think with Supervisor Desmond's comments, I think we have a higher degree of confidence that that would in fact pass 4 votes. And so the reallocation you outlined, the funding simply wouldn't be there to move around. I will tell you, Supervisor Anderson, I do think we are going to get additional rental assistance funds. I think that there's more that is coming from different pots, and so you had a desire to increase that. I think we will be able to increase that via other funds. And a lot of cities got direct rental assistance funding, and they're also putting that on the streets. And we obviously have a considerable amount that we got from the federal government that will be put there. On utility assistance, I completely agree, but I think it's important to note that those pots of money, a significant amount of those are available for utility assistance as well. So it's not just rental assistance, it's rental and utility assistance. And so I think a lot of that need can be met. And so I think you outlined a lot of really good priorities, but I don't see that $40 million from hazard pay being available. Supervisor Desmond outlined a desire to move broadband to $20 million. I am comfortable supporting that. And in my motion, what I would like to do is take the broadband investment from 10 million to 20 million with the understanding that there's very possibly additional federal funds for infrastructure that may be coming. And if that comes, then we would obviously, if we found more broadband money from another source, then we would fulfill the $20 million cumulative and maybe have some flexibility there. But for the framework, I'd like to increase broadband to 20 million and then reduce in the same infrastructure budget the 36 million that was remaining for other services to 26 million. So Supervisor Desmond's concern would be accommodated by shifting out of the 46 million in infrastructure. We would go from 10 to 20 for broadband and from 36 to 26 for everything else in the infrastructure category. And I think that's an appropriate step. And I think we would all agree if additional infrastructure money comes in for broadband, then we could reevaluate and reassess. And I appreciate Supervisor Desmond's willingness to work with us on hazard pay coming out of these funds to our county workers who are there. For Supervisor Lawson-Remer's concerns, I wanted to ask the CAO, I know that there's considerable work around data and analytics, and I was very committed to working in the budget process. This is an ongoing county thing that we need to do on an ongoing basis. But I wanted to ask our CAO if between the budget proposal likely to come forward and the $232.5 million for prior and ongoing response, I know there was considerable data effort. Are you confident we would be able to get to that $5 to $8 million for our data collection and analytics systems between those two entities, between those two vehicles?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe we would be able to do that. We have a robust data effort going on right now in our ongoing response. So we could take some from there as well as what we're planning for the budget document. We have talked to Supervisor Lawson-Remer about this desire for quite some time. She's very interested in this as an ongoing county priority, and so we've been trying to identify that also within the budget parameters. So I think between those two pots of money, we would be able to meet that requirement. Thank you.
And I just want to reiterate, I think that component of county operations is vitally important. And I think on an ongoing basis, it's very important. And so I think for Supervisor Lawson-Remer's concern, I think we can accommodate that data request both through the prior and ongoing county response cost in the ARPA funding and as well as consideration in the budget. On legal services, what I would suggest is that we would drop homeless services to 85 million and add 15 million for legal services, but we would leave it open at this point. It would be legal services waiting on the federal guidelines. We are still waiting on guidelines for what we can and can't use these funds for. And I think on the homeless part, especially the tenant protections and those types of things are right in line with homeless services. And so I would just adjust that to 85 million for homeless services, 15 for legal services, but we're going to have to come back and really fill in the work about how we would spend that once we get the federal guidelines. And so I think that would be a strong step forward on the legal services component, recognizing we're going to have additional information that will come in. And so with those changes, again, let me just reiterate the changes that are here. I think Supervisor Desmond's concerned changing broadband from 10 to $20 million in this, with the reduction coming out of the same infrastructure pot, that the 36 million that would have been left over will now be 26 million. that will be left over. Change in homeless services, we would drop to 85 million with 15 million for legal services, again, to be determined as we get guidelines how exactly we would do that. We would accommodate the data considerations out of prior and ongoing county response cost and what we do in the upcoming budget. And I feel like with those changes, we can best accommodate, again, with everyone understanding we've got a ways to go. Additional funding can come in, priorities could change as we move forward, but I think this gives staff a good direction on the overall tone and tenor of where we need to go and do that. So that would be my motion, to approve all the COVID recommendations, direct staff to follow recommendation number 2 in the Small Business Grant Fund, and then adjust the framework as I have just outlined. Is there a second to that motion?
Nathan, before you take the second, I had my hand up and I just wanted to speak to it real briefly. Would you consider splitting the motion of moving the 40 million out and then do a separate vote with the 40 million in it? That way I can clearly vote no and still be in support of all the other framework.
I understand. Okay, so what we would do in that case, Supervisor Anderson, is you would just make a substitute motion to basically take the 40 million out. So if you were to now propose a substitute motion to adopt the same framework I've outlined minus the 40 million for hazard pay, then if you got a second to that motion, we would have a vote. If that failed, then we would come back and return to the original motion. So would you like to make a substitute motion to that effect?
I would. Do I need to repeat it, or?
No, I think we're good. Yep. So we have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Anderson, a substitute motion on the floor from Supervisor Anderson to adopt everything in the original motion minus the $40 million hazard pay for essential workers. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it, Desmond.
Okay, we have a second by Supervisor Desmond. So we have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, seconded by Supervisor Desmond, a substitute motion to adopt the framework as outlined minus the $40 million for hazard pay. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
No.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
No.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, no.
That motion fails with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting aye, all other supervisors being present and voting no.
All right. So now we will return to the original motion, which is adoption of the recommendations, recommendation number 2 for the small business grant and the framework as was outlined in the original motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion. Second.
Okay, we have a motion by myself, a second by Vice Chair Vargas. Any questions or comments before we vote?
I won't be voting for this because of the one item issue I have. I'm not sure that we do have 4 votes, but we won't know until that day. So it's no reflection on how I care about all the other items, and it's not a reflection on how I care about our county employees. But I represent a very poor district, and the needs are great, and I can't face my constituents knowing that I'm giving COVID bonuses to people that have much more than the people I serve. So with that, I'll be voting no, but thank you.
And Supervisor Anderson, it is noted your support for the other ARPA type funding efforts that are included in here, and so your no vote should not be taken as a indication you don't support those other items. So with that, we have a motion by myself, a second by Vice Chair Vargas. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
No, sadly.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Okay, I'm going to be registering a no vote on this because this is just the framework. Until this comes back and we see how the hazard pay is being, determined and how all the other numbers come out, because I realize staff is going to come back. Until we see the final, I'm going to be a no vote. Thank you.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Yes.
And Chair Fletcher?
Yes, I'm gonna vote aye, but understanding in the framework, a lot of things can change, including things we amended specifically because people were willing to work together. So yes, it is a framework and a lot of things could change as this comes back. So I will vote aye, understanding it is likely to change as we move forward.
Chair Fletcher, recommendations 6 and 7 do require 4 votes. If County Council wants to chime in on that as well, but it is noticed as those items require 4 votes to establish the appropriate.
Okay, so let's I'm going to amend my motion to exclude recommendations 6 and 7.
And I'll second it as a friendly amendment, right?
And then we will come back after this vote and vote on recommendations 6 and 7. Does that work, Mr. Clerk?
It does. Chair Fletcher, would you like me to take the votes again?
Yeah, let's take the votes again. So the motion on the table is as outlined on the framework, as outlined on the business stimulus grants, and all COVID recommendations minus items 6 and 7, which will be taken separately.
Thank you. With that, Supervisor Anderson.
This is our original vote without 6 and 7, so I'm still a no, unfortunately.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond.
Yeah, I'm a no till we get the final.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Aye.
And Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, I'll now make a motion to approve recommendations 6 and 7 in the COVID update. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by myself, a second by Vice Chair Vargas. Any comments or questions on this? All right, last clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, thank you. We are now going to go to agenda item 19. This was a time certain presentation. After the break, when we conclude this item, we'll return to our agenda in sequential order. This item was brought forward by Vice Chair Vargas. I'd like to turn it to her for a few introductory comments, and then we will hear from our public speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Although our region has adapted to an eviction moratorium, there is not enough protections for our tenants, and unfortunately evictions are still happening, and our on-house population is absolutely, it's growing in our community. So for the past year, we've been living in this global pandemic, a pandemic that disproportionately has left our low-income communities of color behind, unemployed and with enormous amounts of debt. There's been over 900 evictions since the start of this pandemic, and that number continues to grow. I really brought this letter and ordinance forward because of the concerns I'm hearing from our residents. There is a misunderstanding that there are already state laws that are protecting our tenants and are doing enough. SB 91 protects tenants against non-payment of rent due to COVID-19. AB 1492 expands just cause protections to all tenants, and now all landlords must provide a reason to evict. However, both state laws actually have loopholes, and evictions are still happening in San Diego County. Tenants are still being evicted during this global pandemic, and there are rental relief funds that our state and federal government is providing, and we're doing our outreach to encourage everyone that needs it to apply. With this action today, we're not stopping this aid. We are just preventing unnecessary evictions to continue to happen. After hearing what's happening in my community, I knew I needed to do what we locally can do to protect our families that are in need of a lifeline. I'm showing you right now a picture of this is Patricia Mendoza and her family. She's a single mom of 2 children and a resident of Imperial Beach. She's behind on rent and is being evicted on April 10th because her landlord needed to make major renovations in the building she lives in. I absolutely believe that we have to define just cause as evictions as health and safety because those reservations can actually wait. I'm asking that we support this ordinance because we are still supporting rental relief programs and working to expand these programs. I have heard, we have landlords that are calling in to support this initiative today because they know that our small mom and pop landlords are able to apply for rental relief. So after talking to some of them, I'm aware that there's a lot of lack of knowledge, that there is a great need for landlords to work with tenants to apply for these funds. And so this action today is about people and keeping people housed. And I think we have an opportunity, he's talking about our homeless crisis, our unsheltered communities, and it continues to grow. So I think all of us as a board have the responsibility as a safety net for our communities to really do the right thing during a crisis. And so I ask all of my colleagues, to really think about the responsibility that we have not to leave our most vulnerable communities behind and ensure that our families do not become unhoused during this pandemic that has hit our frontline workers and our communities hardest, during this pandemic. So with that, I respectfully request my colleagues for support.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Vargas. I know we have a considerable number of callers. We would ask callers, public commenters on this item to, if you called in, please call into the information provided to you now. We will turn it over to our clerk to administer our public comment on this item, and then we will return for board deliberation and discussion. So with that, let me turn it over to the clerk for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Also note for the record that we received 341 e-comments on this item. We have 252 requests to speak on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 19, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. We will be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You will hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. You'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. I would remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Erin, if you could please identify the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 3434. 3434. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, 3434. If not, we will try 8939. 8939.
Hello?
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Honorable Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and members of the board, this is Paloma Aguirre, Council Member for the City of Imperial Beach. I represent over 27,000 residents in a predominantly working class community of color, where 70% of our residents are renters. I stand today in strong support for Vice Chair Vargas's proposed emergency ban on evictions ordinance, alongside 15 other council members from the cities of Encinitas, Carlsbad, Vista, Escondido, National City, Chula Vista, San Diego, and Imperial Beach. Despite the county allocating federal coronavirus aid to pay landlords whose tenants have fallen behind on rent and Governor Newsom's moratorium on evictions, many are still facing the possibility of being evicted because of some landlords who find it too challenging to enter the program. Some bad actor landlords are taking advantage of the fact that the program is optional, and some choose not to participate in the program, but rather evict their tenants without just cause. In Imperial Beach, we have cases such as Patricia Mendoza, who is a single mother of 2, who has received eviction notices 3 times just this past year. Patricia lost her job due to COVID and has been struggling to keep food on her table and a roof over her children's heads since this pandemic started. She and her children live in constant fear of being thrown out onto the street because her current landlord chooses not to participate in Governor Newsom's program. Today, I urge you to vote in favor of this ordinance to protect families like Patricia's, who against all odds have been able to stay in their homes. So many hardworking families in our county are facing a similar situation. They have been financially devastated by this pandemic, and all they need are a few more months to make it through. By voting in favor of this ordinance, we could cover all cities in the county and prevent families from becoming homeless during the biggest public health crisis in our lifetime. I understand that this can be of concern for some, but similar strong eviction moratoriums have already been enacted in Oakland, Alameda, and Richmond counties and proven successful against legal challenges and in reducing COVID-19 infection rates. So please, for our communities, for those in the greatest time of need, I urge you to vote yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3434. 3434. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Oh, wonderful. Honorable Chair and members of the board, my name is Lisa Hebner and I'm the mayor of Solana Beach. While the city of Solana Beach supports the intent behind the proposed ordinance of helping tenants during this time of COVID and its many health, financial, and humanitarian implications, we have concerns about this proposed urgency ordinance. First, it appears that it is allowing the county to overstep its jurisdictional authority by inserting itself into purely local affairs. I say this because while the ordinance refers to itself as being a COVID-19 ordinance, it also expressly excludes COVID-19 as a factor, thus interfering with an incorporated city's police power or the authority we as a city have to enact ordinances having to do with local affairs. Second, it appears to be unconstitutional as it oversteps the state's authority in SB 91, which preempts local eviction legislation in its entirety until July 1st. And it stretches the definition of, quote, just cause, end quote, so that this ordinance becomes essentially a ban or moratorium. The state has included robust tenant protections in law and puts a finger on the scale between landlord and tenant on the side of the tenant. Enacting this ordinance could be seen as preemption. When the cities of Los Angeles and Upland enacted a moratorium, they were sued based on their ordinance constituting a taking. I fear the county will be sued, wasting dollars on legal fees that could go to helping tenants directly. I encourage more direct help to tenants as your budget allows, as referenced in the previous item. I thank you for taking my comments into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5114. 5114.
Good afternoon. My name is Connie Villalpando. I live in Imperial Beach and I'm a member of ACE. I'm calling to plead to you to support the eviction ban. All the evictions need to be stopped. I was an apartment manager for over 16 years to a very wealthy owner. This property did not had any mortgage payment, and still they thought twice in supplying the residents with their apartment needs. They just wanted the money. They did not care about the residents. This needs to stop. These abusive landlords need to stop harassing the residents, especially in this critical time. We are in a pandemic and they still don't get it. Everyone deserves a roof over their heads, not to be thrown into the streets and become homeless. Please support these new protections. Please vote with humanity. The lives of a lot of people is in your hands. Do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1361. 1361.
1361. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. Uno, 361. Adelante.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lisette Ochoa y pertenezco al grupo ATSE y estoy llamando para... Okay, ya.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lisette Ochoa and I'm a member of ACE. I am calling today
Estoy llamando para que se hagan el voto para que no se desalojen a las personas, por ejemplo, a todos que nos han afectado por la pandemia.
I am calling today to ask you to vote for the eviction ban for all of those that have been affected by the pandemic.
Y nomás para decir que voten como hombres y mujeres de familia, no como políticos.
And also to ask you to vote as men and women who have families and not as politicians.
Y pues es todo y muchas gracias. Esperemos que se gane por los votos, que se gane lo que se está proponiendo, más que nada para que no nos desalojen.
That's all. I hope that there's enough votes so that this can pass, and that way we are not evicted. Eso
Y
es,
gracias.
and thank you.
Sí, es todo.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0873. 0873.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hello, so my name is Vincent Amaliki. I'm a resident of La Mesa. I'm calling on the county council to please support a countywide eviction ban. I'm a member of ACE Action and also just a renter, and I have several neighbors who have been affected by the pandemic and have every day feared that they're going to be evicted. I have friends who have been afraid of being evicted, and some who where landlords have actually been trying to use loopholes to evict them, even though they've done everything right. So please, please, please protect families. And this is just a smart public health policy to use. So thank you for your time, and please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1301. 1301. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. If we don't hear from you when your name is called, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 2359. 2359.
Hi, my name is Allie Carlisle. I am a member of UAW 2865 and a University of California graduate student. I'm a tenant as well in Golden Hill. I'm calling in support of the countywide eviction ban. I don't think anybody should be evicted during a pandemic, not for any reason. And up at UCSD, about half of graduate students are tenants of the university. The university just announced the second rent hike of the pandemic. That was one in October and then another one going into effect July 1st. Many graduate students work second jobs in food service and other places to support themselves. We make just over $20,000 a year, and we live in La Jolla for the most part, which is very expensive. So this eviction ban will directly help several hundred, if not thousand, low-income workers at UCSD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8409. 8409.
8409. 8409, tienen que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
If we don't hear from you when your number is called, we will come back to you.
Si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted en un rato.
Our next caller is 4473. 4473.
4473.
Sí, buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, adelante.
Sí, bueno, pues yo me llamo Javier Pérez y pertenezco al grupo ACE y hablo de National City para informarles que por favor nos ayuden a pasar esta ley para que no desalojemos una familia, especialmente por los hijos, los niños que tienen familias de niños chiquitos. Me ha tocado mirar muchas familias que están desalojando por el área de Chula Vista y pues la verdad no es justo, nadie tuvo la culpa de esta pandemia. No sé si nos pueden ayudar a todos ustedes a apoyar esta ley y seguir adelante. Y sería todo. Muchísimas gracias.
My name is Javier Perez. I am a member of ACE National City. I'm calling today to ask you to please pass this ban on evictions, especially for families and families with small children. I have witnessed a lot of people being evicted, especially in Chula Vista, and it's really no one's fault at this time because of the pandemic, and people should not be evicted during the pandemic. Please help us by passing this, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8024. 8024.
Hello, my name is Billy Brown, and I'm a member of ACE, and I'm in support of the ordinance against the ban for evictions. I'm also a tenant, and I'm really involved in getting protection because I've had a lot of issues going on as far as my gastroparesis and stuff. I've had like 4 jobs this year, but I'm not able to work any of my jobs at all because 2 of them are caretaker work, and I do chef delivery stuff too, but I'm not able to get out there right now. And I just thank God that this ordinance needs to be passed and help people, because it's really hard when we can't work and cover our bills and utilities and rent and all that. I'm just glad for this to be supportive, and I'd like to spread the word and let people know that there is help out here. Because a lot of times we don't know these things when we're under stress, and it's really important that we all stick together as a people. We have to fight for our families nowadays with all this pandemic and stuff going on. I'm just glad that my landlord is working with me and gave me the information to get help so that we can all try to make it together here. Everybody's suffering, not just one person, but everybody as a whole here. And I want to support everything I can do to help. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5139. 5139.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilia Maskin. I'm a resident of San Diego in District 2. I'm also a member of ACE and the Sunrise Movement here in San Diego. I'm calling in support of the eviction ban because we need to stop all evictions, and I'm also calling for the approval of new protections. I think that the corporate landlords they're already financially protected, and they've been exploiting loopholes in the law and coming up with dishonest excuses to evict vulnerable tenants and families. This law is the absolute minimum our county can do to keep our families and friends housed and to stop the spread of COVID. I want to say thank you to Supervisor Vargas for your words, and I hope that all of the members will also join and show that the people we elect represent us and not the people who are already wealthy and privileged. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8175.
8175.
8175.
8175. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. 8175. Y si no lo escuchamos ahorita, regresamos con usted.
Our next caller is 6197. 6197.
6197.
¿Aló?
Sí.
Hola, mi nombre es Claudia Bautista. Estoy hablando del grupo ACE. Estoy hablando acerca para que puedan parar el desalojo, ¿verdad?, de las viviendas de las personas, familias que tienen niños. Y les agradeceríamos mucho, ¿verdad?, que pudieran hacer eso, porque sería muy útil para todas esas familias que se encuentran ahorita, muchos en desempleo o de bajos ingresos y que no pueden pagar ahorita su renta. Si pueden ustedes hacer algo por eso, se los vamos a agradecer. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Claudia Bautista. I'm calling on behalf of ACE to ask you to stop evictions, especially for families with children, but really all people. And really, that's because right now it would be very helpful for families that are struggling or unemployed or have low to no income to pay their rent. So we would really ask that you stop evictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9358. 9358. 9358.
Hi, my name is Angelina Corsani from the Center on Policy Initiatives and the ISDF Coalition. Today, I ask that each and every supervisor vote in support of this item, which is of critical importance to the lives of individuals and families in your districts and for the public health and safety of this entire region. Data from the county sheriff shows the department carried out almost 1,000 eviction lockouts last year, with rates accelerating after September. Tenant lawyers at Legal Aid, one of the only providers of free legal services in the region, have publicly stated they're overwhelmed by the number of cases they're receiving. There's clear evidence that despite state and national protections, evictions have continued in San Diego County throughout the pandemic. The language in this ordinance was drawn from one that already passed in Alameda County and withstood legal challenges. It will expire 60 days after the county is in the yellow tier for 2 consecutive months. And as you heard from Dr. Wooten earlier today, we are well on track to enter the yellow tier fairly soon. This is an opportunity for county leadership to take action and execute its role as steward of public health for this region. Simply put, this ordinance ensures that during an unprecedented viral outbreak that has shut down the world and required us all to shelter in place, as many people as possible have access to an actual shelter to stay placed in. I know each of you has entered into the work of public service for a reason. All of you have heard and will hear the stories of individuals, parents, and families who are living day to day, uncertain of whether or not they will have secure housing in the middle of a pandemic outbreak. I ask that you please remember these are your constituents who have trusted you to make decisions on their behalf. Please vote in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9239. 9239. Please press *6.
Hi, my name is Dory. I live in District 4 and I am a member of ACE. I was calling in support of this ordinance because I personally know many people who have suffered from this pandemic and are facing the threat of eviction. Evictions are currently happening in the county of San Diego. And if nothing is done, it's going to send vulnerable people who have no other options into the street. I know that this is something that a lot of landlords are concerned about, and they think that an eviction ban is going to put them in a bad place. But from the way that I see it, treating people, vulnerable people, like they are just another source of income that can be replaced for landlords and allowing them to be evicted is no better than ignoring the needs of any of the other constituents, and is in fact worse because it is people who have literally no other option to replace their income. So I really think the supervisors need to be doing the right thing. They need to be protecting those people who have no other options and will become another figure in the homelessness crisis in this county, in this state. They need to be protecting those people from evictions and pass an eviction ban now. This is a problem that is currently happening. It's not going to stop. Evictions are not going to stop unless our elected officials do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8409. 8409.
8409. Adelante. Oh, tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder. Así es.
Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Me llamo Marcela, soy parte del grupo ACE. Llamo para apoyar que voten hoy para aprobar nuevas protecciones para nuestras familias. Hay dueños de propiedades aumentando rentas cuando no hay mucho trabajo. También desalojando a familias por renovaciones falsas. Simplemente queremos quedarnos en casa para poder regresar a las cosas normales. Voten como hombres y mujeres de familia, no como políticos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Good afternoon. My name is Marcela. I'm calling on behalf of ACE to ask that you support these new protections for families, and that there's a lot of people that are still raising rent and doing false renovations. And all we really want to be able to do is stay in our homes so that we can get back to normal as soon as possible. But we need your support. And we ask that you vote like men and women who have families, like family men and women, and not like politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0780. 0780.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Gwynn. I'm a member of Socialist Alternative San Diego. I'm also a tenant. I live in District 4 in the city of San Diego. I'm calling today in support of the countywide eviction ban. No one should be evicted in the middle of a pandemic. That's 3,000 people have died in San Diego County because of COVID-19. 270,000 have caught the disease. In the last year, there have been over 1,000 evictions in San Diego County. And just for perspective on that, in Alameda County, California county of similar size, there were 8 evictions. That's a single-digit evictions. One of those counties is doing things the right way, and the other is doing things wrong. Just the consideration of even voting against this is absolutely barbaric, and we need to take care of people, especially right now. People are struggling. People are losing their jobs. They're getting kicked out in the middle of a pandemic is absolutely unjust. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1483. 1483. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Kurosh Kadimi. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I live in District 4. I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to please support this item, pass a ban on all evictions, and a rent freeze for the duration of the pandemic. No one should be facing homelessness right now. This is outrageous that anyone would vote against this. So please pay heed to the voices of the people, not the bankers or the landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9719.
9719.
9719.
9719. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, adelante.
Ok. Hola, muy buenas tardes. Soy miembro de ACE. Mi nombre. Y les quería decir que, por favor, nos apoyen a que no hagan más desalojos para las familias que estamos sufriendo ahorita.
Good afternoon. Señor, ¿cuál era su nombre?
Javier Parada.
Gracias. Good afternoon. My name is Javier Parada, and I'm calling on behalf of ACE to ask that you please support the ban on evictions for families. Adelante.
Y, por favor, les estamos pidiendo que piensen, por favor, como padres o madres de familia, no como políticos, ya que pues la verdad nos han estado afectando un poco esto.
We are asking that you please consider this as mothers, fathers, head of families, and not like politicians, because we are being deeply affected by this.
Y en caso personal, también les quiero decir que por favor, como estos señores, los dueños de casa, se han querido proteger por muchas razones y dicen que nosotros estamos más protegidos y no es cierto, porque ellos no quieren aplicar y por alguna razón, casi toda la mayoría no quieren aplicar en la última hoja de la W9. Hay alguna razón que ellos no quieren aplicar. Y eso se me hace muy injusto. Ellos tienen demasiadas protecciones que nosotros.
I have personally dealt with this, and I've noticed that landlords seek to protect themselves and say that we have more protections as tenants than they do as landlords, but that's not true. They just don't want to apply for their protections and fill out the last page of the W-9, and I don't understand that, and it seems incredibly unjust.
Y la verdad, les pedimos por favor que extiendan esto de no desalojar personas. Sabemos muchas personas. Yo tengo 2 hijos que son asmáticos y mi esposa, perdón, tiene diabetes. Y no es tan fácil salir a trabajar y regresar y que ellos tengan el virus. Por favor, pongan una ayuda extra. Y por favor, pongan mucha atención con esos landos que no quieren aplicar, que porque ya al último la W9, todos tienen la misma canción, la W9, no quieren aplicar.
Please think about this. Please consider us. I have 2 children that are asthmatic, and my wife has diabetes. It's not that easy for me to leave the house, go out to work, come home, and potentially give them the virus. You really need to take a close look at the landlords that are not applying and that don't want to fill out the correct forms for the W-9, and I don't understand it, but they're not doing it.
Eso es todo. Muchas gracias. Y por favor, piensen familiarmente, de que piensen, si ustedes tienen hijos, nietos, lo que sea, piénsenlo, que estuvieran en nuestra situación. No les gustaría a nadie. La verdad, a mí no me gustaría. Hay muchas personas, sabemos miles de personas en esta situación.
That's all. Thank you so much. I ask for you to consider this as you would for your family and your children and your grandchildren, and what it would be like if you were in our shoes. You wouldn't like it. We don't like it. And there are thousands of us like this.
Y por favor, es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8674. 8674.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nazar El Wazir, and I'm a housing provider of approximately 2,700 units in San Diego. I oppose the proposed ordinance. Please don't further hurt the San Diego housing providers and residents by implementing more eviction moratoria and rent control. This ordinance takes a presumptuous bet on the part of the Board of Supervisors that housing providers can actually absorb the continued monetary losses suffered over the past year. We continue to pay tax, utilities, insurance, and plow a good amount of what we make back into the assets to maintain them. Do the right thing, please, and focus on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and distributing the federal rent relief dollars so that the housing providers don't go bankrupt. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6178. 6178. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd, and I am one of the small mom and pop rental housing providers that Supervisor Vargas mentioned earlier in this presentation. And I strongly oppose this proposal in front of us. The county is proposing to exercise their police power with this ordinance when just today we hear from Governor Newsom declare that in 60 days the colored tier system is going to go away and California will fully reopen. Many other sectors of our economy are opening up, and this very board is proposing to waive fees for the event industry and offering public support for their efforts, yet on the other hand, mandating more restrictive operating environments for rental housing. This doesn't make sense. Terminating a tenancy is an absolute last resort for a rental housing provider, and renters already have quite a few protections under state law against termination of tenancy and eviction. Requiring rental housing providers to wait until a tenant is an immediate threat to terminate the tenancy and letting them stay for at least 2 more months is reckless. In fact, renters are being sold a false narrative by this board. What is the plan when COVID has eventually passed and the eviction moratorium is released? How will the accumulating debt be repaid? The amount of direct rental assistance is vastly insufficient, and the inevitable mountain of debt that will follow is going to be crushing. Please reconsider this duplicative and unnecessary use of government powers and engage rental housing providers to find a better solution to move us forward instead of backwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9889.
9889. 9889.
Aló, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Patricia. Soy parte del grupo ACE.
Good afternoon. My
Y
name is
llamo para...
Patricia and I'm a member of ACE. Adelante, señora, perdón.
Sí, llamo para apoyar que voten por aprobar nuevas protecciones para nuestras familias, ya que hay dueños de propiedades que aumentaron las rentas y que están haciendo desalojos injustamente, que yo como madre soltera, madre de 2 hijos y también que uno tiene asma y la otra por todo lo que ha pasado la pandemia ha sufrido de ansiedad, y yo como madre soltera a veces que no he tenido para pagar mi renta, he tenido que pedir prestado, y se me hace injustamente que estamos en la pandemia y no tenemos suficientes protecciones, sobre todo para los inmigrantes, que tenemos que salir a trabajar con miedo de que de traer el virus a la casa, y que con el miedo de que si no pagamos la renta a tiempo nos pueden desalojar. Y hay muchas ayudas para otras cosas, pero no para nosotros que tenemos dónde vivir. Mucha gente no tiene dónde vivir, las rentas están muy altas y pues ahorita con la pandemia siguen aumentando las rentas.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia. I'm calling on behalf of ACE to support these efforts for new protections for families. Landlords have often raised the rent, conducted evictions. As a single mother of 2 children, one with asthma and one that due to the pandemic has developed anxiety, there's been a lot of times when I haven't had enough money for rent. I've had to borrow money. There's not enough protections for us, especially as immigrants. And as we leave our homes and go to work, we're afraid that we're going to bring the virus back home. There's been a lot of times when we're afraid that if we don't pay rent, we're going to be evicted. There's a lot of things happening health-wise with all of us. And in general, rents are going up. There's nowhere to live, really, because everything is so expensive. And there's a lot of protections out there for other things that you don't necessarily qualify for if you have somewhere to live, but there's a lot of us that can't pay our rent.
Y pues sí, ojalá y nos apoyaran más, y ojalá y aprobaran otras ayudas para que nos podamos quedar en casa y no salir con miedo a trabajar, por el hecho de que si no trabajamos no tenemos dinero, no tenemos protección para poder pagar nuestras rentas y podemos traer el virus a la casa.
And hopefully you can approve more support, more aid for us so that we can stay home and we're not going out and bringing the virus back home. And because if we're not going to work, we're not making money, we have no protections. And so we really ask that you help us so that we can pay our rent.
Y muchas gracias por escuchar nuestras voces, ya que ojalá y aprueben otros apoyos y que piensen como padres, como madres y como toda la gente en general que estamos padeciendo todo esto de la pandemia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you again for your support. Hopefully you can approve additional resources for us. Please vote as mothers and fathers, and just like the rest of us that are suffering because of the pandemic, think of us, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9399. 9399.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Leticia Cerón. y vivo en la ciudad de Chula Vista. Soy miembro del grupo ACE y la coalición invierte en las familias de San Diego.
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Sazon, and I live in Chula Vista, and I'm a member of ACE as well as IDSDF.
La razón por la que estoy llamando el día de hoy es en apoyo a no más desalojos y que se aprueben protecciones nuevas para los inquilinos.
I am calling today in support of an eviction ban, as well as ask you to approve more resources for tenants.
Ninguna persona debe de perder su hogar y mucho menos en una situación por la que estamos viviendo en estos momentos con el COVID-19.
No person should ever lose their home, and much less in moments like this that we're all living through with COVID-19.
En mi caso, yo soy proveedora de cuidado infantil y el número de niños que cuidaba disminuyó enormemente a raíz del COVID.
Personally, I'm a child care provider, and the number of children that I take care of has gone down drastically due to COVID.
Ya que sus padres perdieron sus trabajos y esto repercutió en mis ingresos.
This is mostly due to the fact that their parents lost their jobs, and then this affected my income as well.
De tener un ingreso anual de $38,000 a $40,000 al año, en el 2020 solo obtuve $5,600 en todo el año.
From having $38,000 to $40,000 a year income, I went to only having an income of $5,600 in 2020 total for the year.
¿Qué puedo hacer con estos ingresos? Nada. Sigo trabajando, pero no como debería o no como acostumbro a hacerlo.
What can I do with this type of income? Nothing. I keep working, but not as much as I should or could.
Es por eso que les vuelvo a pedir de favor no más desalojos y que se nos apoye con nuevas protecciones para los inquilinos y sus familias.
It's for this reason that I ask you to support the eviction ban, as well as additional resources for tenants and their families.
Gracias por escucharme y que tengan un excelente día.
Thank you for listening to me, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5374. 5374. Hello?
Hello. Am I ready to go?
Yes, hello.
Hi. This is Whitney Benzian, Vice President of Public Affairs for the California Apartment Association. The California Apartment Association represents over 50,000 rental housing professionals in the state. On behalf of the members of the Apartment Association, I strongly encourage you to vote no on item 19, a redundant eviction moratorium and rent control ordinance. The proposed ordinance creates confusion when robust eviction protections already exist. CAA worked closely with the legislature to enact AB 3088 and SB 91. State law that expanded robust statewide eviction protections balanced them with private property rights. AB 3088 created the COVID-19 Relief Act, which was then extended by Senate Bill 91. This act has three key tenant protections: permanent eviction protections, just cause protections for all tenants from day one of tenancy, limits on no-fault evictions based on an intent to demolish or substantially remodel the property. These eviction protections are in addition to AB 1482, which provides for a statewide rent cap of 5% plus inflation and eviction protections for most properties in the state. The CDC eviction moratorium, which runs to the end of June this year. Rent relief programs at San Diego County and cities have opened recently. The proposed ordinance diverges from several existing protections and will simply create confusion for tenants, landlords, and courts. The proposed ordinance is an improper exercise of the board's emergency powers as well. Hopefully you all saw our letter that we submitted yesterday, which provides a thorough legal analysis. In summary, a county either exercises its authority as a political subdivision of the state or a local agency within its own boundaries. In this case, the county cannot impose the proposed ordinance on unincorporated cities due to preemptive state actions. According to, according to state law and an attorney general opinion, when a county declares a state of emergency, it acts as a political subdivision of the state. I'm probably running out of time, so I'll summarize. The CAA, the California Apartment Association, urges the Board of Supervisors to please reject this proposal, citing the robust tenant protections that already exist and the uncertain legal foundation the board relies on. Thank you.
Our next caller is 6770. 6770.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Rick Bates with Unite Here Local 30, which is a member organization of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance as well. On behalf of the tens of thousands of hotel, hospitality, and service workers throughout San Diego County impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, Local 30 stands in support of Vice Chair Vargas's recommendation to, one, adopt an urgency ordinance to prohibit residential evictions without just cause, and two, to enact a moratorium on certain residential rent increases. SANDAG estimates the unemployment rate in San Diego County reached an estimated 30.1% in May of 2020, with disproportionately high unemployment rates in Black and Latinx communities. As a union that represents workers in those hardest hit job sectors, we witnessed firsthand the impacts, the struggles, and the extreme inequities exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. If you will, just imagine that you are a hospitality or service industry worker that was already struggling to get by before the pandemic. And then the pandemic hits and you've been out of a job since April or May of last year. Imagine how hard that would be to stay in your house as a renter, as a low-income wage worker with no job, no access to employment. So as a region, if we're going to be serious about recovering from the pandemic, we have to start with our impacted workers and their communities. We ask that you please vote yes to adopt the emergency ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0950.
0950. 0950, tienen que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
Aló, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Karen Govedarov. Vivo en la ciudad de San Diego y me gustaría pedir apoyo a todas las personas que se encuentran escuchando este mensaje. Yo soy miembro de la comunidad de ACE, Californianos Unidos, en el condado de San Diego, y me gustaría que por favor trataran de ver las cosas más como padres de familia, como hermanos y como miembros de la comunidad, ya que ahorita tenemos mucha necesidad entre nosotros, entre los hispanos, porque están desalojando a muchas familias con muchas renovaciones que los landlords están diciendo y en realidad no son ciertas en algunos casos.
¿Me permite traducir tantito?
Un poco más la moratoria, un poco más de tiempo para que podamos trabajar, para poder encontrar un mejor empleo, ya que por la crisis económica ahorita no hay mucho empleo en la ciudad hasta que las cosas terminen en la normalidad. También me gustaría añadir que una persona como yo, en mi caso, que soy viuda de ciudadano estadounidense, he vivido en este país 34 años. De verdad que necesitamos mucho el apoyo de ustedes. Y pues muchas gracias por escucharme.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen, and I am a member of ACE, and I would like to ask everyone listening to think as mothers, families, brothers, sisters, to help families and support the eviction ban as well as other resources available. Really, members of the community, especially Hispanics, are suffering. Landlords are making up renovation needs and raising rents and doing things that we can't afford, and we are facing eviction. And really, due to the crisis, the economic crisis, there's not a lot of jobs right now. Personally, as a widow of a U.S. citizen, you know, I'm still facing these issues, and I'd like to ask for support for our entire community. And I thank you for listening today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5641. 5641. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if we don't hear from you when your number is called, we will come back to you. The next caller is 1301. 1301.
Good afternoon. This is Karen from ACE. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, thanks. You may proceed.
Good. I'm a member of ACE, and I'm calling in support of the new protections for working single people like myself. And I'm just overwhelmed by the landlord hiking the rent, as well as throwing people out of their homes. I think that is inhumane and very insensitive. I am new to the California area, and I only been here 8 months, and it's just a travesty of what's going on here to Californians. And I consider myself one. So I do hope, I'm not even hoping, I'm claiming that you guys and ladies do something about it and fix it, because we do need the assistance. And it's just unfortunate times that we're going through. So all the help that we can get, we do appreciate it. And please help us. That's what I'm asking. I'm not begging. I'm asking. I'm putting it in the universe, and I'm manifesting it. So I just want to say thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4961. 4961.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Art Moses. I'm a resident of San Diego County, representing myself. I'm calling in today to voice my opposition to this item 19, the so-called rent caps and just cause measure. Back in 2010, I invested in a condo in downtown San Diego with my mother-in-law for retirement income. Now I come to find out that the County of San Diego is proposing new measures to protect renters at the expense of small landlords like myself. We've heard a lot in the callers preceding me about what this is amounting to, but my understanding is that renters unfortunately experiencing a financial hardship do not have to pay rent or won't be evicted if they sign a form. Rental assistance is going to forgive the debt of many renters and cover future rent. There's no need for a rent cap. And the cost to maintain a property hasn't decreased. And then lastly, about protecting the tenancy. Terminating tenancy is last resort. I have been beyond patient with my tenant and worked earnestly with property manager to help her during this pandemic. It's difficult for me to understand why this board is considering these new measures at this time. With the rent caps and just cause measure, County of San Diego is creating a business environment that will drive small landlords out of business and risk losing, in my case, retirement savings. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller is 9494.
9494. 9494.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, adelante.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Débora Cáceres. Yo soy miembro del grupo AC.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Cáceres, and I'm a member of ACE.
Y estoy llamando para llamar a su atención en apoyar esta propuesta.
I'm calling to ask, to bring to your attention and ask for your support on this proposal.
Creo que ninguna persona debería estar expuesta a los desalojos.
I don't think anyone should be exposed to an eviction.
Especialmente en esta crisis mundial durante la pandemia.
Especially during this global crisis that is this pandemic.
Vivir la pandemia nos ha traído a mí, no solamente a muchas personas en el mundo y a los habitantes de National City.
Living through this pandemic, people around the world and me here in National City.
Muchos efectos como la falta de trabajo, la debilidad en la salud, efectos en la salud física, emocional, espiritual.
We've suffered a lot of effects, you know, the lack of work, impacts to our health, physical health, emotional health.
Ha traído consecuencias como el rezago escolar en los niños.
Other consequences like children falling behind in school.
Porque no todos los niños se adaptan al sistema educativo nuevo que tenemos vía internet.
Because not all children are adapting to the new education format that we have online.
También podemos agregar el aislamiento social que estamos viviendo en este tiempo.
We can also add the fact that we are socially isolated during this time.
Si a todo eso agregamos la falta de vivienda, entonces estamos viviendo algo muy impactante en la vida en este momento.
If we add to all of those things the lack of homes or being homeless, then we're just adding to all of the impacts that we are living during this
pandemic. Ese es mi llamado, es pedirles que apoyen estas protecciones para todas las personas que vivimos en San Diego.
Therefore, I'm really asking for your support in these new protections for all people living in San Diego.
Creo que la vivienda es un derecho humano que todas las personas, como seres humanos, ¿verdad? Tenemos derecho a esto.
Every human being should have a right to shelter. It's a human right.
Eso es todo. Por favor, voten para apoyar en las protecciones del desalojo de la vivienda. Falta.
That's all. Please vote to pass these protections for the eviction ban. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6620. 6620.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good afternoon. I am Jose Rodriguez, the Vice Mayor of National City. I'm calling representing National City, a city of over 60,000 residents, 70% of which are renters. And I'm calling to urge the County Board of Supervisors to support Agenda Item 19 and ban all evictions in San Diego County during the COVID-19 pandemic. As you all know, this is a public health crisis, and continuing to evict individuals during this time is not only heartless, but it exacerbates our public health crisis. We need to assure that our region is more prosperous for everybody post-pandemic, and providing people with a temporary relief while jobs return is a good way to keep our most vulnerable afloat. This proposal is well balanced, limiting rent increases at 2% and tying it to the severity of the COVID outbreaks in our region. I believe this balanced approach is reasonable for both the tenants and the landlords. Lastly, I want to ensure that we have in mind community members who would benefit the most from this action. It is assuring that folks like Patricia Mendoza and her family would not be evicted because of apartment owners' needs and wants to upgrade the apartments to significantly increase her rent. I urge you again to vote yes on item number 19 and ban all evictions in the county during this COVID pandemic. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5641. 5641.
Hello, my name is Catherine Mendonça. I'm with the San Diego Tenants Union, and I'm urging for Board of Supervisors to pass this eviction ban. As it was stated earlier, 3,000 people in San Diego County have died from COVID, and last year's number of eviction and sheriff lockouts were about 1,000. So do the math. I'm encouraging you to listen to your constituents, which the majority are renters. We are not in the clear yet as far as the pandemic and the consequences of the pandemic. Please pass this eviction ban now. Hundreds of thousands of lives depend on you in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7141. 7141.
7141. 7141 tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. Bueno.
¿Aló?
Sí, hola, buenas tardes.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Senir Calderón. Estoy llamando, soy miembro de la asociación ACE, del grupo ACE. Llamo solo para apoyar que voten hoy para aprobar nuevas protecciones para nuestras familias, porque hay dueños de propiedades aumentando rentas, como ahora que no hay mucho trabajo, también desalojando familias por renovaciones falsas. Simplemente queremos regresar en casa para poder regresar a las cosas normales bien. Muchas gracias, que tengan bonita tarde y por favor apóyennos votando como hombres y mujeres de familia. Gracias, piensen en nosotros, piensen en todas las personas que tenemos familias y que nuestro trabajo ha bajado por causa de la pandemia. Gracias.
Disculpe, ¿cuál era su nombre de nuevo?
Senir Calderón.
Muchas gracias. My name is Senir Calderon. I am from ACE. I am calling for your support on the eviction ban as well as other resources for tenants. During this time, while landlords are raising rents and conducting false renovations, we are all just wanting to be able to stay home, to stay safe. And also, we're asking that you please support us, that you think about us, that you think about all of those of us who have less work now because of the pandemic, and that we really just ask that you vote as mothers and fathers, and you think about us, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5715. 5715.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Warsan, and I'm with Youthful as well as the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I am also a resident of District 2. I am calling in support of this item, on prohibiting residential evictions without just cause, and to enact a moratorium on residential rent increases. Housing is a supportive foundation and a basic human right, and without housing, it is difficult for people to secure jobs and other supportive services. Not to mention, San Diego is already facing a homelessness crisis, yet families continue to receive eviction notices in the midst of a pandemic. In order to prevent more families from being on the streets, we need a solution. This is why we're asking you to vote with your hearts and to vote yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4864. 4864.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Guzman,
and I'm a Marine Corps veteran, a member of ACE, and a resident of Chula Vista for the last 22 years. I am calling in support of the ordinance banning evictions until we get through this pandemic, and I am here also to share my story on how this pandemic has affected my family. I was one of the ones that actually fell through the cracks, and the protections under AB 1482, under 3088, under the CDC moratorium failed me, as I was still evicted on December 15th with my family, my wife, my daughter of 10 years old, my son of 6, and my daughter of 3 years old became homeless on December 15th because of all these loopholes that exist within the legislation that currently exists. We actually were helped, and that's how I became a member of ACE. And we did find housing after a month of being homeless, but we did spend the holidays in hotels and moving from place to place, trying to keep my family safe and from COVID. The anxiety, the nervousness, everything that came with it. I don't think we've recovered from it yet. With him moving to our new place, my wife did become sick, and we were afraid it was COVID. Fortunately, it wasn't. It was the stress that we had dealt with. So I do want the Board of Supervisors to support this ordinance to ban all evictions and to not have people have to go through what my family has gone through and what we continue to go through. As now I have a debt over $10,000 plus an eviction on my record, which was part of the pandemic and is something that I did not create or wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1262. 1262.
1262. 1262. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6. Uno, dos, seis, dos. Si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Paola Sotelo, and I'm a member of ACE. I am calling to support the eviction ban to stop all the evictions and for the approval of new protections. I don't feel like anyone should be evicted, especially after we're trying to still recover and the pandemic is still a thing for a lot of us. For example, like in my personal life, my husband had COVID, and then I found out I was pregnant. So it was just a lot to even consider going back to work. Just being exposed, not just at home, but at work. And I just feel they might think, other people that vote no might think, we have all this support, when in reality, I feel like they have more support. They're not the ones that have lost jobs completely. They're not the ones getting evicted. So I'm voting for, I'm hoping that you guys can help us approve this and get a lot of people protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5345.
5345. 5345. Tienen que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. Cinco, 3, 4, 5. Si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted.
Aló, sí, aquí estoy.
Ok.
Disculpe, hola, mi nombre es Ana Isabel Solano, soy de City Heights y miembro de ACE.
Good afternoon. My name is Analisa Solano and I'm a member of ACE. And ¿dónde dijo que vive, perdón?
En City Heights.
And I live in City Heights. Gracias.
Estoy pidiendo 3 cosas. Una, no más desalojos, no aumento de renta durante este tiempo de COVID.
I'm asking for 3 things, please. Ban on evictions, freeze on rent increases during COVID,
y que tengan consideración con la gente que no tiene trabajo.
and special consideration for those that don't have work.
Mi esposo perdió el trabajo, pero gracias a Dios consiguió otro, pero ganando una tercera parte menos de lo que estábamos acostumbrados.
My husband lost his job, but thank God found another one. However, he is now making a third of what we were used to him making.
Y para una familia de 7 miembros, esto fue un golpe muy grande.
And for our 7-person family, that was a very big hit.
El pasado 8 de enero recibimos una orden de desalojo de 60 días después de haber vivido 7 años en la misma casa y pagando a tiempo la renta.
On January 8th, we received an eviction notice that gave us 30 days to move out after living here for 7 years and paying rent on time.
Envié 2 correos electrónicos al dueño de la casa pidiendo más tiempo para poder buscar otro lugar, el cual se me negó diciendo que la casa se puso en venta y que necesitábamos salir.
I sent 2 emails to the owner of the house asking for additional time to find a place to live, and he told me that that was not possible because he was putting the house up for sale and we needed to leave.
Hoy mi familia está dividida, estamos viviendo unos en una casa y otros en otra porque no logramos conseguir una casa.
And now today, my family has to live divided. Some of us are living in one house and some of us are living in a different house because we were unable to find a home.
También existen muchas familias las que no han podido conseguir un nuevo empleo y están muy estresadas y sufriendo estrés y sufriendo ansiedad porque se les ha pedido que se salgan de sus casas.
There's a lot of families that can't find jobs, and this is causing stress and anxiety because then they're asked to leave their homes.
Hoy estoy apelando a sus buenos corazones de seres humanos y que consideren estas opciones de no subir la renta, de que no hayan desalojos hasta que el COVID esté controlado.
Today, I'm urging you, as good-hearted people, as human beings, to enact the ban on evictions and to freeze the rent, freeze rent increases until COVID is over.
Muchas gracias y que Dios les recompense las buenas opciones que nos van a dar.
Thank you so much, and may God reward you from the good options that you are going to give us.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5530. 5530.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Fletcher and honorable supervisors. My name is John Modlin. I'm an independent property owner in the county of San Diego and a father of 4. I'm calling in to oppose this ridiculous bill. These rental units are my business and my income that support my family that I've worked for the last 35 years to build. Why is housing being singled out and overregulated? I don't see the same concerns for gas that is now over $4 a gallon while it's $2 a gallon in other states. I don't see you forcing grocery stores to offer free food to those in need or department stores to offer free clothing. There are already protections for tenants in place at the state level, and there are better options in the city and county to help residents in need. Many property owners are already helping them connect to those resources like rental assistance with the city and the county. Instead of this horrible knee-jerk reaction to the issue, I ask that you please come together with other stakeholders like the property rental and property housing industry and come up with solutions that don't further harm a single industry, namely the housing industry. Let's get more rental assistance and more communication and help to the people that need it. Unfortunately, the eviction process is the only legal mechanism that government has given us to remove problem residents. We would love to work with the county to create a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7283. 7283. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. If not, we will move on to 0009. 0009.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Christine. Since 1966, my family has been in the business of providing people housing. Government hasn't allowed us to operate our business for over a year, and we've been asked to accept 25 cents on the dollar for rent while our expenses have soared. There's been zero break on our property taxes, our insurance, our labor, our utilities, our trash, and our maintenance. Yet we are expected to provide the same level of services as pre-pandemic at 25 cents on the dollar. For the past year, government has eliminated our right to evict. Our community's quiet peace and enjoyment is negatively impacted by bad neighbors, and we can do nothing to help because our government has prohibited us from asking bad actors to willingly move and or, as a last resort, evicting them. These policies hurt good people by protecting those who choose to engage in bad behavior. For 55 years, we've been in that business of housing people. We have honest residents who are struggling to make ends meet, and we are working with them to make sure that they don't go too far into debt. We are not in the business of evictions, but if we have to evict to keep our communities comfortable for the majority of other residents, we need that option available to us. And government hasn't allowed us to operate our business for over a year. I urge a no vote on this issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4675. 4675.
4675. 4675. Tienen que oprimir *6 para poder hablar.
Buenas tardes, soy Alma de Chulavista. Pertenezco al grupo ACE y estoy hablando para pedir que paren los desalojos a las personas de bajos ingresos, para que paren el incremento de la renta. Estamos todos pasando por la misma situación, una situación que no pedimos, que llegó, que tenemos que afrontarla y necesitamos sentirnos seguros, por lo menos, ¿no? De seguir adelante luchando con todo esto.
Good afternoon. My name is Alma. I live in Chula Vista, and I'm a member of ACE. I'm calling today to ask you to stop evictions for low-income families, as well as rent increases. We are all going through the same situation. It's a situation that none of us asked for, but that we have to just keep going through. ¿Sigue ahí?
Gracias.
Okay. So I'm asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1872. 1872. 1872. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
My name is William Snell. I'm a provider of rental housing in San Diego. A small provider, but yet a provider. I wanted to make a note here. In 20 years, I've not evicted anyone. Let me restate this. In 20 years, I have not evicted anyone. When I saw people wearing masks in the television news from China, I took note, perhaps because my grandfather died in the 1918 pandemic. I felt there were likely to be serious consequences. I wish more people had taken note far earlier. I sent written correspondence to all of my tenants, advising them that there would be no rent increase during the coming year. Subsequent to that, I met with each tenant and told them that I would make accommodations if that were necessary. I wish to continue to provide rental housing in San Diego, but it becomes increasingly difficult. Let me throw at you something from Calvin Coolidge, President Coolidge. He says, and I quote, "It is more important to kill bad bills than to make good ones." I urge you to go back and rethink this and accomplish noble goals with a good bill. I wish you all well.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0308. 0308.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Christy Lopez, and I live in District 8, and I'm a member of ACE and ISDF. I'm calling, asking you to please support this resolution to ban all evictions during the pandemic. We need to keep all families housed, especially during these times. I urge you to support item 19 to close loopholes in national and state renter protections that have allowed landlords to continue evicting tenants during this crisis. So please put yourself in the shoes of those who are struggling, protect your people, and please support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8175.
8175. 8175, tienen que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Ok. Buenos días, mi nombre es Ana y soy parte del Grupo ACE y la coalición invierte en las familias de San Diego. Llamo el día de hoy para apoyar que pongan un alto a todos los desalojos y aprueben las protecciones nuevas. Nadie debe perder sus hogares, especialmente durante una pandemia. Hay muchas personas que perdieron sus trabajos y apenas alcanza para la comida. Por ejemplo, a mí me subieron $100 de renta y es injusto porque apenas hay trabajo y para completar la renta y pues esos $100 me pueden servir para la comida o para pagar la luz y ahora estoy batallando para pagar $100 más para pagar la renta, completar la renta. Si aprueban estas protecciones, mi familia y muchas otras personas podremos sobrepasar la pandemia. Voten como hombres de familia, no como políticos. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna, and I'm calling on behalf of ACE, as well as I am a member of the coalition, the ISDF. I'm calling to ask you to support the eviction ban, as well as the new measures to protect tenants. No one should lose their home during a pandemic. Everyone should have a place to live. Many have lost their jobs and can barely afford rent. Personally, my rent went up $100, which is not very fair because right now there's very little work, and so that means that I have to struggle to pay the bills, such as the electricity or buy food, because I'm trying to get the extra $100 to pay my rent. So if you approve these new protections and resources, my family as well as others can get through this pandemic. So we are really asking that you vote as mothers and fathers and not as politicians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Our next speaker is 6631. 6631. 6631, please press *6 to unmute yourself. we don't hear from you when your number is called, we will come back to you. So our next caller is 2522. 2522.
Good afternoon. Hello, Chairperson Fletcher and Supervisors. My name is Jarrell Howard. I am a member of SIU 221. I have worked for the county for almost 8 years. I am calling in favor of this item. We need to strengthen the ban on evictions. The statewide ban has loopholes that allow landlords, banks, and mortgage companies to use to evict, foreclose, and intimidate tenants to leave. This should not be in the middle of this pandemic health crisis and with so many without working income. Putting families, seniors on fixed income, single parents with children on the street when the homeless situation here is already well out of control. Why add more to what is not enough, when not enough is being done for the homeless now? Free legal aid resources are very limited, and there are not enough lawyers to handle the overwhelming cases that they now face. Please help everyone stay in their homes. Put a control on the rent, and I urge you to help us stay in our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8602. 8602.
Can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cristobal Navarrete. I manage the Emergency Rental Assistance Program at the City Heights Community Development Corporation. And I'm calling today in support of the countywide eviction ban because no one should be evicted in the middle of a pandemic. I get calls every day from San Diegans across the county that want to apply for our rental assistance program. The folks that are reaching out for rental assistance either lost their job, lost a loved one, or are going through some type of emergency. They're going through circumstances that derive from this pandemic or have been worsened by this pandemic. Tenants, not landlords, are the ones in survival mode. Tenants are the ones having to worry about how they will move their kids into a car or a garage or even a tent on the street if they can't pay the rent. Please make the humane choice and support banning all evictions during the pandemic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5953.
5953. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
Sí, bueno.
Sí, hola, buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Fanny Esquivel y estoy hablando de parte del grupo ACE.
Good afternoon. My name is Connie Esquivel, and I am calling on behalf of ACE.
Soy de aquí de San Diego, California.
I am from San Diego, California.
El día de hoy estoy llamando para apoyar que pongan un alto a todos los desalojos y que aprueben protecciones nuevas.
Today I'm calling to support the ban on evictions and ask that you approve new protections.
En este tiempo de pandemia, especialmente, ningún hogar debe de quedarse fuera de sus hogares.
During this pandemic especially, no one should have to be left without a place to live.
En este año 2021 estamos viendo que muchos renteros están subiendo las rentas demasiado.
During this year, 2021, we are seeing that landlords are increasing rent excessively.
Las personas están siendo desalojadas injustamente porque muchas veces sabemos que los renteros saben que no hay trabajo.
Sometimes people are being evicted unfairly, and we know that the landlords know that there's just no work.
Y estamos hablando para que ustedes se pongan en nuestro lugar, que piensen como personas, ¿verdad? Que piensen que también nosotros tenemos necesidad, que necesitamos ayuda y que se puedan aprobar varias leyes para que paren estos desalojos.
Today, we're calling to ask you to put yourselves in our shoes as people. We have needs. We need help. We're asking that you pass laws to protect us.
Gracias. Esperemos que puedan ser tocados sus corazones de cada una de las personas que están escuchando nuestros testimonios, que están escuchando nuestras llamadas.
Thank you. We hope that, we're managing to touch your hearts, that you're really listening to our stories, to our calls.
Gracias y que tengan un excelente día. Hasta luego.
Thank you, and may you have a great day.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6631. 6631.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes. My name is Barbara Pinto. I'm a resident of San Diego in District 1. I live in the Logan Heights area. I'm a member of ACE. I serve on its board. I'd like everybody to know that ACE stands for the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. We're asking your support to ban all evictions with the exception of issues regarding health and safety during the duration of this pandemic crisis. Please consider that we are still in a high-risk tier. Many of us have not returned to our jobs. Others have no jobs to return to. We cannot pay rent or outstanding bills and debts with no income. We have hundreds of homeless people already on San Diego streets. Have you seen these people? How will thousands of evictions help this already devastating situation? You're talking about hardworking people that did not cause the situation but are victims of it. We urge you to stand with us and support our efforts to ban all evictions and keep families together. I'm a 75-year-old senior, born and raised in San Diego. My parents lived here. We all retired here. I have been paying rent for the last 6 years, and rent has continually gone up. I took a part-time job along with my retirement and my Social Security just so I could pay rent that I said is continually escalating. San Diego is supposed to be one of our finest cities. Can you imagine our streets filled, lined with thousands and thousands of more homeless people? It takes thousands of dollars to relocate, and undoubtedly rents will go up higher when we do so. There are landlords that will take advantage of this situation. This could be your family. Please support this effort and keep families in their homes and together. As for the landlords, they're allowed by the state to make a reasonable return on their investments, including property.
Thank you. Your time.
We have the right.
Thank you very much. Our next caller is 8827. 8827. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. If not, we'll move on to 1850. 1850.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Neil Felstead. I'm calling to oppose this measure. I want people to know. I want the supervisors to know that the vast majority of housing operations, rental operations in San Diego County are owned by individual independent rental owners. These are people. They have names and they have hardships as well. Though historically these owners have dealt personally with renters and maintenance, now they're older and less mobile. And often because of changing challenges of operating rental properties in California, there's a growing specialty of local realtors. I'm one of those such realtors, specializing in this area since graduating from San Diego State University in 1969. Presently, I'm part of an organization with generational leadership and a team that has courageously worked through 2020 as essential workers, daily serving 600 individual ownerships. We call those clients, while meeting the concerns of over 1,500 renters that we consider preferred customers. We operate inside a legion of regulations outlined in detailed contracts with mandatory requirements of reporting and accountability of funds and actions by the California Department of Real Estate. Simply put, I have eyes and ears in details that make this well-meaning measure in its present form a giant step backwards to my clients and my preferred customers. I'm their designated realtor, and they expect me to show up for them. I'm doing so. I'm asking that you send this item back to committee. In other words, refuse it now, send it back into committee. I'll make myself and my members of my team available to reconsider and refine this measure. Please remember, if my team doesn't do everything in our power to keep each preferred customer in their home, that's a failure. And if it's also another failure that the rental owner is going to be burdened with a failing small business. That's 600 small businesses.
Your time has expired, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next caller is 0038. 0038.
0038. Bueno.
¿Aló?
Hola.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Dora Telles y soy del grupo ACPE de la coalición Invierte en las Familias de San Diego.
Good afternoon. My name is Dora Telles, and I am a member of ACE as well as the ISDF Coalition.
Llamo el día de hoy para apoyar que pongan un alto a todos los desalojos y que prueben protecciones nuevas para todos los inquilinos.
I'm calling today to ask to support the eviction ban as well as the new protections for tenants.
Nadie debe de perder su hogar, especialmente durante esta pandemia.
Nobody should lose the place that they live, especially during a pandemic.
En mi experiencia, los dueños nos subieron la renta. Mi esposo está desempleado. Yo estoy desempleada. Tenemos 2 niños. Y como no encontraron manera de sacarnos, empezaron a llamar a la policía para tener pretextos de que nos van a sacar por el ruido. Y ya nos dieron los 60 días. La renta está realmente muy alta y no tenemos dinero para movernos. Yo no tengo familia en este país, no tengo con quién quedarme, con quién dejar a mis hijos. No quiero quedarme en la calle y por favor les pido que tomen la decisión y piensen como padre y madre de familia, piensen como si ustedes tuvieran niños y no piensen como políticos. Les ruego de favor que por favor nos apoyen aprobando nuevas leyes de protección para que paren las evictions, porque no es justo que los dueños no se tocan el corazón mirando que estamos en pandemia. Mi suegro falleció hace poco por el COVID, no tenemos dinero y realmente es triste que en estos momentos como humanos nos debemos de apoyar y no estar tratando de sacar a los demás a la calle. Es triste ver cómo hay personas en la calle que no tienen dónde vivir y yo no quiero pasar por eso. Por eso realmente les pido que por favor aprueben la ley para poner alto a los desalojos.
I'm calling to support the eviction ban. Nobody during the pandemic should lose their place to live. In my experience, our landlord has raised the rent, and my husband and I are both unemployed. We have 2 kids. And in an effort to get us to move, since they couldn't get us to move, our landlord started calling the police a lot, complaining of noise violations. And now we have been served our 30-day notice. But rents are really just too high to be able to move. And I don't have the money to do so. I also have no family in this country, nobody to watch my kids, and I really don't want us to be homeless. So I'm asking you to think like mothers and fathers, to think like people with children, and to support this ban on the eviction and the new protection for tenants. It's really not fair that during these hard times, landlords aren't feeling the compassion towards people that don't have jobs and that are struggling. My father-in-law recently died from COVID, and it's just really sad. Everything is very sad, and as humans, we should be supporting each other and not pushing one another out onto the street. It's always sad to see someone who's homeless, and I really hope that we are not going to become homeless during this. So I ask for your support on the eviction ban.
Thank you very much. Our next caller is 5986. 5986. 5986.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Tracy Morgan Hollingworth, representing the Pacific Southwest Association of Realtors. We're concerned about Agenda Item 19 and the way it has been introduced. The proposed added level of restriction being introduced without discussion with the housing industry creates additional burdens for the people it is designed to protect. We outlined this in a letter sent to all the supervisors, so I'll read just a few bullet points. Housing providers need to remove occupants who are disrupting and threatening neighbors and make life miserable. If you let them stay more than 2 months, it's a danger to other tenants. We have a lot of military in San Diego who deploy to protect our country and who will be restricted from giving reasonable notice to move back into their homes. Seniors depend upon the income of their primary asset to pay for their housing and health care, especially those who are in skilled nursing facilities. 41% of the rental units in the U.S. are owned by individuals. These are not the mega wealthy corporations who may be able to weather this storm. They are mom and pops, and they cannot survive because they do not know how to negotiate some of these different rules. We would request that you not blindside the real estate industry on this issue without offering it the opportunity to review the proposal in advance. So therefore, we please request that you vote no on item 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9598. 9598. No.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gil Vera. I'm the senior attorney of the housing team at Legal Aid Society of San Diego. Legal Aid Society of San Diego is the largest provider of 3 housing-related legal services within the county. I'm writing today to voice my support for Supervisor Vargas' proposed ordinance prohibiting residential evictions to close the gaps in SB 91 and limiting rent increases through June. While there has recently been more optimism around vaccines and reopenings, San Diego County residents and small businesses are still hurting. Many of us will continue to feel the pandemic effects months after. It is critical that the county provide these protections for some of San Diego's most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7478. 7478.
7478. 7478. Necesita oprimir asterisco 6. Siete, 4, 7, 8. Si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted.
We'll go on to 3672.
3672. 3672. 3672. De nuevo necesita oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. Bueno, si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted. Continuamos con
8700.
8700.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Alba Liliana, estoy llamando de San Diego.
Disculpa, una vez más, ¿me podría decir su nombre?
Alba Liliana.
Gracias. My name is Alba Liliana and I'm calling from San Diego.
Les quiero dar primeramente las gracias por escuchar nuestros testimonios.
I would first, before everything else, like to thank you for listening to all of our stories and calls.
También quiero enfatizar que la palabra de Dios dice que Él es el único que quita y pone reyes.
I'd also like to emphasize that God is the only one that can create and take away.
Y ellos están allí porque Dios quiso darles ese puesto para que tomaran decisiones por nosotros, los más vulnerables.
And you are in the positions you're in because God wanted you to be there to make decisions for for people like us that are more vulnerable.
Quiero que piensen que tal vez muchos de los que están allí tienen sus propias casas, ya no tienen que pagar renta, pero hay personas que estamos pendientes de que llega el dinero del poco trabajo que hay y tenemos que pensar si pagamos la renta o compramos comida.
I'd also, like you to think about it because most of you are not paying rent because you are in homes. But there's a lot of us that are still trying to make rent and there's little jobs, little work. So it's difficult to make enough money to pay rent or to pay our bills and buy food.
Por casi 14 años pagamos la renta antes de los 5 días de cada mes.
For almost 14 years, we have always paid our rent during the first 5 days of every month.
Pero ahora mismo es demasiado difícil porque no hay trabajo. Si no hay trabajo, ¿cómo puede haber dinero para la renta?
But now it's become too difficult because there's no work. And if there's no work, how can there be money for rent?
Tengo 3 niñas que comen como varones y no hay escuela. Nos toca decidir les damos comida o pagamos la renta.
I have 3 children who eat like 3 men. And they're not in school right now, so I need to decide, can I buy them food or can I pay the rent?
Les pido con todo el corazón que piensen en las madres que están en las calles viviendo en sus carros con sus hijos.
I ask you and plead with you from the bottom of my heart that you think of all the mothers that are living in their cars, that are debating on how to feed their children.
Queremos que voten y piensen en las personas más vulnerables y nosotros algún día podríamos hacer algo por ustedes. Nunca se hace algo a cambio, pero esta vez quisiera prometerles que si hacen algo por nosotros, algún día haremos algo por ustedes.
I ask that you really vote to help the more vulnerable. And someday we will be able to do something for you. You should never ask for something in return, but this time I promise you that if you help us, we will do something in the future to help you.
Muchas gracias por todo lo que están haciendo y especialmente por contar con nuestras opiniones y que Dios les bendiga.
Thank you so much for everything that you're doing and for listening to our opinions. May God bless you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8827. 8827. 8827, please press *6.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Patty Medina. I am a member of ACE and Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I'm calling today to support the eviction ban to stop all evictions and the approval of the new protections. I am disabled agoraphobic. I cannot get out of my home. I have a mentally disabled son and an autistic teen. My older daughter works in a church serving the community. I am a Section 8 recipient. I have been renting this place for 8 years, paying bills, rent and time, paying taxes. And the landlord is still giving me a 90-day notice using the Ellis Act to evict me. A month ago, my mother passed away due to the COVID vaccine. Half an hour later, the landlord's daughter was already harassing me just like the son living in the back. 2 weeks ago, I got admitted to the emergency room with coloscopy. My infection got into my bloodstream and I almost died. I still am bed resting and trying to recover myself. This shouldn't be happening to me during this pandemic. And I've been protected. I'm afraid to end up homeless. I've been looking for houses for rent but most of the landlords don't want Section 8 or don't know what is that. Others ask for the 3 times rent income for 2.5 rents. That is almost like $8,000 to move in. I have served my community for 12 years. I help go against crime and prostitution. I help support my community putting in place the Central Police Department. And I just have never thought I would never face a situation like this. Please help us protect us. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0805. 0805. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you don't respond when your number is called, we will come back to you. The next caller is 9713. 9713.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Eduardo Saldivar, and I'm a member of ACE and I invest in San Diego Families Coalition. And I'm calling here to support for this countywide ban against evictions. It's kind of absurd the fact that we are even pushing for families to be evicted just to remodel a room or to put something back on sale when there is outstanding homelessness crisis here in San Diego, when there is an outstanding inequity and wage gaps and lack of, how should I put it? I guess it's just the lack of emphasis from this board and from the county in investing into our future, into our youth, and lacking perspective that's forward-looking. It'll cost more to evict people. It's going to add more onto the homelessness crisis. And it's not only is it unwise financially, it's inhumane because of housing is a human right, and we are just going to add to the problem. So please support this and ban all evictions that are not a public health issue, because evictions equal death in a pandemic when we are being advised to stay indoors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7295. Apologies, 7295. 7295.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandra Mendoza, daughter of Patricia Mendoza. I'm a member of ACE and the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I'm calling today to support the eviction ban along with the new stronger protections that come with it. I'm still in high school, and I don't think it's fair that I have to be stressing about becoming homeless. It's not fair seeing my mom do anything and everything in her power to give the landlord his money, but him not accepting it at all. No one should be getting evicted right now, especially with a deadly virus still going around. With that said, I urge you guys, please, please, please keep everyone and all families safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1321.
Was that good?
Oh. 1321.
1321. $13.21. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Claudia Vicente. Hablo de la organización NACE. Quería, por favor, pedir de la manera más, pedirles de favor que si pueden suspender, si pueden como alargar, por favor, el permiso de que no nos corran de nuestras viviendas que estamos rentando. Me pasó un caso que el rentero quiere que desaloje, pero en la situación que estamos, la verdad, no tenemos para la renta, lo muy poco que ganamos. Podría pedirles que extiendan de que los dueños no nos corran de la casa porque tenemos niños, que nos beneficie más nosotros como mexicanos.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Vicente, and I'm a member of ACE. I'm calling to ask that you please support the ban on eviction. Personally, my landlord wants us to leave because we can't afford to pay the rent right now, but we have children. And we're asking that as Mexicans that you help us even more as migrants.
Que simplemente queremos quedarnos en casa para poder regresar las cosas normales como antes.
And understand that we simply just want to stay at home and stay safe and get back to how things were before quickly.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9371. 9371.
Hi, my name is Maribel Villa, and I'm a member of ACE. I'm calling regarding the eviction ban, hoping all supervisors vote to stop the evictions. I'm against it because with the pandemic, a lot of people are in need of these resources, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0942. 0942.
Yes. Hello, my name is Rafael Bautista. I'm an organizer with the San Diego Tenants Union. I'm calling to express my support for item 19. We desperately need an eviction ban on all evictions. We've been seeing unscrupulous attorneys taking the lead by forcing tenants to leave their homes in the middle of a pandemic by making up all kinds of fake allegations, forcing tenants to seek no recourse but to leave and be bullied out of their longstanding homes. We know these strategies because we've seen them for a long time. We've seen that the intent of landlords is not to provide housing, as they say, but to extort us and extract profits from our labor. And we want to make sure that tenants understand that this is part of a process to cancel the rents. And we are part of a coalition to cancel the rents. We want that support. We want to make sure that the supervisors understand that we're paying very close attention to who's going to vote against this, and we will not allow it to continue. We want to make sure that when this ban does go into effect, it covers all the vulnerable tenants that are currently being forced out of their homes because they can't afford attorneys, because the attorneys that are available and the services that are available are overwhelmed. And we need to do more. It's past time that we cater to the rich, the landed whites, and we want to make sure that we really know who's sustaining these homes. We really know who's paying for these properties, who's paying for the property taxes. It's the tenants. It's not the landlords. The landlords are making profits on top of what they're paying out. So it's the tenants that are sustaining this society, and we want to make sure that the working class bands together, and if we don't get it, we will strike. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9332.
9332. 9332.
Hola, mi nombre es Nelva Felipe. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, ¿cuál era su nombre, perdón?
Nelva Felipe. Soy de la organización ACE.
Good afternoon. My name is Nelva Felipe, and I am from ACE.
Estoy aquí apoyando a las familias de bajos ingresos para que no sean desalojadas.
I am here to support low-income families so that they are not evicted.
En el caso mío, yo desde que soltaron los niños de la escuela, no he podido trabajar.
In my particular case, since the kids were released from school and had to stay home, I haven't been able to go to work.
Mi esposo fue positivo de COVID en junio y la verdad 3 meses estuvo sin trabajar y se me ha hecho bien difícil porque no ha sido fácil para nosotros. Yo no puedo trabajar. Mi esposo estuvo enfermo.
My husband tested positive for COVID in June and was out of work for 3 months. The truth is that it has been very hard for us. I can't work.
Tengo 3 niños pequeños y la verdad es que para nosotros que no tenemos otro ingreso es bien difícil porque yo hasta ahorita debo $4,700 para poder sustentar los gastos de la casa y pagar la renta.
I have 3 small children, and on one income, it's very, very hard to make it work. Right now, we need $4,700 just to pay the bills and make the rent.
Así es que yo estoy aquí para apoyar a toda la gente y no quiero que sean desalojadas, porque en el caso mío, yo por eso conseguí el dinero prestado para poder pagar la renta, porque el dueño se vivía en mi puerta.
Therefore, I'm asking for your support for all families. In my case, I ended up borrowing the money so that I could pay the landlord because he was constantly at my door.
Así es que por eso estoy apoyando para que se extienda un poquito más. Estamos en plena pandemia, todavía no hemos regresado a la normalidad. Yo lo que quiero es que haya un poquito más de tiempo para nosotros y nos den la oportunidad de regresar a nuestros empleos.
Therefore, I'm asking for more time. We're in the middle of the pandemic still. Things are not back to normal. We need more time to make things work, to have time to go back to work and work a little while so that we can pay for everything.
Y que no nos suban la renta, porque si nos suben la renta, estamos en decisión de si comemos o pagamos la renta. Así es que es bien difícil, no tenemos un ingreso extra. Le digo, mi esposo todavía tiene secuelas del COVID, todavía se siente mareado, cansado. Y la verdad yo con mis niños no puedo hacer nada. O sea, no me los puedo llevar al trabajo ni los puedo dejar solo.
And really ask you to make sure that they don't increase our rent, because that requires us to make a choice between being able to make rent or being able to buy food. And like I was saying, my husband, who had COVID, still suffers symptoms. He is very tired, he has fatigue, and I have the small children and I can't take them with me to work, and I certainly can't leave them alone. So we really need help now.
Que nos den otra oportunidad de seguir todavía batallando con el COVID, pero sí que nos den una extensión un poquito más allá, que se expanda esto, que tengamos más oportunidades.
We just need more opportunities to have the protections expanded a little bit past COVID. That we just need more time. Señora, se le acabó el tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6789. 6789.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hi, my name is Patricia Mendoza. I'm a struggling single mother out of Imperial Beach. I am the one on your presentation when you started it. I'm sorry, I'm really emotional, but first thing first is I hear a lot of the opposing team, or a couple of them, saying that we have many protections already, and we do not. We do not, because if we did have those tenant protections, I wouldn't be trying to go on this third eviction. Why are they singling out a single mother from two other families that are working still to me? I'm trying to do whatever I can to pay this owner his money. And again, this is temporarily. I don't understand why a lot of people get so frustrated and mad when people like low-income families like myself, we need the help. Where else are we going to get it? Where else am I going to go? Am I going to live in a van, then get my children taken away because somebody will call CPS on me? And what happens then? Setting me up for failure. Why? I did not cause this pandemic. We did not cause this pandemic. So I urge the Board of Supervisors to please pass this ordinance, or else my family and many others will be out in the streets. And where would we go? Who will help us? So yes, I'm that one that's been trying to do everything by the book, everything. I even applied for this rent relief. I worked so hard for now the landlord to tell me that he won't accept it. Where am I supposed to go? But come July, I'm going to ask you for all the back due rent. Why are you so evil? Thank you. I just want to say my son wants to say something.
Please keep our families safe. I'm scared to be homeless.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9792. 9792.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, my name is Sophia Haidari, and I'm a youth organizer with a local nonprofit and a member of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I'm calling today to urge the board to support Agenda Item 19 and pass a ban on all evictions for the duration of the pandemic. A moratorium that only accounts for the inability to pay rent does not go far enough. Nobody should be facing homelessness in the middle of a pandemic. As a youth organizer, I've heard countless stories of young people not being able to pay their rent because of the lack of opportunities that exist for them and the opportunities that have been taken away from them during this pandemic. And not only that, but a lot of the youth we work with are providers for their own families. And this issue is very pressing to all of San Diego's most vulnerable communities, especially our young people. And I urge the Board of Supervisors to take that into consideration and pass the eviction ban today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5441. 5441.
5441.
Bueno.
Bueno.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Delfina Álvarez y soy parte del Grupo ACCE y la coalición que invierte en las familias de San Diego.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Alvarez, and I am a member of ACE as well as the ISDF Coalition.
Estoy llamando el día de hoy para apoyar que paren a todos estos desalojos y que aprueben las protecciones nuevas, porque realmente esta pandemia nadie la pidió.
I am calling to ask that you stop all evictions to support that measure and also that you approve new protections, because the truth is nobody asked for this pandemic.
Y ha venido a traer mucho dolor y sufrimiento para muchas personas de bajos ingresos.
And it has only come to bring a lot of pain and suffering for a lot of people, especially low-income people.
Y queremos que ustedes, la comunidad los eligió para protegernos y queremos que ahora usen su poder para parar estas injusticias.
The community elected you to protect us, and now we would like for you to use those powers to stop these injustices.
Nuevamente repito, esta pandemia trajo dolor, sufrimiento, muerte de muchos seres queridos, falta de trabajo, y no es de que no queramos pagar la renta, sino que no tenemos cómo pagarla.
I repeat, this pandemic has brought suffering, pain, death of lots of our loved ones. And there's a lack of work. And it's not that we don't want to pay our rent. It's that we can't pay our rent.
La gente ahora está siendo desalojada, pero los nuevos renteros están cobrando más del 100% más de las rentas por volver a rentar una vivienda.
The people that are being evicted and finding new landlords are being asked to pay more than 100% increase on what the rent was before.
Nosotros tenemos niños pequeños que están sufriendo el ver que sus papás no tienen trabajo y aparte de que no van a la escuela, han estado en un estrés continuo.
We have small children that are suffering that see that their parents have no work and they can't go to school, and it's just a continuous source of stress for them.
Y más cuando escuchan que a nosotros nos quieren desalojar, nuestros niños están sufriendo mucho. Entonces pedimos, por favor, que ustedes, como gente que tiene la ley en sus manos, por favor paren esto que están haciendo los renteros.
And our children suffer even more when they hear that we're being evicted, because they're just, it's just too much to ask them. It's just too stressful. So we are asking that you, as policymakers, make this decision to help protect us from these landlords that want to evict us.
Les agradecemos por escuchar cada uno de los testimonios y esperamos en Dios que los tomen en cuenta, por favor. Gracias.
We thank you for listening to each and every one of our stories, and we pray to God that you are able to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2749. 2749. 2749.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, my name is Victor Valle. I'm with a coalition of ACE and Invest in San Diego. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You may continue.
Okay. I believe that I'm a poll. This is disgraceful of San Diego, the city that is supposed to be the finest city in the United States, and that are people asking for their rent. I mean, their money for the rent. Right now, there's a pandemic. I want to remind you that the governor of California said people do not go outside because it's a pandemic. You're making more of a hassle right now. So I believe that people cannot go to work because due to this pandemic, and they don't have no money. They cannot afford to pay their rent. And the government, they're giving you assistance money, but it's not enough to pay the rent. So they're barely paying at the minimum their food on the table and probably medicines or whatever little tiny bills that they have. So it's impossible that right now at this point in time with this pandemic on, they want their money that they don't have. The renters don't have that money, and not because they're lazy or they don't want to go to work. It's not work available. So the working class, they're not able to go to work due to this pandemic because there's no, in San Diego County, there's no, the industry of hotels, restaurants are closed. They're barely trying to open it right now, and they cannot afford the working class. They cannot afford the rent. It's impossible right now. They're asking for money. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9483. 9483.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Mejia. I am a member of the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, and I live in the city of Chula Vista. I'm calling today to support the countywide eviction ban. As much as the promising news about vaccines and the urge for us to want to be able to go back to our old way of life, what cannot happen is that, but the conditions are still not safe enough and set for people to be able to have means of safety. So, you know, this eviction ban would be really helpful for the people that are really needing of it. And I think that the consequences of not placing this eviction ban and trying to put people out on and creating an eviction crisis this summer would most likely put us in a worse predicament of slowing down this pandemic, because you're consciously throwing more people out onto the street at the end of the day. So I really am calling to hope for you to make the right decision by please supporting banning all the evictions during this pandemic, and support working families. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9006.
9006. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6. 9006. Si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted. Creo que 9006 tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. Una vez más. Hasta eso, ya, ok. ¿Me escucha? Yo no lo escucho. Tal vez tenga el mute apretado de su lado, en su teléfono.
Sí. Ya, correcto. Entonces le decía que mi nombre es Esperanza González y soy abogante de la comunidad de City Heights y del grupo AC, de la comunidad del Distrito 9. Y bueno, mi llamada, ¿quiere que le siga o traduce?
Traduzco, por favor, gracias. My name is Berta Gonzalez and I am a member of ACE and a resident of City Heights in District 9.
Ok. Bueno, mi llamada es para hacerles una súplica a las personas que están en los puestos altos, ¿verdad? Suplicarles que paren, que frenen los desalojos, que nos hagan ese favor. Es una súplica de todas las personas que están en ese problema de que los están desalojando y no tienen para renta.
I'm calling today to beg you, to urge you, all of you in very high-level positions of power, to stop evictions on all the people that really need your help, for all the people that really need your help right now.
Señores, están para apoyar a las comunidades. Los residentes necesitan de su apoyo. Ahora es cuando necesitan mucho de ustedes.
You're here to support the communities, and residents need your support right now. This is why you're here.
En ellos, en ustedes está que se aprueben nuevas protecciones.
It's in your hands to approve new protections.
Sí, ninguna familia debe perder su hogar, ya que es el núcleo familiar en su vida por la que día a día luchan por traer el pan de cada día. Pero en esta situación ya es imposible que pues traigan el pan de cada día completo. Ya está súper ya la comunidad está dolida, está frustrada, no haya ni qué hacer, y uno como abogante también, porque se pone uno en los zapatos de ellos y dice qué situación tan terrible están viviendo.
No one should lose their home during a pandemic. The family unit has to remain strong, and it is part of a family's responsibility to bring and give their family their daily bread. And right now it's becoming harder and harder, and the community is really struggling, and they're very frustrated. And as an advocate for them, I can tell you that it's very frustrating for me to see them and understand what they're going through.
Muchas familias están yendo a vivir a sus camionetas, están si quieren, hasta yo les digo qué calle está llena de que tienen su hogar, tienen sus muebles arriba de su camioneta, de sus carros y viviendo en ellas. Es triste, por eso se les pide su apoyo, se les suplica a los señores que los apoyen, que piensen en ellos como padres de familia, no como políticos, ¿verdad? Y muchas gracias.
It's really sad. A lot of families are going to live in their cars and vans. If you need the name of the street where everybody seems to be living with their furniture tied to the top of their cars, I'll be happy to provide that for you. We are here to beg for your support, to beg for your help, and we ask that you make these decisions as mothers and fathers and family members and not as politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6088. 6088. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And if we don't hear from you when your number is called, we will come back to you. Oh, go ahead. 6088. You may proceed. You may be muted. Please press unmute on your phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello. We can hear you. I think you may be muted on your phone. Do you want to press the unmute on your phone?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
I own apartment Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I own apartment properties and other residential rentals in the unincorporated area of the county. And I'm sure you realize, unlike other businesses that were able to close their doors, we had to stay open. We're obligated to pay all ongoing costs, including water, sewer, maintenance, supplies, and of course, property taxes coming up next week. I've been hurting financially during the pandemic, but also worked with my tenants to help them pay rent. Now that the time in San Diego is moving rapidly to a less restrictive tier, most of the tenants are back to work. This is not the time for severe rent control measures. We already have statewide measure AB 1482 that prohibits large rent increases. Why are rental housing providers being signaled out for the most draconian measures? Rental housing providers are private businesses. We can't be expected to solve all the problems of San Diego County. I was sickened to hear the hate for landlords espoused by people in these 2 or 3 organizations that have been doing most of the speaking today. They were certainly given a script. Please don't fall for it. Vote no on item 19. Thank you very much, Board of Supervisors.
Could we get your name, please?
Joyce Peterson.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7396. 7396.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair Fletcher. My name is Carla Farley with the Greater San Diego Association of Realtors. I currently serve as president this year. We are the largest trade organization here in San Diego County with over 20,000 members, I must say. And today we are definitely calling in to speak to you about opposing this agenda item with the just cause rent and just cause evictions and the rent control. I am a little flustered right now because while I speak to you as a realtor and the president of the association, so many things come back to me as being a resident here. I have over 27 years in the business of not just sales, but property management and relationships with tenants. Both property owners alike, landlords, homeowners, tenants, we look to find solutions for all of them. And this measure will not do any of that. Sliding one for the other is not the way that this is going to happen. And we know we've seen this. And actually, we all know, those of us in the business, what the root cause of the rent increases truly are. But to see it play out, that the false narratives that are given, property owners are not all corporate big conglomerates, as most of these people have been told. Most of them in San Diego County are the small mom and pop who don't get the benefit for the expenses that you hear them talk about. That's not done by CPI. They don't get that privilege. I sat here today and listened to a lot of the tactics, and the lady who just spoke before me nailed it. A few organizations who, with no respect for our government officials, talked about bullying, but yet bullied you in their comment. I don't know what this is coming to. I am a Black African American. I'm not going to say people of color. I am an African American Black woman who was born and raised in San Diego.
Thank you, ma'am.
Born and raised in San Diego.
Thank you. Your time is up, but thank you very much. Our next speaker is 4582. 4582.
4582. 4582. Tienen que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rosa Bonilla y soy parte del grupo ACE. El motivo de mi llamada es para apoyar que paren los desalojos, que no haya más incrementos en las rentas. Por favor, ayuden buscando soluciones a este problema.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosa Bonilla. I'm a member of ACE. I'm calling to ask for your support on the ban on evictions and as well as no more rental increases. Please help us with this.
Ninguna persona merece vivir este infierno. Nadie impidió que esta pandemia sucediera. Y todos los que se oponen a esta propuesta, obviamente son dueños de propiedades y se pueden dar el lujo de no pagar sus propiedades por más de un año.
No person deserves to live through this hell that is this pandemic. And anyone opposed to this proposal is clearly a landlord that that has the luxury to not have to lose their house after a month.
Tienen que ponerse en nuestro lugar para que sepan que es vivir con ansiedad y miedo de abrir la puerta y encontrarlos con malas noticias como una nota de desalojo. Poner a la gente en la calle no es la solución.
You really should put yourselves in our shoes and live with the stress and anxiety of not wanting to open the door to find your eviction notice. Putting people out on the street is not the answer.
Ponerlos en la calle, eso incrementaría los casos en los hospitales. El caos generaría el caos, depresión en la gente. Cada día son más los casos, especialmente en los jóvenes.
Putting people out on the street will definitely increase people in hospitals, general chaotic situations. It would increase depression, stress, and anxiety, especially in young people.
¿Qué culpa tienen los niños de todo esto? ¿Cómo les explico a mis hijos? Tenemos que vivir en la calle, en el carro. Probablemente nos vamos a contagiar y vamos a morir inevitablemente.
Why should children have to deal with this? How am I supposed to explain to our children that we're probably going to end up living on the streets where we could be infected with COVID, which would lead to us having to go to the hospital and we're probably going to die? That's not something I want to put on my kids.
Jesús le dijo al rico, en verdad me amas, reparte tus bienes a los pobres y sígueme. No hagas a otros lo que no quieres que te hagan. Y a los que están en el poder tienen que hacer lo justo conforme a las leyes que Dios impuso en la tierra. Que Dios los bendiga. Muchas gracias.
Jesus told the rich man, if you really love me, then you should distribute your wealth to those that need it. Don't do unto others as you would not want them to do unto you. You are in a position of power, thanks to your position that you can enforce and create the laws that govern the land that God has created. So we ask you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3015. 3015.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Molly Kirkland with the Southern California Rental Housing Association, representing the owners and managers of rental housing and the many small businesses that provide services to the industry. We're calling today in opposition to the proposed ordinance. Housing providers are not in the business of displacing residents. Terminations and evictions are a last resort. Our members have been working with residents since the onset of the pandemic and continue to do so if they can. But a year on, property owners have been provided no direct relief, just regulation. Ample protections are already in place via state law to prevent displacement, and the courts can address any non-compliance. The proposal before you today is not only unnecessary, but dangerous. Housing providers should not have to wait until there is an imminent threat to remove a problematic resident. Waiting until that point only punishes rule-abiding residents, especially when witnesses must be named. This pits neighbor against neighbor. This law would also prevent property owners, many of whom are also financially impacted by COVID-19, from moving into their own homes or selling a property. These are your constituents who have also faced job loss or reduced income. Forcing them into financial peril helps no one. The rent cap is unnecessary. State law provides sufficient limitation, and no one wants to raise rents on someone who can't pay already. Anyone not able to pay rent may provide a hardship declaration to avoid eviction, and they don't have to pay rent until the end of June. Even then, they only have to pay 25% to avoid eviction. Furthermore, rental assistance has been deployed to help with arrears, and more assistance is on the way to help with future rent. It's very unfortunate the industry wasn't consulted and allowed to assist with any perceived problems. The proposal before you is extremely flawed. Housing providers, most of whom are small operators, have already taken on a significant burden. We respectfully urge your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8709. 8709. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. You may proceed.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Adolfo. I'm a member of ACE. I'm calling in support of new protections for working families. There are abusive landlords taking rents when there's a little to no work. Some always evict families for fake renovations using loopholes of current protections. I'm living in San Diego. I currently got my rent hiked up 5%, and I think that's too much for people that are not working right now and that have been affected by COVID. We simply wish to stay home to return to work as the pandemic ends, and I hope people vote as thinking about families that have been affected. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7478.
7478.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marta.
Good afternoon, my name is Marta.
Soy parte de ICE. Llamo para apoyar que voten hoy para aprobar nuevas protecciones para para nuestras familias. Les pido, por favor, como seres humanos y como padres de familia, que nos apoyen. Hay dueños de propiedades aumentando rentas cuando no hay mucho trabajo, también desalojos a familias por renovaciones falsas. Simplemente queremos quedarnos en casa para poder regresar a las cosas normales como antes. Les agradezco su apoyo y gracias.
I'm calling today to ask for your support for the new protections for our families. I'm asking that you vote as human beings, as mother and fathers, to support us. There are many landlords that are currently increasing rent, that are processing evictions. There's not very much work. So I'm really asking that you support us and help protect us in this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6872. 6872.
My name is Grace Martinez, and I'm with ACE, Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I'm calling in support of the eviction ban. I just want to clarify a lot of things that I'm hearing from, unfortunately, landlord groups, that this is not a permanent solution. This is temporary to make sure that no one is displaced. We are all working towards the goal of making sure that people are safe, that people are vaccinated, that people are allowed to be able to recover. But how can they do that when they're afraid of being evicted? They're not, all landlords, like the ones that are speaking up today, are talking about how they're not evicting tenants. Then this shouldn't be a problem. There is money on the table right now for landlords to be able to access. You are the only industry that has guaranteed dedicated funds to recoup your revenue from all the back rent of last year. I can tell you none of the small businesses or restaurants that are not landlords, they're not accessing that money. And I would put money on the fact that once those numbers are released, the $100 million that our county received for rental assistance funding, if they're not being spent right now, it's because landlords are not applying for it. Every tenant we talk to, we have them apply. And it really takes the participation of the landlord to actually make that 80% work. You've heard from other tenants where landlords are not applying. We've helped small landlords apply to help navigate the process. We're asking everyone who calls themselves a housing provider to actually do their job and provide housing. We are in an unprecedented time during this pandemic, and people are crying about income and investment, and we are talking to you about jobs, we're talking to you about lives. This should be a question of, do we value people's lives over your profit? You can get that money if you apply. And we're asking everyone on the board to listen to tenants and support this ordinance.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8684. 8684.
Hi there. Basically, my name is Lorna Ramos, and I live in Chula Vista. And I just moved in last September. Then I came up with medical issues that hindered me from working as much as I usually do. When I had to start seeing a doctor, it affected me dramatically as far as my income was concerned. And then I was affected even more so by having to quarantine or stay isolated so that I wouldn't get even more sick with the issues that I was going through. So therefore it impacted me, but I was so grateful that I was at least living in the residence that I do now. I spoke to my landlord, letting him know that I would probably have some issues as far as my rent was concerned if I wasn't going to be able to start working again as I usually do. I'm so grateful that I was able to postpone or at least have this help right now to help recover from not only months ago, but at least to start catching up. and being able to get back to work and everything. But unless I continue to feel the safety of not having to be evicted or be out on the streets while I try to focus on work to recover, it would be a great hardship on myself and my kids if I had to continue to do that. So this ban on being evicted is so important to many single moms just like myself. And I'm hoping that the county supervisors and all of our legislation completely sees this. Not just for single.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next caller is 4294. 4294.
4294.
Sí, bueno.
Bueno.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Ok. Mi nombre es Marina Ortega y estoy llamando porque quiero, por favor, que voten para protegernos a las familias.
My name is Marina Ortega, and I'm calling today to ask that you please vote to protect our families.
Para que no aumenten la renta ni haya desalojos.
So that they don't increase rent and there are no evictions.
Ya que mucha gente aún no nos recuperamos de esta pandemia.
Since a lot of us have still not recovered from this pandemic.
Espero que puedan considerar.
I hope that you can consider
que no toda la gente tenemos el mismo estatus social. Muchas gracias.
That not everyone has the same socioeconomic status. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6649. 6649. Please press star 6.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Kadani Sierra. I am a member of ACE. I'm just calling to ask for the support and that you guys vote for the non-eviction. This would mean a lot, not only to my family, but to a lot of families. We currently have a place to stay, but I know that there's a lot of people that don't have or they're suffering from getting evicted and they have kids and landlords are not being supportive. And honestly, they don't care if they have kids or not. All they want is their money. And in the situation that we are right now with this pandemic, it's hard to, work, get a babysitter and everything. And I would just like for you guys to keep that in mind. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2973. 2973. Please press star 6 to unmute your line.
Hello?
Hello, you may proceed.
Hello?
Hello, you may proceed.
Hi. I know you can hear me. My name is Annette, and I'm a member of ACE also. I'm calling in support of this protection. I'm going to be honest with you. Before the pandemic, everything to me would seem like it was perfect. I had a good job. The place I live at, the rent is the same as everybody else, is ridiculously astronomical. It's $1,500, but I was able to pay it. I'm being honest with you. I every 2 weeks I made at least $1,000, and then had a little bit of money left over. But since the pandemic, I lost my mom. I'm so behind in my rent. I don't even want to pay. I still have my job, but I tested positive for COVID, even though I didn't have it. But because I tested positive, I wasn't able to go to work. I had to wait for 2 weeks and retest again. Things are being thrown at us that nobody even expected. And I know you guys have a rough decision to make, but I promise you, when it's my turn to go vote for you guys, I'm out there. I voted already, and I'm going to keep on being in you guys' corner when you need me to go out and vote and to campaign and whatever you need. And I need you guys to come in for us. We really need you guys. And I'm depending on you because I know y'all depend on me when it's that time. Thank you for giving me your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3755. 3755.
3755. 3755. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6. $3755. Si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted.
Our next caller is...
Hello?
Adelante.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Izarrara, and I am member of ICE also. And the reason why I'm calling is the same as my other ladies that I had called before. I would love to support the cancellation of the rent and a rent control. The reason why I'm asking this is because the apartment where I'm living right now, I'm paying $1,600, but people that is moving out because they can't afford it, new people are coming in, but they're renting this place for over $2,000 now. And there's no way that we can make it. We can pay this much money. I'm a housekeeper, and due to the COVID pandemic, I had to stop working because obviously people don't want a stranger coming into their house and probably bringing, COVID to them. My husband, he works at a restaurant, which it was closed due to COVID as well. So we didn't have any source of income coming into our house. We really had hard time. We just started recovering from this. We didn't get the virus, thank God. But we still have to struggle with, financial issues. So one of my biggest fears is that my rent is gonna continue going up and then that we're not gonna be able to pay anymore. So I would really, really appreciate if you take this, on consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3878. 3878.
Tres ocho siete ocho. 3878.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Me llamo Cristina Medrano. Soy de parte del grupo ACE. Y llamo para pedir ayuda para que voten hoy para aprobar nuevas protecciones para nuestras familias.
Disculpa, no le escuché su nombre. ¿Cuál es?
Cristina Medrano.
Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Medrano. I'm calling on behalf of ACE and asking you to support the new protections for families that are proposed today.
Hay dueños de propiedad aumentando rentas cuando no hay mucho trabajo, también desalojando familias por renovaciones falsas.
There's landlords that are increasing rent right now, and there's not very much work, and also landlords that are conducting evictions.
No queremos desalojos porque somos muchas familias que estamos en riesgo de ser desalojados.
We don't want evictions. There's a lot of families that are at risk of being evicted.
Les pido de favor a quienes van a emitir su voto que se toquen el corazón y piensen como seres humanos y no como políticos, ya que pueden afectar a muchas familias.
Therefore, I ask that if you are going to vote today, that you look deep in your heart and that you think like human beings and not as politicians, and you vote to protect families, because there's a lot of families that are going to be very affected.
Muchas gracias y que tengan muy buen día.
Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9961. 9961.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Janelle Wall. I currently live in the city of San Diego in City Heights. To say the least, this is the most appalling to me to hear that lives doesn't matter over money and financial and investment. I am disabled with a compromised immune system. My landlord filed an unlawful detainer in retaliation to evict me because I asked her to address the habitability issues and bed bugs, who she refused to do so. As an essential worker, as an Uber independent contractor, I lost $10,000 in less than 60 days because I had to take care of it. Now, because of her issues, her not doing her due diligence, I was put in a situation where I could not pay out of my pocket. Knowing it's a pandemic, someone with a compromised immune system, history of MRSA in the lungs, SVT, supraventricular tachycardia, diabetes. Because of the stress, I ended up dealing with open wounds in my feet, leading me to be bedridden, foot elevated for several weeks at a time, causing me to go from making money to making no money. Now I'm hearing all this about what property owners aren't. They're so independent, they're single. But guess what? The state of California has allocated money for you to receive 80% of outstanding rent balance owed by your tenants who are struggling with COVID-19, the income. Well, then guess what? You get to get a PPP forgiveness loan from the SBA. You know how I know? I'm an independent contractor. I'm a business entity. Taxes, the government has given you money to make sure you're taken care of, while your tenants, your constituents, are out here on the limb. Think about that. That's all I have today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0691. 0691.
Hi, my name is Stacey Yui, and I'm a member of Asian Solidarity Collective. I'm calling to ask every elected official here to support this resolution. SB 91 and AB 1482 provide statewide protections for tenants, but San Diego landlords have still used loopholes to kick people out of their homes. It's really interesting that landlords only seem to criticize abuses of power to defend their wealth. We're talking about people being unable to live safely so that landlords can collect their wages. NBC7 reported that nearly 1,000 San Diegans were evicted despite the moratorium last year, whereas in Alameda County, who passed a local moratorium, there were only 8 evictions in all of 2020. With protection at the state and nothing at the local level, evictions are still happening. Tenants are people, not a paycheck. If landlords aren't able to collectively treat people with dignity instead of as a commodity, then more resolutions like this one are necessary. Please pass this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8675. 8675.
8675. 8675.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Rojo y soy del grupo ACE. Y estoy llamando para pedir que voten para proteger a las familias sobre los desalojos.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Rojo. I'm calling on behalf of ACE to ask you to vote to protect families against evictions.
Hay dueños de propiedades aumentando rentas cuando no tenemos mucho trabajo y tristemente no contamos con las ayudas del gobierno.
There are landlords that are increasing rent when we really don't have a lot of work right now, and sadly, we don't count on a lot of help from the government.
Si pudieran votar para protegernos y como personas que se pongan en el lugar de muchas personas que estamos sufriendo sobre una deuda grande de renta y con el temor de que nos desalojen.
If you could vote to protect us and put yourselves in our shoes, and understand that we are, there's a lot of us suffering from an enormous debt that and trying to pay rent, and we don't want to be evicted.
Simplemente que nos dejen quedarnos en casa mientras las cosas mejoran para todos. Gracias.
We just want to be able to stay in our homes while things improve for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3950. 3950. 3950, please press *6 to unmute your phone. If we don't hear from you, we'll come back to you. Move on to 1955. 1955. Again, please press *6 to unmute your line. That's 1955.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Laura-Lee San Augustine, and I am a member of ACE. I am a tenant, and I currently live in Chula Vista, and I'm calling in support of the county-wide eviction ban. I've been a renter for most of my life, and with the pandemic still impacting all of our lives, I've often found myself having difficulty paying my rent in time and in full. There have been many instances where I've had to prioritize the heavier bills first. Like, do I want to be safe in my home, or should I sacrifice other expenses in turn? It would mean everything to me and many families in the county to have a moratorium that will allow us to continue to be safe throughout the duration of the pandemic. That is why I'm calling to urge the San Diego County of Supervisors to stand with us, protect us, and pass the eviction ban today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8401. That's 8401.
Hi, my name is Ginger Hitsky, and I have built and own 6 apartment complexes totaling 395 apartments and homes in San Diego County. My income is primarily from residential and commercial real estate. I am speaking in favor of this important renter protection ordinance. Making money owning real estate in San Diego County is generally an easy bet. Right now, this pandemic is making it less than easy. And guess what? That's what me and other real estate owners signed up for when we decided to get into the business of commodifying the most basic human need of shelter. Real estate is an investment. Investments come with risk, just like the stock market. Real estate professionals who make a living collecting rents need to step up and figure out how to cover their shortfalls instead of taking the lazy way out by throwing people on the streets. To owners who are against this measure, dip into your reserves. Negotiate with your lenders. Accept lower cash flow for a quarter or two. If you can't step up when times are tough, get out of this business. If you want financial security, buy an annuity. Right now is the time for real estate professionals to step up and do your job. Protect your renters. Supervisors, please protect your people. I urge you to vote yes with a sufficient majority to implement this ordinance today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7777. 7777.
Yes, I strongly oppose the ordinance. I'm actually just dumbfounded how we're discussing this a day before the orange tier is going to be enacted. We've all heard from 50 plus or so ACE residents, all pretty much many of them reading from scripts, talking about mothers and fathers and don't be politician. Personally, I find the tactics terroristic. I heard the words, if we don't pass this, we won't pay our rent. So I guess the idea is people should just live for free. I would like to tell a story about, I had to evict someone 7 years ago. He was running drugs through the apartment. He was a menace. His place was overrun with cockroaches. He left feces embedded in the carpet. And you know what? I had to evict him. No one ever wants to evict. I had a $3,000 lawyer bill. And even then, you never know if the judge is going to rule on your side. Fortunately, I was able to evict him. He cost me $10,000 worth of damage, and I've collected zero, absolutely nothing. I think it's disgusting, and I think, Nora Vargas, you should be ashamed. You should stop treating landlords like villains. We are providing a service. We do a good job, and many of us are not wealthy. I clean our own laundry room, bring out the trash, do all sorts of things, do the handyman work. So this must stop. County commissioners, use your brains. Say no to this craziness. We have been bashed and bashed and bashed throughout this pandemic. And groups like ACE holding these terroristic tactics, it's beyond a thought. Use your brains and vote no on this silly, ridiculous ordinance. I beg you.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the audio record? We'll move on to the next caller. 8245. Next caller is 8245.
Good afternoon. My name is Blair Overstreet, and I work at the Center on Policy Initiatives, a member of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. And yes, just like the Landlord Association and the Realtors Association have done via their email list, we've reached out to our members to ask them to speak about their direct experience as this issue directly impacts their lives. The common narrative from those in opposition is that relief is only being given to renters and that landlords are being offered no support, themselves creating this dichotomy of landlord versus renters and throwing out words like hate and terrorism. This is completely false. The millions of dollars being given for rent relief is paid directly to the landlords who apply for that assistance, not to the renters. Relief is available for landlords, allowing them to collect 80% of their, sorry, hold on a second. I lost relief is available for landlords, allowing them to collect 80% of their posted rental income. And yet in San Diego County, 1,268 renters landlords have refused to apply for these funds, choosing instead to allow renter debt to accrue and their own rental income to disappear, while reserves sit in the rent relief fund unspent. They are choosing financial hardship, a choice that renters do not have. I'd be curious to know how many that called in today fall into that category. Let's remember that when landlords can't make ends meet, they still have property and assets to keep them afloat if need be. Renters who can't make ends meet become homeless. We're all in the same storm, but we are not in the same boat. We are still in the middle of an unprecedented pandemic and economic downturn where more people than ever are without income and unable to pay some of the nation's highest rents. This is true all over San Diego and particularly in Supervisor Vargas and Supervisor Anderson's districts. Thank you, Supervisor Vargas, for bringing forward this reasonable motion to protect your constituents, even knowing the blowback you might receive from well-protected and well-resourced developers. Supervisor Anderson, I hope you will listen to the voters in your district who have called in and remember those who do not have that luxury. Please protect the most vulnerable in District 2. We can all benefit from the many things that have been passed. Please, 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 in District 2, vote yes, please, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5926. 5926.
Cinco nueve dos seis. 5926.
Three, 6, 7, 2.
Tres. Bueno. Hello.
¿Aló? ¿Aló?
Sí, adelante.
Permítame.
Ah.
No.
5926.
Bueno.
Sí, bueno.
Sí. ¿Tiene comentario?
Sí, mira, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Cisneros y soy una miembro de la organización ACE. Quería decir que soy miembro de ellos, ¿verdad? Nada más que ahorita me agarraron muy deprisa. Quiero decir mi incomodidad como inquilino. Estoy viviendo aquí por 5 o 6 años en esta propiedad y el dueño me quiso sacar injustamente pagando mi renta. Me quiso sacar estando pagando mi renta, me dijo que lo iban a reparar y no sé qué, cosa que me estaba mintiendo para sacarme de la propiedad injustamente. Y abusan mucho ellos, o sea, no les importa la situación de la gente. Y estando pagando mi renta con mucho sacrificio, pagué mi renta y pues desgraciadamente me quieren sacar.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Cisneros, and I'm a member of ACE. I'm calling today to tell you my story. I'm a tenant. I've been living in the same property for 5 to 6 years. Unfortunately, my landlord tried to have me evicted, even though I was paying my rent timely, but they lied, and they said they needed to do renovations. And it's really just an abuse on their part because they don't show that they care about people because we were paying our rent on time.
Y también vivimos en una propiedad que nunca he entendido por qué no se nos puede ayudar. En una propiedad de gente corrupta que son los encargados. Está muy sucia la propiedad, nos cobran mucho de renta, 2,000 y feria, 2,300 a la gente. Pues vivo en la dirección 1149, calle 41, cerca del parque Southbridge. Ustedes pueden venir a ver cómo se ve, señores supervisores, cómo se ve la propiedad y si ustedes creen que es justo que paguemos una cantidad tan grande por así tanto de renta. Es nada más si nos pueden ayudar a que no nos desalojen justamente a los dueños, porque a uno se le está pagando la renta, de todas maneras se quieren sacar. Y a los que no pagan la renta no los entienden que por una razón grande, no es que no quieren pagar, es que no tienen trabajo por la pandemia, se quedaron sin dinero y los dueños no les importa. Ellos son millonarios, los dueños son millonarios, tienen dinero, pero no entienden la situación de la gente porque ellos no están pasando lo mismo que nosotros.
The truth is I live in a community with a very poor property management and corrupt landlords. We pay $2,000 to $2,300 rent, depending on the certain people, and it's not well maintained. I'd invite you to come look at it. It's on 41st Street near the park. And if you think that it's fair that we're paying the amount of rent that we're paying in the state that this property is in, well, again, I invite you to come see. They don't want to help us. They just want to evict us. It's unfair. They're millionaires, so they can't possibly understand what it's like to be like us, and they certainly don't seem to care.
Y les quiero decir por última vez a todos los supervisores que por favor se tocan el corazón cada uno y a lo mejor nadie de ahí está pasando por lo que otras personas están pasando y espero que nos ayuden y que nos apoyen en que nadie sea desalojado y que hablen con los dueños
de todos de San Diego, que le jalen las orejas a cada uno porque no respetan las leyes. Si dice el gobierno, no se van a desalojar, no esto, ellos de todas maneras lo hacen porque se sienten con el poder de ser dueños y la gente le está haciendo ricos a ellos.
Gracias, se le acabó el tiempo. So lastly, she just asked for your support and maybe and to reach down deep into your heart that perhaps you're not going through the same thing as we are, but we do ask that you help us so that we're not evicted. They really need to have they need to be punished because they're not respecting the laws and they're just flippant about the evictions and not protecting tenants.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2001. That's 2001.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher and supervisors. My name is Chris Anderson. I am a realtor, president-elect of the Greater San Diego Association of Realtors, a homeowner in District 2, and speaking as an individual and a realtor who represents buyers and sellers who are neither wealthy or privileged. Most purchase homes with a VA, USDA, or FHA loan, which are 0 to 3.5% down in the backcountry of San Diego. Please let me share a story of how a homeowner will be impacted if this proposed ordinance passes. The husband worked hard to save money for many years to purchase a home and provide shelter for his family. Fast forward 30 plus years, the children are grown and moved away and the husband has passed on. The owner is now in an adult care facility for Alzheimer's and dementia. Her only source of income is the rent from this home. If this ordinance is passed, she will not be able to sell her home as there will be no buyer that will be willing to buy a home if they can neither occupy or collect rent. If the tenant does not pay, she in turn cannot pay for her own needs, being accommodations and medication. Also, I ask each supervisor this question. If the proposed ordinance is approved, how do you intend to rescue the landlords from foreclosure? And remember, tenants are evicted when a foreclosure takes place, so this is not a complete solution and creates a different problem with the same outcome. California already put in place a statewide rent cap on many residential properties and also put in place just cause eviction standards to protect these tenants. Local, state, and federal resources have already been allocated to support tenants impacted by COVID-19, and we should be focusing our efforts to ensure that these resources are allocated effectively within our region. I urge you to please vote no on this proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0111. 0111.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, hold on. Let me take out my script. Just kidding. So good evening. My name is Jose Lopez. I am the lead organizer at ACE San Diego and a proud member of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I'm calling today in support of item number 19 because we need to do everything possible to keep families in their homes. The current statewide protections provided by SB 91 are not enough. SB 91 allows landlords to pick and choose which tenants they want to help. The rental assistance is not mandatory, and landlords can still evict tenants for anything besides non-payment related to COVID. No one should be evicted during a pandemic, and that's all we're asking for. This is a temporary ban on evictions while we're still in the pandemic. As a community organizer who has spent the last year working with tenants who have been impacted financially by COVID, I have seen firsthand the unnecessary stress and trauma that tenants are dealing with. Although there have been laws in place that are supposed to protect tenants, they're no good when the landlords fail to comply with them. In many cases, tenants are harassed, intimidated, threatened with evictions, although they have protections. And if the tenant is not aware of the protections, in most cases, they will self-evict or continue to make sacrifices to pay the rent, even though they should not have to. SB 91 gives landlords too much power over the livelihood of tenants, and we need to make sure that no one can be evicted until the pandemic is over. This ordinance will do just that. This is why I support item number 19, and I really hope that we can count on the rest of your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3672. 3672.
3672.
¿Aló?
Sí.
¿Aló?
Hola.
Hola. Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Bueno, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, adelante.
Sí, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes a los supervisores. Mi nombre es Lidia Durón. Soy parte del grupo ACE y llamo para apoyar, para que voten para las nuevas protecciones para los inquilinos y el bloqueo de los desalojos para este 2021. Hay dueños de propiedades que todavía están subiendo las rentas en estos momentos que está tanto el desempleo como la pandemia todavía está muy alto.
Good afternoon.
Considero. Sí, está bien.
Gracias. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Elvira Duran.
Lidia.
Diaz. And I'm calling from ACE. I'm asking you to approve the new protections for tenants, as well as the ban on evictions. In 2021, we still have landlords that are raising rents, and there's so much unemployment and not enough work. Adelante.
Considero que es muy injusto porque todavía hay muchas personas que estamos en desempleo. Yo soy una de ellas.
I feel like this is very unfair since there's still so many of us that are unemployed. I'm one of them.
Soy una madre de familia. Tengo 3 hijos.
I am a mother of 3 small children.
El más pequeño tiene 6 años, tiene autismo y desde que empezó la pandemia, en marzo 12 del 2020 me llamó mi supervisor y me dijo que ya no iba a haber trabajo hasta nuevo aviso por culpa de la pandemia.
My youngest child is 6 years old and has autism. When the pandemic began on March 12th, 2020, my supervisor called me and said there will be no more work until further notice.
Yo trabajo en un hotel de San Diego y por culpa de esta pandemia, la industria hotelera ha sido muy dañada.
I work in a hotel in San Diego. And because of this pandemic, the hotel industry has suffered a lot.
Y yo puedo decirles que esto necesitamos que nos ayuden con las nuevas protecciones para los inquilinos porque yo por ahorita no sé cuándo va a regresar mi trabajo. Sigo teniendo muchos problemas para pagar mi renta por lo mismo de que mi income ha sido muy dañado y no sé cuándo va a terminar esto para mí. Mi trabajo está totalmente detenido y les pido su ayuda, por favor.
I'm asking you to please help us. We need help with the new protections for tenants. My income has suffered a lot, and for at this moment, I still don't have, my work is completely halted, and I just have a lot of issues trying to make money and be able to pay the bills, and so we really need you to help protect us. Thank you.
Gracias por escucharme. Les pido por favor que se pongan la mano al corazón y piensen en todas las personas que no tenemos la culpa de que esta pandemia haya llegado a nuestras vidas y que estemos sufriendo tanto económicamente.
Thank you so much for listening to me, and I really hope that you look into your heart and that you help us. We're not at fault for this pandemic, and we're really just trying to make it work for all of us as we're struggling. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Adiós.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8078. 8078.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Carlos. I am the City of San Diego organizer for ACE, and I'm calling in support of item 19 because renting property is one of the most subsidized businesses at this point in time, where I do not know of any other industry where the government is willing to hand you up to 80% of all revenue lost on top of the fact that their property taxes are already capped. Yet here they are arguing for the right to not just be made whole, unlike any other businesses for that matter, but also hypocritically arguing against a temporary rent cap to allow for stabilization. Because if you read this ordinance, you'll find that you'll retain the right to increase rents as long as it sticks to inflation, because that is how you run a sustainable economy. Many of these same landlords use a loophole to lie about renovations and evict hardworking families that have lived here for decades, because there's currently no mechanism to verify for just cost protections, evictions. So let's work towards that. This ban would be a bridge towards policy that works for all. It's only temporary. And the argument that small mom and pop landlords are affected negatively through this ordinance goes out the window as empty political rhetoric. When you realize that they are heavily subsidized, they'll retain their right to increase rent reasonably and retain the right to evict tenants that cause public harm. This ban is simply to protect tenants from landlords that are greedy and lying to eviction courts. At the end of your career, would you like to look back at the pandemic and say that you sided with those yuppies calling out of town for the right to evict your constituents? Or will you be able to proudly say that you protected hardworking families to stay home during the pandemic of our lifetimes? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7731. 7731.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. You may proceed.
Wonderful. Well, good evening, I guess. My name is Emily, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I live in District 5 in Oceanside. And I'm calling today to strongly urge the board to protect families and support this ban on all evictions during the pandemic. An eviction moratorium that only accounts for the inability to pay rent does not go far enough at all. Being an organizer in the community, I've heard too many stories from tenants of corporate landlords that utilize the loopholes within SB 91 to carry out an eviction even during a pandemic. And this ban will help protect working families. If the board truly does aim to reduce the spread of COVID, as stated at the beginning of this board meeting, I think that the board's members must take action to keep people housed and sheltered. It will also give struggling families and renters a cushion of time to get back on their feet after this pandemic that has left so many people unemployed and struggling to pay their bills. I strongly support the board in making this decision to approve this ban on all evictions, especially during like this improving but still ongoing pandemic. This ban needs to be passed in order to protect families and provide them with the knowledge that they're safe from eviction and let them sleep at night. No one should be facing homelessness, especially in a public health crisis. Thank you for listening to my comments and everyone else's.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is 4218.
4218. 4218.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Lucia Moreno, and I'm a member of ACE. And I'm calling today to support the eviction ban to stop all evictions and the approval of new protections. No one should lose their home, especially right now with the COVID-19. And please help all our families in California. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6342. 6342. Please press *6 to unmute your phone. If we don't hear from you, we'll come back to you. Move on to 6108. That's 6108.
Good evening. My name is Evan Ramatka. I'm a representative of a housing provider with over 2,700 apartments in San Diego County, which provides hundreds of jobs for San Diego residents. We strongly oppose the proposal being presented today and recommend the board rejects it at this time, citing the robust tenant protections already in existence at the state and federal level, and the uncertain legal foundation the board relies upon to justify its overreach across all of San Diego County. This proposed ordinance will simply create confusion for tenants, landlords, and the courts during an already confusing time in this country. In summary, I want to reiterate our stance against this proposal, and I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3950. 3950.
Hello.
Hello, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Irvin Martinez. I'm an ACE member, and I'm calling to support item number 19. This is an unprecedented pandemic that we're going through, so I believe no evictions should be occurring at this time. The current protections that have been implemented are not strong enough to protect those most vulnerable in our community. So I please urge you to support the pandemic eviction ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3284. 3284.
3284. 3284.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Yolanda Vera. Soy miembro de Grupo ACE. Únicamente como lo están haciendo todos los demás miembros y las demás personas, madres de familia, padres de familia, lo único que deseamos es de que nos ayuden un poco. Entendemos que tenemos que pagar la renta, pero por favor no suban la renta. Nosotros ahorita estamos pagando 1,450. Mi esposo es jardinero, yo era babysitter y me acababan de contratar cuando empezó la pandemia, exactamente tenía 2 semanas. Y la verdad, pues, me quitaron el trabajo y no trabajé, después me dio el COVID y también nos quedamos sin trabajo. Mi esposo tuvo que quedarse aquí conmigo porque no podía trabajar y lo único que pedimos es, nosotros no tenemos ningún tipo de ayuda, ningún tipo de ayuda económica, nada, y poco a poco pues hemos tratado de salir adelante y como han dicho todas las demás familias, por favor solamente ayúdenos, es lo único que pedimos, un poquito de ayuda para nosotros, que la verdad no podemos pues realmente pagar a veces toda la renta. Y gracias a todos y ojalá y Dios quiera y que esto se apruebe.
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Vera, and I'm a member of ACE. As everyone before me has said, as mothers and fathers, all we're asking for is a little bit of help. Please, at least, don't increase our rent. Right now, we pay about $14.50 in rent a month. My husband is a gardener, and I used to be a babysitter. In fact, when the pandemic started, I had just started a new job. I had worked there for about 2 weeks when I lost my job because the pandemic started. And then I got COVID. And then my husband had to stay home with me because he also couldn't leave because I had COVID. So there we were, both without jobs. We don't have any other type of financial aid, and we are just trying to make it. We just need a little help. Sometimes we can't always pay the full rent, but we obviously want to pay our rent. It's just hard to do it. So we just need you to help us just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0993. 0993. Zero 0993, please press *6 to unmute your line. Again, if we don't hear from you, we'll come back to you. Moving on to the next caller.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Willow. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I live in District 2. I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to strongly support this ordinance to protect all tenants during the pandemic from eviction and stop egregious rent increases. If landlords cared about their tenants during this time, they would not be finding loopholes in SB 91 to evict us, they would not be raising our rents, and they would be doing everything in their power to get their protections for their tenants and get them assistance. This is a temporary measure, and if you're a so-called good landlord, then you would not and should not worry about this ordinance. But at the end of the day, landlords only care about their profit, not whether their tenants go homeless. So if landlords really think that protecting their profit margin is more important than preventing tenants from going homeless in a pandemic, they need to check their cognitive dissonance. We're not all struggling the same right now. You're not providing a service. You're leeching off of my hard-earned income to pay your bills while you still make money in your sleep. That's not a real job. I challenge these landlords and each supervisor to ask themselves if they would be able to brave living out of a vehicle or on the streets, see their kids struggle not being able to access school without a home and internet, and explain to their families why they have to live that way. Do what's right for the most vulnerable families affected by the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6694. 6694.
Hello, thank you, supervisors, and also thank you, interpreters, for doing a wonderful service. I just wanted to say, please support this measure. I know friends, family, myself, who have been faced with eviction and threatened, antagonized, treated really terribly and disrespectfully by landlords. And I think all of these landlords commenting today have really shown their true colors. They do not provide any housing. They do not provide a service. These people own property, and then they, take our hard work and hard-earned money. It's appalling, and they should be ashamed for trying to find loopholes to screw over working-class people, essential workers, people who are coming here for a better life, who are just trying to live, and forcing us out onto the streets. My name is Stephen Smith, and, I've been homeless. I've been working my whole life since I was a child, and my entire life I've been housing insecure. What we need to do in order to solve this housing, crisis and this homelessness crisis is give every houseless person a home. That's how you solve this problem, but we're not there yet. And so in the meantime, what these supervisors can do to help people, materially really help people's lives, is to just pass this measure. It's very easy. All it needs is a yes vote. And please, represent your constituents and not the profits of landlords. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7918. 7918.
Hi, my name is Christina, and I am calling on behalf of ACE in support of this measure. I am one of the thousands of San Diego residents that has a chronic illness. March of last year, my doctor told me I wasn't allowed to work until this is over. And so I have, at this point, run out of temporary disability. I have been living basically stimulus check to stimulus check. Finally found out that I was eligible for pandemic assistance and to even negotiate with my landlord before having to move to a less expensive apartment that's smaller and have a roommate. A lot of this I wouldn't have known if it weren't for ACE. So landlords are taking advantage of people not knowing what the laws are, and the laws have changed a bunch this year. And so, people really do need that help. And, even though I'm in process of getting vaccinated and I'm applying for jobs, to think that, all of a sudden I'm going to be able to have a job and be able to pay any back-owned anything in June is just ridiculous. That's not how it works. A lot of us are already in debt even before the pandemic, and that debt is just continuing on behalf of the pandemic. And so we really need your help to at least protect us, make sure that, we don't die because of COVID. Like my doctor said, if you get COVID, you will die. And that is the truth for so many thousands of Californians. And people saying, oh, I have this retirement home. I had to cash out my retirement to pay my rent. Okay. I had to ask my family to help me pay my bills. This is the reality for so many thousands of us. And if you have a house, good for you. That's privilege, because a lot of us don't have that. And that's why you're hearing a lot of the Black and brown and disabled and elderly right now calling and saying, please help us, because we are trying to take care of ourselves and we don't have all those privileges to cover our butts. Bye.
Thank you. The next caller is 8021. 8021.
8021. 8021. $8021 necesita oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. Ok, 8021, si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted.
Next caller will be 1989.
1989. 1989. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Sí, mi nombre es Ali Treviño y soy miembro del grupo ACE.
Good afternoon. My
Y
name
quería,
is Ali Treviño and I'm a member of ACE.
y quería decirles que quiero pedirles que haga esta protección de renta para todas estas personas afectadas. A mí me dio el COVID y ahorita me quedaron secuelas. Gracias a Dios yo trabajo y estoy haciendo lo posible por pagar mi renta. Yo no tengo ese tanto problema, pero hay mucha gente que sí lo tiene y todos estamos luchando por vivir mejor.
I'm calling to ask for your support for rental protections for everyone. I had COVID and I still have some of the lingering effects of COVID. And I thank God that I have a job and I'm not struggling as much to pay my rent, but there's a lot of people out there that are and that need help and protections.
Todos tenemos derecho de tener un techo. No importa si son indocumentados, no importa el color, no importa la raza, porque en el momento que están en este país, ellos pagan taxes, la gente también paga la renta, aquí compran sus carros, aquí compran el mandado. Todos tenemos el derecho de tener un techo.
Everyone has a right to a roof over their head. Their color shouldn't matter. Their immigration status shouldn't matter. Their race shouldn't matter. If you're in this country, if you're paying taxes, if you're paying rent, if you're buying your cars, if you're buying your food, it should be your right to have a roof over your head.
Les pedimos que sean conscientes de esta necesidad, porque la vida es una rueda de la fortuna. Y ahorita unos están arriba y otros están abajo, pero nadie sabe cuándo te va a tocar. Ahorita es necesario que se haga una ayuda a estas personas, a nosotros que somos gente trabajadora.
We're asking you to really be aware of this and be conscious of it and to help people. Life is like a Ferris wheel. Sometimes you're up and sometimes you're down, and you need help at different times. So we're really asking you to help the working people right now.
Y gracias por su tiempo y espero que se toquen en el corazón para que se pongan en el lugar de todos nosotros. Buenas tardes.
Thank you for your time, and please look deep in your heart so that you can really think of all of us and put yourselves in our shoes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3586. 3586.
Hello.
Hello, you may proceed.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robin Richmond. I'm a small landlord with housing units in Normal Heights and Imperial Beach. I have sat on the phone now for 3.5 hours listening to the mischaracterization of landlords as wealthy, greedy, and heartless, and mostly men, which fuels a narrative that is primarily untrue, but also rings of prejudice. The script provided by ACE about the nefarious landlord is patently false. Unfortunately, they have stacked the call-in lines today with their members to perpetuate these untruths. Most apartment owners like myself are hardworking small business people and have had to meet our mortgage payments for over a year with no relief in sight. During the COVID crisis, I have been in constant communication with my tenants. Several have had COVID hardships, and I've worked diligently with them to file the appropriate paperwork to obtain housing relief. Here's the side of the eviction ban that no one talks about. I have many tenants that have gamed the system, aided by groups like ACE and the Tenants Council. These are people without COVID hardships, but are using the eviction ban to simply live rent-free. I have naively tried to help these tenants only to have their assistance claims denied because they're not valid and they're gainfully employed. I've had to postpone routine maintenance and projects which benefit all tenants because of a few bad apples taking advantage of the current no eviction laws. If all tenants just decide to go on a rent strike like the socialists who have spoken here, it would bankrupt me. And I'm also a single mom, and also harm the local San Diego credit unions who offered me the loans to purchase these properties. There are many legitimate available options for these tenants. Many of these callers have asked you to think about these families. I ask you to think about my family, and please vote no on this proposition.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7809. 7809.
Good afternoon. My name is Blake Hofstad, and I'm a resident of District 4 in City Heights, calling in favor of Supervisor Vargas's proposal. Just yesterday, I heard from 2 more tenants the same thing I've heard from many tenants throughout this pandemic, that they've been served eviction notices for quote-unquote necessary repairs. They have no savings, currently are not working due to the pandemic, and have no way of finding new housing. It's curious to me that landlords have been calling in, bemoaning the financial impact this pandemic has had on them, yet so many are managing to scrape together enough money for such significant repairs that they require the eviction of the tenant in order to complete. I'd like to remind everyone that the statewide protections only extend to non-payment of rent, and it's why we're seeing such a disparity in evictions in San Diego versus Alameda, which adopted stronger protections. I'd ask those calling this measure duplicative and draconian to tell that to the more than 1,000 tenants who have been evicted in our county. Tell that to the tenants who are still being served notices to vacate with nowhere to go. Eviction during normal times has devastating impacts on financial and emotional well-being. The link between eviction and homelessness has been well established by study after study. One such study in Seattle found that nearly 90% of evicted tenants were homeless in the immediate aftermath of their eviction. We cannot, in good conscience, claim to be a county doing something about homelessness if we fail to take advantage of this opportunity to protect vulnerable tenants before they become homeless during a pandemic. Please do the right thing and vote in favor of this common sense proposal to protect San Diegans. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9466. 9466.
9466. 9466.
It appears that caller dropped off. We'll move on to 1962.
1962. 1962. 1962 necesita oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. (1962) ya.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Isabel Hernández. Pertenezco también al grupo EXE
y hace algo así. Yo estoy llamando también para apoyar a que no desalojen a las familias. No es mi caso, yo me fui antes de que en julio yo tuve que abandonar mi casa porque yo trabajo en un salón de belleza y ya no podía pagar la renta. Mi esposo está desempleado.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Isabel Hernandez. I'm a member of ACE. I'm calling to support the ban on evictions of families. This is not, I'm not in this situation. I actually had to leave my home much earlier in July. I work at a hair salon and I was unable to keep my payments.
Y sí me gustaría que pararan estos desalojos o el aumento de la renta porque apenas la economía se está restaurando. Yo, por ejemplo, apenas tengo un poco más de un mes de haber empezado a trabajar y como yo, muchas de mis clientas que perdieron sus trabajos, que son babysitters, que son trabajan en lugares que también apenas la economía está regresando. Entonces, muy poquito tiempo para que ya tengan un aumento de renta. Entonces, por eso llamo, para apoyar a que paren los desalojos y el aumento de la renta.
So again, this is why I'm calling to ask you to stop evictions or increasing rent. You know, the economy is barely starting to see kind of a restoration. And even in my work, a lot of my clients, you know, I've only been back to work for a few months, and even a lot of my clients have lost their jobs. And so it's really, we haven't had enough time to really kind of recover in the economy. And so I'm calling to ask that you support the ban on evictions as well as not allowing for rental increases.
Sí, y así como han dicho otras personas, de verdad, ojalá se toquen el corazón y puedan mirar, porque en estas familias hay adolescentes y hay niños. Los adultos, como sea, salimos adelante, pero los adolescentes se confunden tanto, están por todos lados, y los niños no entienden nada. Entonces, ojalá se toquen el corazón y puedan hacer posible que esto se pare.
Just like other callers have said, I really hope that you look deep in your heart and understand that we're talking about families with teens, with children, smaller children, teens, you know, who get easily confused and are trying to figure out life, and children who just don't understand why this is happening. You know, as adults, we can figure it out, one way or another, but not when there's kids involved. So really, please think like that and help us out.
Y que piensen en los ancianos y en las personas en discapacidad.
And also think about the older individuals or people that have some sort of special needs.
Sí, porque también para volver a retar es un montón de requisitos y de verdad agradezco mucho su atención, agradezco este foro donde nos dan la oportunidad de hablar y de verdad que Dios los bendiga, que nos ayuden, pues. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, so we really do need help because, I mean, even trying to rent again, there's a whole bunch of requirements that have to be met. So I really do appreciate that you're listening to us, that we have this forum to speak up, and then we really can ask for your support, and I thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1590. 1590.
Hello, my name is Bertha Rodriguez with Climate Action Campaign, which is a member of the San Diego Green Media Alliance. I'm calling to urge the county to vote in support of item 19. We need to keep families housed. Improving housing security for communities of San Diego is an important climate equity outcome because a strong, sustainable San Diego needs a resilient, sheltered communities in the face of increased climate-related disasters. Protecting tenants is an important part of achieving a just and equitable and sustainable San Diego. Vote to protect our communities. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2427. 2427.
Hi there. Good afternoon. I'm Julie Tully with the Western Manufactured Community Housing Association, and I represent the owners of California's mobile home parks. With many, I've been here in San Diego. We are always opposed to rent control, and as a core value, we ask that you vote no on this item. Several members of the Board of Supervisors have interacted with us in the state legislature and on former city councils, and you're aware that the mobile home parks are unique housing stock. State law has provided a just cause eviction protections for mobile home residents for some time, so we have experience with them. They have proven to be harmful and in some cases dangerous. It's nearly impossible to get a bad actor out of our communities. It requires neighbors to testify against nuisance neighbors to seek in court. Tenants impacted by COVID-19 already have the ultimate protections from evictions by the statewide eviction moratorium. Why expand protections at the expense of the property owner to individuals not necessarily in need? Property owners who also negatively impact, property owners are also negatively impacted by the pandemic as well. This proposal is a solution in search of a problem and extremely ill-timed. Rent increase moratoriums are the first step to permanent rent control. There's no such thing as a temporary rent control ordinance. Rent control is inherently unfair, erodes affordable housing, and costly to administer. This housing policy should be soundly rejected. There's no study that indicates rent control works or sustains as a sustainable approach to providing affordable housing. Finally, the proposal is very likely unconstitutional. As written, it provides no grievance procedure for property owners can utilize to ensure that they are receiving a constitutionally guaranteed fair rate of return. Courts have thrown out similar or local ordinances for this deficiency. So there are concerns also about the ordinance tied to a tier system that just this afternoon the governor announced was intended to sunset the program.
Thank you, ma'am.
So please, we ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3641. 3641.
3641. 3641. Debe oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. Tres, seis, cuatro, uno. Si no lo escuchamos, continuamos y regresamos con usted. Tiene que apretar otra vez asterisco 6. Ok. ¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Adelante.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes a los supervisores, la gente que se encuentra ahí. Me alegra poder participar en estos momentos.
Señora, perdón que la interrumpa, pero casi no alcanzo a escucharla. ¿Puede hablar un poco más fuerte, por favor?
Sí. Buenas tardes, sí. Estoy llamando del norte del condado, Escondido, California. Soy apoyo a la organización ACE porque está humanamente trayendo alternativas para poder ayudar a la gente. Me gustaría y les pido de favor por mí y por muchas personas más sobre esta pandemia mundial el apoyo a la proposición para poder ayudar a la gente con la renta. Yo personalmente platico diario con la gente y me he dado cuenta que hay gente que dejó de pagar medicinas para poder pagar la renta. Esta crisis que tenemos ha venido de años atrás con los problemas de la renta, el aumento de la renta, el cobro de pagos tardes y desalojos. Ahorita en la pandemia esto se ha hecho un poco más grave y más abusivo en contra de las personas. Pues la población mundial, la gente trabajadora, yo, gente profesional, no profesional, estamos frente de la pandemia, estamos día a día sobrellevando este caso. Y sé que el gobernador de California ha dado ayudas, pero aún así los dueños, los managers de los renteros, sobre todo en el norte del condado, no respetan las leyes. Y pues debemos de ponernos en una situación que esto no es tanto dinero, sino es una manera de accionar en la política. Ustedes que tienen la decisión de poder ayudar, para que esto vaya mejorando, porque poner a la gente en la calle en desalojo va a hacer que la pandemia no termine. Y vamos a tener un problema más grave, bueno, mi punto de vista.
Okay.
Porque
Voy a darle
seguimos...
pausa tantito para poder traducirle. ¿Cuál era su nombre, por favor?
Mariana Brito.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariana. I'm from North County. I am calling today in support of ACE. I'm calling to request your support for the rent proposal and for the ban on evictions. I talk daily with people who are struggling during this time of global pandemic. People have stopped buying their medication in order to pay rent. This is a problem that has been a long time coming, the high rents, the evictions, everything else, but it has been exacerbated by the pandemic. Evictions have become worse, and working families and even like professional level, we're out in front of this pandemic and we're trying to make it work. And even though the governor has offered some help and some assistance through programs, landlords aren't respecting the law. And they're doing things that are not helping us. And so we really need this to become more like of a political action to improve the situation in order to stop these unjust actions that are happening. Puede continuar.
Sí, pues básicamente estoy apoyando esto y pues como le vuelvo a mencionar, es una pandemia mundial. No podemos decir es que porque es dinero, es que porque estás en este negocio, es que porque debes trabajar más. Estamos en una situación que tenemos mundialmente todos los seres humanos. Entonces, para poder sobresalir de esta pandemia, tenemos que cooperar, tenemos que ser conscientes de que se trata de vidas humanas, de que no podemos decir que porque ya nos tocó estar en el negocio del real estate, vamos a defender el real estate, vamos a pensar en los seres humanos, en el daño que vamos a hacer en el futuro a la economía también.
So this is why I'm calling to ask for your support again. This is a global pandemic. It's not specific to one industry or to one economy, and we all need to support and cooperate in order to get out of this together. We need to be human. It's not about, oh, I'm in the real estate business, so I'm going to protect real estate. No, it's about protecting all individuals. Con eso se le termina su tiempo. Gracias por llamar.
Gracias a ustedes. Adiós.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0805. 0805.
Hello?
You may proceed. Yes.
Hi. Sorry, I couldn't hear. I'm Vanessa. I'm a member of ACE. I am calling in support of the eviction ban and for the approval of new protections. I want to thank ACE for sharing the script they provided me to speak today, because without it, I might not feel confident enough to begin to speak up for what I know is right, which is keeping families sheltered during a deadly pandemic. I hope the Board of Supervisors picked up on the dense and selfish points that landlords have provided to support their opposing arguments. They should be embarrassed for the ways they have shown up today. To them, I say, we call you bullies because you are threatening people who have less than you. We just call it like we see it. Your energy would be better spent alongside tenants as allies, and your argument about bad tenants is weak because the majority of tenants are responsible and hardworking folks. You don't have protections for your business. The answer is to stop tearing tenants down and step up and protest with us so that you can also be bailed out. I'd also like to emphasize that most tenants don't know that there are federal resources for them to pay their back rent, and it's because of organizations like ACE why many tenants are now informed of the resources, which are still not enough. I have lived in San Diego, and I know we can do better. That's all.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2854. 2854.
Hi, hello.
Hello, you may proceed.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Zavala. I live in District 8, and I am a member of ACE.
I am calling on the Board of Supervisors to really listen to the stories being shared today and support item 19. I work for a local agency that serves families and their children from all over San Diego County, an overwhelming number of which have been struggling hard through this pandemic. Recently, I had a client who was a single mother of 5. She had lost her job during the shutdown and was evicted from her home due to needless remodeling. She and all her children were forced to cram into a single motel room, and she was close to maxing out her credit cards in order to keep her kids fed and off the street. Now, she is fighting to get her children back from foster care. She couldn't be on this call tonight, but I share her story in hopes that the Board of Supervisors will reflect on their humanity and do what is right. Your constituents are watching you closely. Lastly, corporate landlords, get a real job. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4340. 4340.
Hola, buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, adelante.
Sí, gracias. Mi nombre es Eduardo Medrano, soy parte del grupo ACE. Llamo pues para apoyar y que voten hoy para aprobar nuevas protecciones para nuestras familias. Aquí los dueños de donde yo estoy viviendo, la manager es muy déspota y es una mujer blanca. Yo me acerqué anteriormente con ella para poder hacer un pacto sobre los pagos. Me quedé sin trabajo, tuve el virus por más de un mes. Pues mi situación migratoria no me permite buscar un trabajo digno. Si veo que las personas con el estatus migratorio bien están batallando, imagínense las personas que no tienen el estatus bueno. He tenido entrevistas, he tenido oportunidades de trabajo, pero mi oportunidad topa cuando llega el E-Verify. Entonces estoy desesperado, estoy muy preocupado por quedarme sin casa, no tengo familia aquí en esta área y pues sí pido ayuda para... les pido que por favor voten a la ayuda de todos los que necesitamos. Simplemente pues que me quiero quedar en casa, tengo hijos, tengo que trabajar para mantener a mis hijos, para ayudar a mi familia y pues eso sería prácticamente todo y agradezco que tomen en cuenta todas las diferentes experiencias, familias y muchas gracias.
Gracias. ¿Puede repetir su nombre, por favor?
Eduardo Medrano.
Good evening. My name is Eduardo Nuran. I'm calling on behalf of ACE to ask for your support and protection for our families. Landlords where I live, the property manager is a despot. And even though we established a payment plan for the rent, so many circumstances have taken over. I actually had COVID. I was out for 1 month with COVID. And while I have had interviews, I just have not been able to find, employment. And there's many other people that are suffering even more because, perhaps because of their immigration status. I'm desperate. I'm worried. I have no family nearby. I'm just asking for help. I'm asking for you to support helping all of us. I have children, and I obviously want to help my family, but I need you to vote in favor of these proposals, and I want to thank you for listening and considering all the stories that you have heard today, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7367. 7367. Okay.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
My name is Erin Byrne. I live in District 3,
and I'm urging the board to support item 19. Due to COVID-19, San Diegans are suffering financially. Our Black and Hispanic neighbors are disproportionately suffering from unemployment and lost wages. No one should be evicted and made homeless, especially in a city that is epically failing our homeless neighbors every day. The fact is, anyone who owns a property in San Diego has an asset on average of at least $500,000. Investing is gambling and owning a property is an investment. Protect those that require protection and not those that have wealth and other options. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2739. 2739.
Hello, this is Veronica Burbridge, and I am a member of San Diego Tenants United Union. And I first of all want to thank the Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you for hearing my story, because I often feel as though I'm unheard in this situation that I'm currently in. I've been living in my home for 14 years, and I've been having the same property manager for the whole time. Unfortunately, my property manager, Dan Brennan, retired, and it was bought out by a new property manager in January, Amelia Provencio, with Brennan and Associates. Okay, so she bought this in January, and I needed her to come to my house because my fence blew down in the back for it to be repaired. So I called to let her know, and also some issues with the cabinet. Okay, she came over, and instead of looking at the things that needed to be fixed, she saw the property that I was on and blatantly stated, I can make way more money off of this property than what you're paying. And this is the first time I ever met this woman. Needless to say, she did not repair the things that needed to be fixed. Instead, she told me that she was going to either, because I do receive Section 8, and she did. I don't think she liked that very much. But she said she would call Section 8 to raise the rent. If that doesn't work, she's going to tell the owner to take it off for Section 8 or convince him to sell. I didn't know at the time that she was also a real estate agent.
Thank you, ma'am. Time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is 6870. 6870. Please press *6 to unmute your line.
Hello? Yes, hello?
Hello. Please mute any audio feed that you have for the meeting.
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Yes, my name is John Lawson. That was my wife. That was my wife that was on the line. It's just very important that I think you vote yes.
We've been up on our rent?
We've been up on our rent
14 years.
For 14 years.
And in a blink of an eye,
in a blink of an eye, we're getting evicted. I have 2 grandkids. I also have 2 other kids that's here, and my wife. And and to no fault of ours, because of greed, we got a 60-day notice to move in the middle of a pandemic. And I just really want you to vote yes on this measure. We've had other people that are in the same situation that's currently in a hotel. One of my friends just had to move. I had to help them move because they evicted them through a loophole in the system to raise the rent. And if they can't raise the rent, they say that they're going to sell the property or they're going to take it off the market. And I just really think that it's unfair that you've been paying rent for years and they've made hand over fist money from the renters that in this time of a pandemic, they shouldn't be putting people out on the street. It's ungodly, it's not right, and not moral. So I just wish and hope, and God bless you for listening to us, and hopefully that you'll help us. And please vote yes.
Please in your heart.
Please in your heart.
Please.
Please, we really need your help.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8021. 8021.
8021. 8021. Tienen que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. 8021. Si no lo escuchamos, regresamos con usted.
Next caller is 0598.
0598. 0598. Tiene que oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cecilia Santiago y soy miembro de, no sé muy bien cómo se pronuncia, pero es ACC. Y pues, pues muchas gracias por escucharnos, porque pues sí, estado de la pandemia ha sido muy duro para nosotros, y pues muchas personas, al igual que yo, hemos estado batallando con los trabajos y con los pagos de las rentas, y además de eso estar pagando biles. Y pues ojalá y que nos entiendan y que aprueben para que no haya más desalojos, que muchas de las veces pues los dueños y managers se aprovechan de que las personas pues como no están teniendo trabajo y todo eso, pues por eso mismo piensan que no tenemos derechos, pero pues sí, tenemos derechos y tenemos que hacerlos valer para que así pues nos puedan ayudar.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecilia Santiago. I'm a member of ACE. Thank you for listening to us tonight. The pandemic has been truly hard on so many of us. Many of us have been struggling to find work, to pay our rent, to pay our bills, and we're really just asking for help for no more evictions. Landlords and property managers often take advantage of people for not having jobs. They think that because of that, we don't have any rights, but we do, and we need to make our rights be known and have them protected.
Sí, pues ojalá que nos puedan ayudar para que no haya más desalojos, porque sí, yo he mirado casos de personas que pues sí las han desalojado, y pues es gente que en verdad necesita tener un techo porque tienen hijos, tienen familia, y ahorita pues es muy difícil agarrar un trabajo.
And hopefully you can help us to stop the evictions that are happening. I've witnessed some evictions happening of people that really needed to have a roof over their head, people that had families, people that have small children, and they're being evicted. And really right now it's hard for anyone to find a job.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is 4728. 4728. Please press *6 to unmute your line. 4728. If we don't hear from you, we'll come back to you. 47.
Hello?
Hello, you may proceed.
Awesome, thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Sylvia Saldivar. I'm calling in support of ACE and in support of item 19. I definitely think that this is something that is necessary and important to make sure that we stop the spread of COVID and to keep families safe. Evictions are violent and deadly, especially now. So supporting this eviction ban is very important because the loopholes in the statewide laws put many families at risk. This law, although does help offer assistance to the tenant and the landlord, that assistance goes directly to the landlord, not the tenant. So again, let me say that there is assistance and relief, and that goes directly to the landlords. That's an advantage already. I would also like to note that when landlords use the hypothetical language of no one would ever raise rents or no one would ever evict, this hypothetical language is dangerous. It's dangerous because it is happening right now, and we're hearing it on this call today. We have heard actual testimonies today of people who have been evicted or currently have notices to vacate during this pandemic and in the next month, stressed and concerned about what they will do and where they will go. While some people are calling in about their business or scared about losing their inherited properties, we are talking about the lives of our community, the lives of the children, the families, and how this potential situation can mean life or death for many of them. There has been a reporting of over 975 evictions since the pandemic started in San Diego County. This does not make me proud to be San Diegan, and we should all be ashamed of that. But luckily, we do have the option today of stopping that increase in that ridiculous number and stop the people being kicked out of their homes during the pandemic. And we are hopeful that COVID will end. We're hopeful that many people will get vaccinated, that soon we'll be able to get back to our jobs. But how can we do that if there's an eviction being held over someone's head? Passing this ban would mean security for those families, something that many of them have not been feeling since last March. So please do your job and please support passing these eviction ban and prioritize people over profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller is 6342. 6342. Again, please press *6 to unmute your line. That's 6342. We'll move on to 6342.
Hello.
Hello, you may proceed.
Yes. My name is Karina Contreras. I'm a council member in the city of Vista, and I just wanted to lend my support. Although it may seem like there are a lot of protections, the protections are not far-reaching enough. There are a lot of individuals who are struggling in this time, as we've heard, and it is absolutely necessary for us to do everything in our power at every level of government to ensure that we keep folks in their homes. So I please urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8021. 8021.
8021. 8021. Se le recuerda que debe de oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. $8021.
Or 6474.
Bueno, continuamos y regresamos con ustedes. 6474. 6474. ¿Sí?
Sí, bueno, ¿me escucha?
Sí, adelante.
Sí, mire, mi nombre es Ramón Toscano, igual pertenezco al grupo ACE, estoy de Vista, California.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramon Toscano. I belong to ACE and I live in Vista, California.
Pues, te estoy llamando casi por todas las personas que estamos llamando casi por lo mismo, ¿entiendes? Porque no queremos que nadie sea desalojado.
I'm calling for the same reason as so many of us tonight. We don't want any more evictions.
Yo pienso que a estas circunstancias la palabra desalojo se me hace muy grande, ¿no? Porque ahorita nos vamos a enfocar en cómo vacunarnos, cómo volver a crear empleos, ¿me entiendes? O sea, la palabra desalojo no creo que sea la solución, o sea, no sé, así como los señores que están escuchando, los que van a emitir el voto hoy, yo les pido que así como ellos se acercaron a nosotros, cuando ocupaban el voto de la gente, ahora nosotros les pedimos a ellos que nos escuchen y que antes de firmar ese papel o el voto ese, se pongan en el papel de nosotros.
Right now, there are so many things that we need. We need vaccinations. We need to work again. We certainly know that evictions would not be the answer to what we need. And right now, we're asking the supervisors, the ones that are going to vote on this proposal, to really listen to us. Just like you asked us to vote for you, we're asking you to vote for us now and to pass this, this new proposal.
Porque mire, se me hace muy duro. Yo en lo personal soy padre de familia de 5 niños y se me hace muy duro que me pregunte mi niño, oye papá, ¿y por qué nos corren? Papá, ¿y por qué no vamos a la calle? O sea, ¿qué respuesta le darían ustedes, me entiendes, a tu niño de 3 años o de 1 año? O sea, la solución no es irnos a la calle. O sea, desafortunadamente hay mucha gente ya en la calle. O sea, hay que buscar otras soluciones y por favor, yo les pido a los miembros, a los encargados de los que van a votar hoy que Dios les toque su corazón y que antes de firmar o antes de emitir el voto, se pongan en los zapatos de nosotros y que en verdad estamos pagando las consecuencias por algo que nosotros no pedimos, por una pandemia que nosotros ni siquiera le dijimos, oh, venga pandemia. O sea, eso es mundial. O sea, no pedimos una pandemia y las consecuencias ahí están. Perdimos el trabajo, muchos perdieron sus hogares. Ahorita estamos suplicándole al hombre, no a Dios, al hombre, a que tenga misericordia de nosotros.
Personally, I'm a father to 5 children, and it's very hard to hear my child ask me, Daddy, why are they evicting, or like, why are they telling us we have to leave? Why are they evicting us? This is coming from a 3-year-old, from a 1-year-old. And it's very unfortunate, and there's so many of us that have been evicted and are now living on the street, and we need to be looking for solutions. I hope that as you're about to take this vote, that God touches your heart and that you're able to put yourselves in our shoes. We didn't ask for this pandemic. It's a global pandemic. There's a lot of people that have lost their jobs, their homes, and we're just begging now for you to have a little bit of mercy on us.
Y nada más es todo, y que Dios nos los bendiga y que esperemos que la decisión, cualquier decisión que sea la correcta, ¿me entiendes? Porque, o sea, en realidad yo veo las noticias y yo veo que la pandemia todo no termina. O sea, la pandemia sigue. O sea, no sé por qué ahorita estamos pensando o tal vez le quieren dar el poder a los dueños, a que tienen más poder de decidir que nos saquen a la calle, ¿me entiendes? Nosotros también tenemos voto y voto y espero que se pongan en nuestro lado esta vez.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias y pasen buenas tardes.
Gracias. So the pandemic is not over. I watch the news and I know that it's continuing, and so it's, you know, we can't give all the power to the landlords because we also need help and we have a voice and a vote, and so I'm just asking for solutions, and hopefully that you can help us, and may God bless you, and thank you very much.
Our next speaker is 5727. 5727. Please press *6 to unmute your line. 5727. If we don't hear from you, we'll come back to you. We'll move on to 4847. Oh, looks like 5727 is ready.
Hello, my name is Nicolas Paul. I am a resident of Chula Vista, and I'm calling in support of the eviction ban to stop all evictions here. I think that this pandemic has caused a lot of pain and heartache for a lot of residents, and folks deserve to be able to be in their home. So I hope that you all support that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to 4847. 4847.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Lopez, and I'm calling from San Diego Union's Tenants' Rights. And I would like to request that or vote for, oh my God, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. For the rents to be canceled. I was also affected by COVID-19. I was unemployed when COVID started, and I'm a single mother of 4 trying to just work hard to pay rent, and it has become really hard for me. So I urge that you guys do your vote so that many of us who are struggling to pay our rents are given the help that we need so that we don't become homeless. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the audio record?
Sylvia Lopez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is 1096. 1096. Please press *6 to unmute your line. Again, if we don't hear from you, we'll come back to you. Move on to 7835. 7835.
Hello.
Hi, you may proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alexa Martinez, and I am a member of ACE and the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I'm calling today to support the eviction ban to stop all evictions and for the approval of new protections. No one should lose their home, especially during a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to the next caller is 1249. 1249.
¿Me escucha?
Sí, adelante.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rocío Romero y pertenezco a la asociación de ACE.
Good afternoon. My name is Rocio Romero, and I am a member of ACE.
Esta tarde les doy las gracias a todos ustedes que nos están traduciendo y a los legisladores y todas las personas que están tomando en cuenta nuestra voz o nuestro llamado, no sé cómo decirle, pero quisiera que apoyaran para aprobar las nuevas protecciones para nuestras familias.
This afternoon, I would like to thank the translators that are translating, as well as the legislators and all of those that are taking our stories into account, and ask for your support on this proposal.
Hemos escuchado por noticias y también por vecinos que hay dueños de propiedades que están aumentando las rentas cuando ahorita todavía no hay mucho trabajo en este momento.
We have heard through the grapevine, through the news, through our neighbors, of landlords that are increasing the rent during a time when there is little to no work.
También he escuchado y desafortunadamente ha tocado en conocidos que los han desalojado de sus hogares con el pretexto o les entregan papeles falsos, no sé, y le están dando renovaciones falsas y pues desafortunadamente la ignorancia en este momento es un pecado muy grande para los que no hablamos muy bien inglés. Están cayendo en las trampas y los están desalojando.
I have also heard of and know people that have been evicted from their homes during this time, either under false pretenses or under claims for renovations that weren't necessarily true. And unfortunately, in this case, ignorance is a huge barrier when we don't speak English in this case, and we are unable to really fight for our rights, and we just believe what we're told.
Y yo les pido hoy no sé, legisladores, senadores, no sé quién esté escuchando esta tarde a nuestras llamadas, pero así como ustedes nos piden nuestro voto cada año para los senadores y para todo lo que se ocupa y nosotros vamos y votamos. Bendito Dios, yo tengo puedo votar, vamos y votamos y los apoyamos. Hoy yo les pido que voten no como legisladores o políticos o senadores, sino voten como hombres y mujeres tocándose un poco el corazón para nuestras familias.
And I ask you today, supervisors, to vote for us. Thank God I can vote, and I go out and I support you when you ask for my vote. And today I'm asking you to vote not as legislators, not as supervisors, but really as men and women, and that you look in your heart and you understand our pleas and that you vote to help us.
Y muy rapidito les voy a dar algo que nos pasó a nosotros en la recesión del 2000, que duró muchos años, 7, 8, 9.
Se le acabó el tiempo, desafortunadamente.
Sí, ok, está bien. Muchas gracias.
Okay.
Next caller is 3145. 3145.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Nicole, I'm from the City Heights area. I've heard a lot of things today from both sides. As a Christian, I think about what would you say if Jesus was sitting on this line today? First of all, I've been unlawfully tenant filed. Unfortunately, I had to fight through tooth and nail. But if my life as a Black woman matters, then all lives matter. So you officials should be protecting all your constituents, whether they're tenants or property owners. This is not about the haves and have-nots. This is economic equality is not balance. When the abolitionists who fought against injustice of slavery, they sacrificed their lives for the freedom of my ancestors. How many lives are you willing to sacrifice for the almighty dollar? You property owners, what will it take for you to tap into your humanity? 100,000 people's bodies rotting in the street? God forbid not. With the pandemic, not doing nothing is not an option. Right now, this moratorium ban is about fixing something temporarily. Then we can go to the table and hear both sides and come up with a viable plan. How about that? But I have not heard not one property owner talk about that. Let's get this done. If you're an American, I'm an American, we both bleed red. We all have families fought for this country. If someone was to bomb this country, we all become, we're Americans pumped together. But why can't we come together about the decent humanity of housing, making sure nobody is left behind, no one is left on the street? Where is your humanity? I question you all. God forbid that you do not forget what God called us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3083. 3083. Again, please press *6 to unmute your line. 3083. If not, we'll move on to, there's 308.
Hello.
Hello, you may proceed.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí, adelante.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Flores y pertenezco a la organización ACE y vivo en Vista, California.
Good evening, my name is Maria Flores. I belong to ACE and I live in Vista, California.
Estoy llamando ahora para que nos apoyen para parar los desalojos y el aumento de las rentas en medio de esta pandemia.
I'm calling today to ask for your support in stopping evictions and rental increases during this pandemic.
Y que les hagan saber a los dueños de las propiedades de apartamentos y dueños de casa que todos necesitamos ser protegidos porque es algo que nosotros no causamos. Es como un desastre natural lo que está pasando en estos momentos con la pandemia.
And that you let property owners and managers know that we all need to be protected during this time. This is not something that we caused. It's more like a natural disaster. So we all need support during this time.
Y no tenemos control de esto. El gobernador ha ordenado quedarse en casa y los dueños de apartamento desalojando a las familias. Esto no es justo.
And we don't control this situation. The governor ordered a stay-at-home order, and while that was happening, landlords were evicting people. That's not something we can control.
Y esto no es justo para nuestras familias.
And it's not just or fair for our families.
Que vivamos con ese miedo de que dónde vamos a vivir. Y la vivienda es un derecho humano. Por favor, aprueben la petición para las familias y que hacerles saber a los dueños de las propiedades, porque ellos nunca sentirán lo que nosotros estamos sintiendo en estos momentos.
It's not fair that we have to live in fear of not knowing where we are going to live. And so please support this proposal and, and let those landlords and property owners know that this is not okay. Fortunately, they will never have to feel that fear of not knowing where they're going to live.
Muchas gracias y espero que sí nos apoyen. Buenas noches.
Thank you, and I hope that you can support us. Have a good evening.
Next caller is 1096. 1096. Also move on to 5273. 5273.
Hi, my name is Ismahan Abdullahi with Mass Pace, part of the ISDF coalition. We know that families and communities living at the margins need this ordinance to pass. Tenant protection is critical in the difficult times that we are living in today. We heard the stories, we hear within our own organizations, we heard them on this call today and in this meeting, but I want to speak specifically about our members who live in East County, who identify as refugee, immigrant, low-income, and poverty-stricken communities. These are families who our organization and partners have been assisting with rent even before the global pandemic. So one can only imagine what they are going through in the past year. I hope Supervisor Anderson votes for this ordinance as one of the most hard-hit communities live in his district. Let's face the facts. There are protections and subsidized opportunities for landlords. And what about the tenants? Are we to leave the tenants without protection? Let's pass this ordinance. That is one of the many things we needed to keep our families and communities afloat, and housed for housing is a human right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our final caller is call-in user 1. We've got a caller identified as call-in user 1. And a final call for 1096. 1096. Again, please press *6 to unmute your line. That's 1096 and call in user 1. Chair Fletcher, we're not seeing any movement from those individuals. That appears to conclude public communication on this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you to all the callers who called in today to express your thoughts on this item. Let me return to Vice Chair Vargas as she brought forward this item, and then we will go to other board members for discussion and deliberation. Supervisor Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I really do want to thank everyone that took the time who called in today. I know that we've been here for a couple of hours, but this is what transparency and accountability and really doing the work that government is supposed to do for our communities. And so I really appreciate it. I do want to say that I hear your concerns and I'm also very touched by people's stories. Le quiero dar muchas gracias a las personas que nos acompañaron ahora. Sé que son muchísimas horas las que han estado ahora con nosotros. Todos ustedes están súper ocupados, pero ese es el rol que debe tener el gobierno cuando puede ayudar a las comunidades. Es importante abogar por ellos, ¿verdad? So I really want to emphasize what this ordinance does, since I heard some misinformation of the actions taken today. This emergency ordinance is meant to protect renters, to address an existing loophole that negatively affects families, most that are needed during a global pandemic. I hope it's clear that under current law, landlords can evict tenants based on renovations, family move-ins, and if the landlord is selling the property. While most landlords act in good faith, there have been numerous incidents of flooding legal aid and demonstrating the urgent need for this ordinance. So while I hear your concerns, this ordinance does not prevent landlords from applying for rental relief funds. Our tenants are asking for time, and our role as government is to support our constituents in their time of need. In March 2020, when the pandemic hit, our world stopped. This has left many residents unemployed and in financial distress. Even though we're seeing less numbers, we are still in a global pandemic. We need to show compassion to our renters. Our tenants need a cushion to survive, and this is it. This action is not about pitting landlords against tenants or against each other, right? Given the most recent update, I do want to mention that given the most recent update from the governor's office, I would like to make a technical change to amend the ordinance in two ways to accommodate the change in California beyond the blueprint. One is I would like to amend Section 3A to read, the ordinance will expire 60 days after the governor lifts the COVID-related stay-at-home and work-at-home orders. And second, I'd like to amend Section 10B to read, the ordinance will expire 60 days after the governor lifts the COVID-related stay-at-home and work-at-home orders. I'm respectfully requesting my colleagues to support this ordinance, emergency ordinance, and do what is right for our impacted families. And so I would move for approval of this urgency ordinance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Vargas to approve the item with the two changes that she outlined there that I will reiterate as we get closer. Let me go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much, Chair Fletcher. And I first would like to thank Vice Chair Vargas for bringing this item and prompting this discussion. So I want to share, I come at this conversation as a renter, a single mom. So, I think I have a very personal stake in the conversation that we're having today, who has, I have personally experienced the incredible stressful uncertainty of, being unemployed and not necessarily knowing where the rent will come from. So that's the perspective I'm bringing to this conversation. And I'm firmly aligned with the spirit of this ordinance. Preventing evictions is absolutely the right policy decision during this devastating pandemic. I have a couple comments I want to walk through. I certainly see this action as temporary. And that is what Supervisor Vargas reiterated in her comments as well. One that's necessitated by this emergency to keep a roof over people's heads. As we know that there is a clear relationship between evictions and increase in incidence of COVID-19, and preventing evictions, especially at this time, is good policy for everyone. Good landlords do not want to evict tenants, and tenants want to remain in their home. So with that being said, I think it's important to put this all in context, this ordinance context, which is the $100 million rental assistance program that we implemented last month is so vital, because that's what will allow renters to ensure that their rent is paid and landlords to ensure that they're being paid, even when renters don't have income coming in the door. This is what ensures that good landlords can pay their mortgages and upkeep their properties, even when tenants are unable to pay their rent during this pandemic. So I think that's a very, very important point, because I did hear so many people testifying regarding the financial hardship that this could impose on landlords, and because we have this $100 million rental assistance program and probably more coming down the pipeline, I feel very confident that if a landlord is faced with that challenge of not being able to receive income from their tenant, that they do have the option and the opportunity that is a very good one to receive that rental assistance and plug that income shortfall. I think the major point here is, given our robust rental assistance program, there's really no need to evict tenants for failure to pay rent, since funding is readily available. And this policy protects both tenants and landlords. So all that being said, I want to mention some concerns about making sure this policy is carefully implemented in a way that is legally sound, as well as fair. So after all, if we pass this ordinance, we want it to be actually enacted to help as many people as possible. And as currently written, I'm concerned that the ordinance is very likely to be blocked from ever being implemented. There will probably be a lawsuit filed and an injunction issued relatively quickly, holding up the ordinance in court. And the county could therefore be liable for significant damages, which would take the money we need for other programs like food assistance, legal assistance, and other help and human services. And at the same time, we do need to be thoughtful and make sure we're not endangering or unfairly burdening, small mom and pop landlords and vulnerable neighbors who could be accidentally hurt by an ordinance that's not sort of carefully and thoughtfully crafted. So therefore, again, I'm very supportive of this ordinance and the spirit of it, and making sure that we are protecting our tenants, particularly given this COVID emergency that we currently face. So I would like to propose a few narrow amendments that I've developed working with County Council in order to strengthen the ordinance and hopefully make sure that it's able to withstand legal scrutiny, and that we wouldn't be liable in court for that's not that's unlawful. So I'll just run through these, and I think Andrew Potter, our clerk, has some language that the County Council has put together of what it would look like to change the ordinance, to modify the ordinance to reflect these amendments. So the first is around due process and trying to protect the county against a takings claim. And so that would be to create an appeals process, and that would be to amend Section 4, which discusses the rent increase moratorium, to add an appeals process. And many jurisdictions have an appeal procedure or rent control board to provide a formal process for tenants and landlords to make appeals, file petitions, request investigatory hearings, and seek mediation. And so given the time frame of this ordinance, I would propose the CIO staff to immediately develop the procedures to administer this appeal process that we could ratify at the next board meeting on May 4th. Let me pause there. I have a couple others, but is there, our clerk, Andrew Potter, do you have the language from County Council to reflect this amendment, or should I just continue on?
Supervisor Lawson-Remer, yes, I do have the language, and I'll be happy to read it in detail so it's on the record at the appropriate time if necessary. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't I just go on sort of to overview the concepts that I'm looking at, and then we can circle back to get the language. I had another one regarding that was basically almost identical to what Supervisor Vargas did in her technical change. So that's great, and I firmly support that. Then there was another clause I thought we should add, because of course there's still obviously the possibility that a court could throw out the ordinance. So in order to protect us in case of a preemption challenge, I would propose to add a paragraph to Section 8 to state that the ordinance does not apply when preempted by state or federal law. So that would be basically a severance clause, so that the ordinance could stay standing and would withstand a preemption challenge. So that is my next point. Couple more. The next one would be on the definition of just cause, which has been substantially narrowed compared to state interpretations. And I think County Council reviewed the language in the ordinance and believe we would be in a better position by clarifying an additional scenario under the just cause definition. And this would be repeated, prolonged, severe, and documented patterns of public nuisance, which significantly impact the well-being of other tenants or neighbors. So let me just pause on this one to share a little bit about what I'm thinking here. I'm thinking here about extremely egregious situations like threatening behavior directed at a single woman living alone, Obviously, I speak, out of my own life experience on this one, or using a private apartment as a nightclub when young children live next door and are regularly preventing from sleeping to an extent that's impacting their health. So I'm really talking about extremely severe situations here of public nuisance. So that would be my second area.
Which section is that, Supervisor Lawson-Remer? Which section would that go in?
That would be an amendment to Section 2, definitions, to include the scenario under just cause. And then
I'm a little concerned about your amendments, Supervisor, because I think we're really gutting the purpose of this, which is really to protect renters who have been displaced in our communities, and this was thoroughly vetted through legal counsel and with advocates, and so. I'm sorry that this is the first time I hear about some of these, and so you're throwing a lot at me right now. What I'm trying to do is, to be honest with you, I'm concerned that the beginning of the conversation is we might get sued. We get sued all the time. And at sometimes we have to make the right decisions and stand up for communities, because there are communities who are being kicked out of their houses right now. And so I understand the legal piece of it, but I am a little bit taken aback that what we should be doing is figuring out how do we ensure that we're advocating for numerous people, 900 of them already, who have been kicked out of their homes, not for just cause.
Should I continue? Would you like me to reply? That would be, Nathan, I don't, Chair Fletcher, I don't want to.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you get all your amendments out? So I've got the Section 4, Section 8, Section 2. Why don't you do the rest, and then we'll go back to Supervisor Vargas, if that's okay, Supervisor Vargas, on each one, and we can have a discussion about each one.
Mm-hmm. I also want to acknowledge Supervisor Vargas's point as being really valid. So I do want to explain my thinking on this. So I'll continue. I have just one more, and then I can circle back and address her concern. So. And then the last one was just to really acknowledge the importance of carefully considering the impact that eviction moratorium on small mom and pop landlords, such as elderly members of our community who are retired and rely on the rental assistance, income for assistance, and really focused on some pretty narrow instances where an owner is forced to sell their primary residence due to financial difficulties arising from COVID, and their rental property is their best option for housing. So I would therefore propose an amendment to Section 3, permit landlords who own only two or few rental units nationwide to move back into their own unit. But in order to avoid abuse, to require that if the owner changes their mind, chooses not to move in or moves back out, they have to offer the same unit back to the prior tenant at the exact same rent. And if the prior tenant declines, it has to be offered to any subsequent tenant at the exact same rental price, so that they can't abuse that exception. Those are my three that I'm concerned about. I think there's a couple pieces here I want to mention. One is that it's very clear to me that the way that landlords have used some of the language in our current rental protections have really been to exploit loopholes. And that's why when we compare Alameda to San Diego, we see only 8 evictions in Alameda, and we see over 1,000 in San Diego in the same time frame. So there's no question that if our goal here is to really protect tenants who are being evicted and being put on the street, that we absolutely need to do something because our current framework is not sufficient, and it's being exploited with loopholes. And so I think that's to me the really important starting point of what we need to do. From my point of view, there's two kind of prongs of my concerns that I'm trying to amend here. One is I actually want to make sure that that this is applied. And I want to make sure that we don't, it's not that I worry that we get sued and, it's as Supervisor Vargas says, the county gets sued all the time. I'm worried that we craft an ordinance that invites an injunction and then it never gets applied, and we never actually are able to give tenants the protections that we're trying to accomplish because the ordinance gets blocked and is never implemented. So when I'm talking about the legal issues, it's not a concern of, avoid a lawsuit per se. It's a concern to make sure that we actually are able to implement what the ordinance that we pass, and that it is actually able to be applied to benefit tenants. So those are the two issues on the appeals process, which, I think is a pretty, in general, I think would be, when we talk about due process, it seems like, if what we're really trying to do is make sure that landlords have a right to have an appeal and tenants have a right to have an appeal, and we create that process, that would be able to protect the core purpose of this ordinance, but at least create some third-party adjudicator, so that there wasn't arbitrary enforcement. So that's one piece of it. The second on the if there's a possibility of court an ordinance in order to protect the preemption clause one, that doesn't change anything in terms of the actual content of the ordinance at all. It just protects the ordinance so that if we do have to go to court, then the whole thing isn't thrown out, because any pieces of it that might be held to be unconstitutional would be severable. So that is just a sort of like a defensive clause without any content changes. The one I think is sort of more questionable, and I think is worth more of a conversation, would be the public nuisance one, the repeated, prolonged, severe, and documented patterns of public nuisance. On this, I'm mostly focused not actually on landlords whatsoever. I'm focused on tenants, other tenants in apartment buildings, who feel very unsafe, and giving them an avenue here to make sure that their rights are being protected as a tenant. This is really not about the landlords. This is about other tenants in the apartment buildings. But I think that one is a conversation open. That proposed amendment is worth a conversation. I think it could go either way. I don't feel very strongly. And then the last one on the mom and pop landlords. This is one that I think is about recognizing how many people in our communities have really saved their whole life to buy a property, and that's really their whole safety net and their whole life savings, and that many of the folks in our communities who have been really hurt by COVID are in that situation. And I'd want to make sure that we're really being thoughtful and careful, and we're not treating, a mom and pop landlord who has one property the same as a big corporate landowner who has, multiple properties, and can absorb the loss, and is clearly taking advantage of the law. And so that is the purpose of that last piece, is to distinguish. So on that last one, I do want to comment, on a personal level. I really love where I live, and I'm constantly concerned that the landlord is going to say that they're going to move back in and going to evict me. So I understand that there's a lot of fear around that. I think I share that, but I also know that I know people who have lost their jobs and had nowhere else to go, and they got evicted from their own apartment. And so they would have been homeless if they weren't able to move back into, a small property that they owned. So I think there's good arguments on both sides, and there's really just a question of how do we make sure that we're protecting everyone in our community who's vulnerable in these times.
All right, so we've got a motion by Supervisor Vargas, seconded by myself, with two amendments that was outlined. Supervisor Vargas, I think there's an effort to make 4 friendly amendments, one around Section 4 of the appeals process, one around Section 8, the severability, one around Section 2 around public nuisance and just cause, and one around Section 3, the small landlords component. What is your prerogative on the request for 4 friendly amendments?
Can I just add, Nora, sorry, Supervisor Vargas, yeah. I would be very comfortable if you want to take them each individually. I know it's a lot to throw out in a meeting. And so I don't think there's any reason for you to feel like you need to take all of them. Those are the 4 things that I thought were worth having a conversation about.
No, I appreciate it. And I want to make sure you understand, that I understand exactly what you have just recommended. I worked very closely with legal aid, our personal legal counsel. This was a model that I reviewed from Alameda County and also other areas. And so at this time, I'm just not prepared to take any of the amendments, but thank you for recommending.
Okay.
Okay. Supervisor Anderson.
I just need some clarity. How late are we planning to go tonight? And the reason why I ask is there are people who are waiting to speak on other agenda items, and having them come in at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, I'm not sure that is in their best interest. And, you know, we're putting this stuff through. I got my board packet on Friday. It was Good Friday. Half of my staff went to church that day. Saturday, I had a full day in Ramona. Then Sunday was Easter. And then Monday, we were working on this, trying to work through it. I'm not opposed to trying to get there, but I have a problem with something that I need to look at SB 91. I need to look at AB 1482 to see how they match up with what we're doing. And we're doing serious, heavy-duty policy with a wing and a prayer. And I don't know if we could get the board packets in sooner so that we have the appropriate amount of time. But I don't feel, with all the amendments and the rest, I just don't feel comfortable voting for this until I've had time to actually understand it. And 7:30 at night when I started at 9 o'clock, it's not my freshest moment. So I'm admitting to my physical limits with the purpose of giving this my best attention to do the right thing by my colleagues. So I just want to throw that out there to see what other people are thinking. And I want to be fair to all the witnesses for all the future items tonight. But what are the thoughts of the chair and other members?
Supervisor Fletcher, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Anderson, I hear your concerns. These things have all been docketed and accessible to both you and your staff for about 6 days now. So there have been
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
No, Supervisor Anderson. No, when items get docketed. Now we're gonna talk a little bit when we get to the end of the agenda about late dockets, and why late dockets are a bad idea. But none of these items were late docketed. They were all docketed in accordance with the normal thing, and you and your staff have access to the docket. Once it's docketed,
was available on Wednesday,
and it is available to your staff. So there's been a good 6 days that these items have been up there, and I don't think because of the way we conduct open meetings and the way that we do the docket, these items are out there. Now, we have a packed agenda today, and there's nothing wrong with board members who want to do a lot of things. I think that's a good thing. But the items have been out there and have been available for 6 full days. And
starting on which day, Chairman Fletcher?
They would have been docketed on, let me ask the clerk what day the dockets were submitted.
The board letters were due to us on last Monday. However, because of the holiday, the agendas were distributed late Thursday evening.
So we're really talking about late Thursday evening, Chairman. I get that under normal circumstances, but with the holidays and the rest, we were really scrambling. Look, you all can make your decisions the way you want. I'm trying to do my best, and I'm simply saying that on a fresher tone, I'll get through this one without a problem. But the other board items that are coming up, we have witnesses now, they're going to have to testify around midnight. I don't think that's fair to the public. I'm willing to come back every day of the week and have a board meeting to make it so that all the public has access to speak and be heard. I'm just concerned that if this is the precedent moving forward, it's not going to be workable if my board items are the last items and that my folks don't have the same rights as any of the board members, any of the board items that come up earlier in the day. So all I'm asking is for fairness. There's
a secondary point to that. The public often requests evening hearings because when we do things in the middle of a workday, it's also hard for the public access. So I appreciate that. I respect that. But we've also conveyed to the public, this is a public agenda. It is publicly docketed. We said these are the items as a board that we will get through on Tuesday. And so I think we need to work through the items that are in front of us. And if we have fewer items on a board agenda, then we will have less items to get through. But again, that's the prerogative. And you and I served in other governing bodies that routinely had extremely long days. So however you choose to vote or not vote is entirely your prerogative. But we have a calendar. We have a docket. It's been shared with the public, and I think it's important that we work through that. But I do understand your concerns, and I think we can all collectively work to have a little bit better spacing on some of the things we're doing. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Supervisor Vargas first. I can't write as fast as you can talk, but I was just curious, there was like 3 loopholes. You said the major loopholes were, I think it's selling a property, repairs. Was there another one?
And moving in.
And the landlord moving in. Okay. So selling the property, repairs and remodeling. Okay. All right.
I'll try to speak slower.
That's okay. I
speak 2 languages, so I tend to speak very fast sometimes.
That's good. Well, and I'm old and I can't hear as fast, but that's okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. You know, I don't know. This, to me, there's good landlords and bad landlords. There's good tenants and there's bad tenants. And I'm with you. I don't want to create any more homeless people. I don't want to be kicking people out on the streets for no good reason. And I think particularly in the pandemic, we need to be more sensitive to those types of actions. You know, we've already got in place in SB 91, you can't evict anybody for non-payment due to COVID. And the vast majority of the callers today all expressed they lost their jobs, they couldn't pay their rent, they had to choose between rent or food or medicine. You already can't evict somebody for non-payment. So, you know, and I agree that maybe there's loopholes that landlords are maybe going around. I will admit, and I don't know, to Supervisor Anderson's point, this was like a legal document for me to read, and I'm not a lawyer, so this was pretty onerous, but I got through it. Thank you. But I to me, what you're presenting is it's like a large blanket that really doesn't involve the landlord's input. I would like to see potentially maybe this coming back, and in the meantime, maybe your office gets together with some of the landlords and some of the people in the industry, because I do think things could be worked out. I kind of like the Supervisor Lawson-Remer's, you know, things about, you know, mom and pop are able to move back into their place, but not the, you know, the commercial landlords. Just, and then for bad tenants that, you know, just are obnoxious and, you know, those types of things. I think those types of things could be worked out with the landlords. I mean, the landlords, some are bad, but not all of them. And I think the selling of the property, you know, the repairs and remodeling, I think a lot of those things could have been worked out with some of the people in industry. Nobody wants to throw anybody out on the streets. I'd like to see potentially more input, you know, from industry on this before we move forward with it, because this to me is almost too far in one direction and doesn't, I think a lot of these things could get worked out with the landlords, and the ending date to me is pretty loose, even with your refinement. I'd rather see it more concrete. Maybe it goes along with when SB 91 is, you know, it ends, that would be a more of a definitive. So, you know, I think I could, you know, I could get there, but I can't with what's presented. I mean, as far as the repairs, the remodeling, you know, no rent increase above CPI, things like that during the pandemic, maybe even some restrictions on selling and moving in, and maybe exemptions for mom and pop. But I can't go forward with what's been presented. And I think this really needs to get worked out with industry before moving forward. So I'd like to see this continued to the next meeting and perhaps get to that kind of a consensus with industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Fletcher, sorry.
One quick point to Supervisor Jessamine on the process. If it were to pass with 4 votes as an urgency, then it would not come back. It would go into effect. If it doesn't pass with 4 votes and it passes, moves forward with 3 votes, then it would come back for a second reading at the next board meeting. So that's just not waiting in. All your points are valid. Just clarifying that the process ahead for us. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Yeah. If it would be possible, if County Council is County Council present?
They always are.
They are. I think it would be helpful for me. You know, obviously, I've mentioned that I have legal concerns, that I don't want us to pass something that then doesn't help anyone because it gets immediately. An injunction is immediately issued, so it's never actually goes into effect. So that's my big concern. And also, as of course, that there would be liable for a lot of money, but I think that's a little bit secondary. So I'm wondering if County Council could talk a little bit about legal risks, so that we're at least I'm a little more informed.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer, members of the Board of Supervisors. At the risk of saying too much, I need to be careful because a risk discussion is subject to the attorney-client privilege and cannot be shared without the board choosing to waive that privilege, which I would counsel that it not do. I will say this, that some of the items that the speakers raised, such as interference with contracts, takings, and the ability to get some sort of relief if we're removing economic value for property are legal issues that I think you would likely see in a lawsuit that could come about because of this. And therefore, to the extent the board can address those issues, I think it would help mitigate some of those risks.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Okay,
so,
we have oh, go ahead, Supervisor Vargas.
Yeah, so I just want to emphasize that we have a bigger issue, right, in this county, and you're introducing, Chair Fletcher, today an item specifically to trying to address the unsheltered community. We have been talking a lot about equity, and I understand, you know, the concerns for landlords, mom and pops. Many of them live in my district, and many of them actually called today in support of this ordinance. This is a temporary ordinance. People are in the streets. And as we're talking policy and politics, we're forgetting about the people who are going to be thrown in the streets because of a global pandemic that was no fault of their own. And unfortunately, I wish that the world was just and fair, and that actually, you know, people wouldn't be thrown out because somebody's remodeling their home. But that's happening. It's happening in my district in Imperial Beach. It's happening in my district in West Chula Vista. And I can't stand here and just say, you know, we might get sued, this loophole, this, that. We need to do something now. And this has worked in other counties. And I think it's really immoral of us not to take this opportunity now to really do something for people who are suffering in our communities. It's not fair. You know, I've rented all my life. I'm 49 years old. I know I barely own a home now, right? But if you saw the kids that I get to work with that actually live in their cars, maybe that would be a different conversation that we would be having now. Let's take a risk. Let's fight for the people. Let's fight for what we got here for. Let's fight for the people for what they voted us to do. And then we'll figure it out. So that's it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance in front of us with the following changes. 1, to amend section 3A to read, the ordinance will expire 60 days after the governor lifts the COVID-related stay-at-home and work-at-home orders. And to amend section 10B to read, the ordinance will expire 60 days after the governor lifts the COVID-related stay-at-home and work-at-home orders. With that, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no further comments from members of the board, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
No, at this time.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
No.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Chair, with that being a urgency ordinance that requires 4 votes, that motion fails with lack of affirmative votes, with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no.
Supervisor Vargas?
Yes, Chair Fletcher, I would like to move to amend the ordinance to remove provisions about it being an urgency ordinance, and specifically I move to strike section 1GG and 10A. I move that it be introduced today and approved at the May 4, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting, and that a new section 10A be added to read, this ordinance shall take effect 30 days after the final passage by the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion, which I'm happy to second. This would strike section 1GG and section 10A. It would include the 2 previous amendments to section 3A and 10B. I want to clarify with the clerk, if this is approved, this would come back for a second reading at the May 4th, 2021 meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any comments or questions from colleagues, fellow board members? Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second. I'd ask the clerk, please call the roll.
Just to clarify for the record, Chair Fletcher, are you seconding that motion?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. With that, Supervisor Anderson?
No.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
No.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We will carry on with our agenda. We'll move to agenda item number 1, San Diego County Fire Protection District. I do not believe there is a staff presentation. Let me ask the clerk if there's any request to speak on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We had 1 request to speak on this item in opposition. If the individual that requested to speak on item 1 is available, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you.
All right, not seeing that speaker calling in, I'll make a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by myself, a second by Vice Chair Vargas. Any board member comments or discussion? All right,
You know what, I apologize. What item is this?
This is agenda item 1.
Okay.
The San Diego County Fire Protection District appointment, a Fire Protection District Board of Directors.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question.
Yes.
When I went through this, did anybody reach out to the Fire Advisory Board for any input from them?
Let me ask county staff to address that.
Good evening, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. It's Chief Meacham. We did not seek the concurrence of the Fire Advisory Board, being that this is a ministerial action from a 2-year LAFCO process. We did discuss it verbally yesterday with the Fire Advisory Board and did commit that in the future that these letters would be seen by them.
Terrific. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much. Chair Fletcher, do you need a motion?
On this one, Supervisor Anderson, I think we have a motion and a second on this one. I think we're all set. Thank you, though. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right, I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now move to agenda item number 2, support for the creation of the CAL FIRE Chief William R. Clayton Memorial Highway. This item was brought forward by Supervisor Desmond. Let me ask Supervisor Desmond if he'd like to introduce the item for us. And any public speakers on this item should please call in at this point. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. This is for support of creation of the CAL FIRE Chief William R. Clayton Memorial Highway. Very thankful for all of our public safety officials. This is a very special person that puts themselves in harm's way day to day to serve our communities. There are many heroic efforts by many people that took place during San Diego's firestorms, including CAL FIRE Chief William Clayton. Chief Clayton was recognized with 2 Medal of Valor for his efforts and is lauded for saving hundreds of lives. Chief Clayton is known for his character and determination to get the job done. In 1997, he drove a fire truck through a 50-foot wall of fire to rescue 3 people trapped in their home near Lake Wolford. Chief Clayton has also served as a firefighter for the United States Forest Service, fire captain for the Orange County Fire, and several portions within the CAL FIRE, including the assistant chief at Rainbow Conservation Camp. He retired from CAL FIRE, and he also served as a fire chief for the Sequan tribal government. Just a note, just after this board letter was submitted, State Concurrent Resolution 12 was amended to change the location of the William R. Clayton Highway Memorial from Interstate 15 to Interstate 5, from La Costa Avenue to Cannon Road in the city of Carlsbad. Very happy to bring this forward and look forward to the legislature supporting Senator Bates' Senate concurrent resolution for the naming of the highway after one of our heroes. I move approval for this agenda item 2.
I'll second.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. And we have a second by Vice Chair Vargas. I don't believe we have any requests to speak on this item. Let me confirm that with the clerk.
Chair Fletcher, we do have 2 requests to speak on this item. I do not see those individuals have dialed into the conference line.
All right, thank you. Have those individuals not dialed in? I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now move to agenda item 3, Sheriff's request for single source procurement of DNA analysis supplies. This item has been brought forward by the Sheriff. I don't believe there is a staff presentation on this item. If there's any speakers who wish to call in, please do so at this time. I will make a motion for approval. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any questions or concerns. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Well, I'll second the motion. I just want to comment that it is my understanding that this contract includes DNA analysis kits used to test victims of sexual assault. And, obviously it's very important we include testing of all sexual assault kits and be at the forefront of this. I know a lot of work has been done on this already by DA Summer Steffen. So hopefully that we can continue being on the forefront of this work, and very happy to second this item and to see it moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Any other board member comments or questions? I will ask the clerk confirm that we do not have any requests for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We did have 1 request to speak on this item, but I do not see the individual has dialed into the conference line.
All right. With that, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now move to agenda item 6. I'll ask any members of the public who signed up to speak on this item to please call in at this time. This is an item I have brought forward to create a Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities. I'm pleased to bring this item forward. I think this proposal will move our county in a positive direction towards really addressing in a substantive way the challenges we face countywide around issues of homelessness. Homeless concerns are obviously complicated. It is a regional problem that touches all communities throughout San Diego County. The county is, of course, the primary jurisdiction responsible for programs and services and structures related to homelessness in the unincorporated areas of our region. But as we all know, the county also provides critical services and resources to individuals countywide and via our partnership with the various incorporated cities throughout our jurisdiction. I know at times in the past, the focus has maybe been a little exclusive to the unincorporated areas, and that certainly remains an area where we have a greater obligation. But I know that we all know and recognize, particularly around the behavioral health component of what we do, the obligations that we have countywide. And I think creating a standalone Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities, consolidating the various functions we have, will give us the opportunity, the expertise, and the focus to be able to help vulnerable San Diegans throughout our entire county. With the changes and everything we're doing around prioritization and focus, I think it is entirely appropriate. A county of our size has a dedicated office to focus on issues of homelessness and to work not only in the unincorporated communities, but also, again, with all of the jurisdictions throughout here. This reorganization will centralize disparate county programs into a central department to ensure our responses are more coordinated and more integrated. It will ensure the creation of a centralized department can, I think, provide more efficient work with our external partners, the incorporated cities, the regional task force on the homeless, and our community partners. This proposal also outlines guiding principles that should be applied to any current and future county actions related to homelessness. I believe these guiding principles align us with the national best practices for what will get us the best outcome and what will put us most forward in tackling our challenge, ensuring racial and social equity in all aspects, committed to housing first approach, creating person-centered systems that emphasize trauma-informed care, and avoiding and eliminating policies and practices that criminalize homelessness. We know that is not a path to good outcomes, and it simply perpetuates a cycle of homelessness, incarceration, homelessness, and incarceration. I've asked these guidelines to be considered to amend Board Policy A-128, the board policy addressing homelessness. I'm proud to bring forward this initiative and would make a motion for its approval.
I'd like to second that motion, Chair. And I want to emphasize that as the Vice Chair of the Region's Continuum of Care with the Regional Task Force on the Homeless, I'm proud to support this. I think you're right. For too long, we have enacted policies that criminalize homelessness and contribute to the perpetual cycle within the criminal justice system. And so by committing to a housing first approach and the equitable principles listed in the board letter, the county is creating a person-centered system that really emphasizes on trauma-informed care and establishes countywide leadership that works collaboratively within our regional partners. So I'm excited for the work that is being done and encouraged to use the best practices in addressing homelessness in San Diego County. And so I am grateful and happy to support the motion.
But before we go to, I see a couple other colleagues. Before we go to my other colleagues, let me ask the clerk if there's any public speakers, and then we'll return for board deliberation on the item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Yes, we had 11 requests to speak on this item. We see a number of those individuals have dialed in. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your line, and we'll ask each caller to state their name for the audio record. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. We begin with our first caller. Last 4 digits are 7117.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, Chair, and Supervisors. Marshall Anderson, Downtown San Diego Partnership. We are in strong support of today's action to create a county department of homelessness solutions and equitable communities. Homelessness is a regional issue and requires all of us working together to get our most vulnerable off the street and into care. We want to thank Chair Fletcher for bringing this forward. Shout out Sarah Daw, and thank county operations staff for taking on this endeavor. We urge your support.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9481. 9481. And again, please press *6 to unmute your line. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Luis Montero Adams, pronouns he, him, his. On behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center and a member of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition, I'm calling today to urge the Board of Supervisors to approve item number 6, creating a Department of Homelessness Solutions. We are encouraged by the creation of this separate department, but know that it cannot meet the needs of our unhoused neighbors unless it is well-funded and well-staffed. We look forward to a robust search for leadership as well as future presentations by staff for budget allocations. Finally, we know that 40% of youth currently experiencing homelessness identify as part of the LGBTQ community. So we must ensure that staff in this new department receive intentional and robust LGBTQ culturally competent training to ensure their services and resources available are able to adequately serve the LGBTQ community. Additionally, I'd like to say thank you very much for continuing this meeting. I know it is almost 8 p.m., but as one of many members of the community who have been listening and watching since 9 a.m., we appreciate your dedication to this democratic process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8443. 8443.
Good evening, Supervisors, and thank you for your time. My name is Lahela Maddox, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the Regional Task Force on the Homeless, also known as RTFH. Unfortunately, our CEO, Tamara Kohler, is unable to attend today, but as a strong partner in this work, we felt it imperative that we express our support. We know it is critical to have services that are data-driven, coordinated, person-centered, and trauma-informed as it supports a system that is more accessible and centralized to those who need it most. Recent state of California funding like the Homeless Emergency Aid Program and Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program both require demonstration of collaboration and coordination between the continuum of care, the city, and the county, with particular interest in how resources are coordinated and aligned to address homelessness. Additionally, it is important we recognize that homelessness is an experience, and criminalizing homelessness does not address the root causes. Various laws make it harder for people experiencing homelessness to survive and ultimately creates additional barriers that are more costly to those experiencing homelessness. In January 2020, the RTFH board adopted a series of policy guidelines to address unsheltered homelessness. The guidelines are based on national best practices and local community input and are intended to support decision-making, funding, and activities of local government, homeless service providers, and other stakeholders. They include a shared vision and approach including housing first orientation, promoting services over enforcement, and addressing racial disparities within this unsheltered population. The policy was supported by various regional entities, including the San Diego Police Chiefs and Sheriff's Association. As a funder of more than $40 million in state and federal funding, RTFH is excited by the level of collaboration and coordination being recommended. The more we coordinate our resources and services, the more impactful we will be in ending homelessness. This is an important step in the right direction, and we appreciate the partnership across all parts of San Diego. Thank you again, and we appreciate your dedication and time today.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. That concludes public comment on this item.
All right. Thank you to all of the speakers who called in. We'll go to Supervisor Anderson.
Chairman Fletcher, I love this. I love the direction that you're taking us. There's only one concern I have. In it, as I read it, it reverses an effort in I wasn't here when it was voted for, but quote, minimize the impact associated with homeless on park and recreation users. In my district, we have Lamar Park, which none of the community can absolutely use the park. Now, it's been cleaned up, and it's in much better condition, and the neighbors are all pulling together to keep it clean so their kids have a place to play. But this is an SB 535 community who's underserved, and if we have facilities available for homeless, it's not fair for people to squat in our parks. Now, I get if they have no place to go, absolutely, I don't think it should be criminalized. But on the same token, it's not La Jolla that's being invaded. It's the poor areas of my community. And I don't think it's fair to make those people go without parks in their community if we provide housing for homeless. And so I would like for you to consider addressing that in this and not exclusively stepping on the poor, underserved communities. I know it's not purposeful,
right?
But you know, it's really difficult for these communities as it is. And then for us to say there's no help for you after we provided shelter, that's wrong. We got to do better.
No, I understand, Supervisor Anderson, and I think what was passed by the board previously was to develop an ordinance that has not been developed. And so the progress we've seen in Lamar Park is what has been done from that time until today by doing robust outreach and robust engagement. And so this is merely saying we don't need to develop additional ordinances to criminalize it. I think what we've seen in Lamar Park is what can work. When we do robust outreach, when we have a place for folks to go, we can begin to see progress. And so this is just saying we don't need to develop an additional ordinance to criminalize it. It's also inconsistent with the Boise ruling. And so I think we can see real progress. And I think to your point, the Boise ruling said when there's no other place for people to go, you know, you simply can't do that. And I think what our board is trying to do with this item, with the next item, we're going to hear from Supervisor Desmond and Lawson Reamer. I think what we did earlier with the framework around investing in these issues is really going to give us an opportunity and a chance to substantively address homelessness, not just sweep people out, process them through jail, and then have them go right back, but really do it in a sustained way. And I'm committed to keep working with you on this issue as we move forward to make sure that we're providing the best both for the unsheltered and for the members of our community impacted by it.
Excellent.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support. I think this is a long time coming, and commend you for bringing this forward on a Department of Homeless solution. So I do think it's a good idea to help, address many of the issues in the county related to homelessness and have it under one department. However, I do have a comment though in the guiding principles. They state that for any current or future actions on homelessness in the department, we need to adhere to these principles, including committing to a housing first approach. So I understand that this is the federal and state approach that we must comply with these programs. However, I'm concerned that there's some other really good programs like the East County Transitional Living Center, La Posada's men's shelter in Carlsbad, Interfaith Shelter Network in North County, Solutions for Change, and name a few would not be eligible for county assistance in the form of grants or the Housing Trust Fund, et cetera. So I just want to make sure we're utilizing all the tools in the toolbox because we've got many good programs in addition to Housing First. But I just don't want to neglect those programs that are doing good for the region in the issues of homelessness. Just to kind of drill down a little bit further here, what Supervisor Anderson brought up, because I had the same issue in Fallbrook. One of our parks was, taken over to the point where people couldn't use it either. And so if someone is using one of the park, a homeless is using a park, and due to the Boise decision, we do have a place for them to go. If they refuse to go, can they just stay then in the park? Or I'm just kind of curious what we're going to do with folks if we do have a place, if we do have hotel vouchers, we have a place for them to go, they refuse to go. What type of actions would we have to our avail, or they just get to stay in the parks then?
Well, Supervisor Desmond, one, I think the changes to board policy A128 are going to come back to us in 90 days. So we'll have an additional chance to kind of look into this and dive into this in a little more depth. I think in general, we're pretty far away from that day being there. And I think the best practice, again, where we've seen the regions that have had the most success, it has been with this rigorous engagement, robust outreach has been what's proven to be most effective. So I think we have a ways to go. I think the scenario you described will be in a really wonderful place when we get to that place, but I think we're a considerable time away. And so, I think we have a little bit of time again to report back on these changes for A128. And I think there's, plenty of time for engagement between now and then as we go forward. But, I think in general, the notion of, criminalization of this just hasn't worked well. It is very appealing to tell people it doesn't get very good outcomes.
Well, at the same time, though, that's one of the biggest complaints we hear from our constituents, and particularly in the unincorporated areas, the parks have become, the homeless camps for us. And I know you can't, it's going to be a difficult position. And Waterfront Park is a county park also. And if we can't, right now, we patrol and pay with taxpayer dollars people to patrol Waterfront Park, which I'm in favor of. But if people refuse to leave and we don't have any recourse, I think we have to have some sort of a tool, some sort of a mechanism. Throwing them in jail is not the answer, but taking over the parks is I'm very concerned about that recommendation number 4. So hopefully we'll get through that and have some solutions to that, because the parks in the unincorporated areas where they tend to congregate, and we just want to make sure that doesn't happen. But I commend you on bringing this item forward, so I'll be voting in favor of it with the concern of the parks.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond. We have a motion by myself, a second by Supervisor Vargas. Not seeing any other comments or questions, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Wonderful. Thank you all. We'll now move to item 7. I'll ask at this point if members of the public signed up to speak on this item to please call in at this point. So item 7 is a pilot program to address homelessness in North County, San Diego. This was an item brought forward jointly by Supervisors Desmond and Lawson Reamer. Before we go to the public comments, let me ask the two supervisors who brought this item forward if they would like to make any introductory comments on this item.
I would love to, but Supervisor Desmond, you can feel free to start if you'd like.
Oh, you may start, Supervisor Lawson Reamer.
Thank you. I just wanted to begin talking about the crisis of homelessness throughout our region, and we know it's often more visible in our downtown areas, but it's a predicament everywhere. And more than 1,500 people are currently experiencing homelessness in the North Coastal and North Inland communities, according to the 2019 point in time count. And almost 1,000 of those folks are unsheltered. So I think to give some context to this proposal, we have to talk a little bit about what's the situation in North County with our overlapping jurisdictions that makes our homeless coordination very difficult. We have 8 cities. We have unincorporated communities, and we have multiple law enforcement jurisdictions. We have 4 housing authorities, and we have 3 major hospitals operated by different entities. But despite these challenges, North County leaders have demonstrated an ability to work collaboratively across boundaries and sectors, and today we want to tap into that spirit of collaboration. So this action develops a North County program that will deploy an integrated cross-jurisdictional street outreach team across North County cities and the unincorporated communities. Our goal is to create a team of 10 highly qualified social workers who provide outreach assessments, housing navigation, transportation, and connections to wraparound services and support, and collaboration with homeless service providers. We envision this as a coordinated partnership with cities to augment and expand the existing network of homeless outreach services already in place. So this approach values 2 things, people and data, and that is going to be the core of what this program emphasizes, including gathering data and accurate information to ensure we're making good decisions, which will give us a more comprehensive picture of the homelessness crisis and help inform future strategies. With approval today, staff will report back in 90 days with a full plan and key outcome metrics for assessing effectiveness. So thank you very much to all the North County leadership in all of our cities who developed this plan and brought it to us to support. Thank you to Mayor Mack, Mayor Blakespeare, and other leaders across North County, and just really grateful for your work in putting this together, and hope we can be a good partner to address our homelessness crisis across our region. Hope my colleagues can support, so thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you, Supervisor Lawson Reamer. Thank you for partnering with me on this board letter here for the homeless issue in San Diego, North County. As you mentioned, this was a concept that came from the North County mayors. When I was a mayor, you know, the cities, they have limited budgets and they don't have the social services that the county has and the county offers for their growing population in North County. So it's critical that we, the county, the social service arm of government, collaborate with the cities, share our experiences, our best experiences, best practices, and create a system, you know, in response to helping and addressing homelessness, instead of all these cities having different plans and approaches. But they can do that with our help. Board letter asks to come back with a plan, as Supervisor Lawson Reamer had mentioned, to navigate and help these 8 San Diego North County cities for the coordinated approach towards homelessness. It also aligns well with item number 6, this Supervisor Nathan Fletcher's board item for the homelessness department here for the county, and coordinates with that effort. So I would also ask that my colleagues support this as well. This is a pilot program. If it works out, it's a good, hopefully be a success, and it can work throughout the entire county. So I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve item 7.
All right, we have a motion. I am happy to second that motion. Let me ask the clerk to call forward our speakers, and then we'll come back to my colleagues for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 4 requests to speak on this item. We will be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Callers will hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board and ask you to please state your name for the audio record. Begin to the first speaker. Last 4 digits are 8650.
Good evening, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. My name is Jason Haber. I'm the Intergovernmental Affairs Director for the City of Carlsbad. And I've been asked to call in today to convey the city's appreciation and support for the recommended actions, which will help service providers across North County to eliminate the silos that currently exist in our framework for delivering homeless services. The city appreciates the county's commitment to taking a regional leadership role in partnership with North County cities to address homelessness. We appreciate and we're encouraged by the county's acknowledgement of the need for collaboration and a data-informed approach to this endeavor. The proposed pilot program will take advantage of the county's unique access to regional behavioral health data and the homeless management information system in order to effectively assist people experiencing homelessness, navigate access to support services and diversion programs. The city is grateful to the county for considering and acting upon the feedback of the North County Homeless Action Committee, which is comprised of elected leaders from 8 North County cities, and which identified the need and requested the county's assistance in providing licensed social workers to build trust and relationships in various homeless populations through dedicated outreach in order to bring them the services they need to become housed. The City of Carlsbad is dedicated to reducing homelessness in our community and stands ready to engage with the county in this endeavor. We look forward to working with county staff to implement this collaboration to support homeless prevention, outreach, housing, and rehousing solutions. Again, we support the recommendations before you today, and we encourage you to approve the necessary funding to ensure the program's effectiveness going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller is 8443. 8443.
Good evening, this is Lahela Maddox again. As stated previously, I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the Regional Task Force on the Homeless, also known as RTFH. Again, CEO Tamara Kohler was unable to attend, but as a critical partner in this work, it is again important for us to express our support. As subject matter experts on best practices, our region continues to have an urgent need for outreach services that target all unsheltered individuals and families. RTFH, the county, the city of San Diego, as well as other cities and a variety of critical partners have been working together on this, and it is imperative that we continue to collaborate and expand on this work. In January 2021, RTFH published street outreach standards that were developed with national expert Ian DeJong, our funding partners, including the county, the city, and the San Diego Housing Commission, and members of the Continuum of Care. The guidelines incorporate research, best practices, and national guidance on street outreach. The intent of these guidelines and standards is to provide a shared vision and approach for San Diego County. With all stakeholders aligning under a shared vision and adopting best practices, it is expected that the unsheltered homelessness in the county will decrease over time, that successful placements into housing from street outreach programs will increase, and that unsheltered individuals will receive necessary services and supports, including health and behavioral health care. RTFH invested in the engagement of our high unsheltered population and expanded street outreach efforts across all regions by allocating more than $5 million of our homeless emergency aid program. We appreciate the county's recommendation to continue to expand outreach services and coordination and collaboration across our region, as we know it is critical to engaging those who are unsheltered. This is an exciting opportunity, and again, we appreciate and look forward to the continued partnership and coordination with the county. Thank you.
And that concludes public testimony in this item, Chair Fletcher.
Wonderful. Thank you for all of those folks who called in. I want to commend Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Lawson-Rima for bringing this item forward. I think this is a perfect example of the county really taking a proactive role, not just in the unincorporated communities, but along with the incorporated cities throughout our region. And as Supervisor Desmond mentioned, this type of effort, as we stand up our own office, we'll have a place to really integrate and coordinate, work with jurisdictions, work with service providers, work with the Regional Task Force on the Homeless, a vital component. RTFH as a regional body, I think is a vital component to help coordinate that. And I think in the coming years, we can really begin to see some substantive progress by working collaboratively and making the investment. So I'm pleased to support this item. Let me go to Supervisor Joel Anderson.
Thank you very much. When I saw this, I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was great. I thought it was excellent work. And I was hoping that you'd take a friendly amendment and include District 2 and perhaps increase the number of resources to reflect my district. But I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think whatever we can do to get homeless off the street and get people back in a productive path, I think that's great for everyone. So I'm hoping that you include District 2 in your efforts to lift the homeless. Will you accept that as an amendment? Or Chair Fletcher, I didn't mean to step on your toes.
No, you're good. You're good, Supervisor Anderson. We're good here. We're easy. Supervisor Desmond?
I don't have a problem. I just logistically, I guess, with staff, if this is too much to bite off all at once, to me, it kind of made sense to start it in one area and then expand it to, once we kind of get the kinks out of it. But be honest with you, I hope it goes to the entire county. So I would like the efforts initially to be, put in North County, get the kinks worked out, and then move on and to the other areas. And so I guess that would include all the districts, in my opinion, quite frankly. But
so maybe what we could do, Supervisor Desmond, is we have a plan, a report back coming in 90 days. If it might work for Supervisor Anderson, maybe that when it comes back in 90 days is the initial plan for North County to move forward. But a part of that would be the next step, the second step, which would be expanding it to look at East County opportunities as well. And so we kind of do one with two coming, but a part of the motion would include as a part of that report back, here's what we do for North County, and then here's conceptually what we would do next for East County. I don't know if that would be acceptable to Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond.
Chair Fletcher, just to clarify that your kind of proposal here would be we move forward with the item as currently constituted, but add an amendment to it saying that when staff comes back in 90 days with a report back, they include in that report back a plan to expand to District 2.
Yeah, so basically when it comes back in 90 days, we would keep A, B, C, D, and E, and then we would add F as when you come back in 90 days to conceptually discuss ideas surrounding a possible extension to East County. And then that plan would then go get developed and then come back after this one would be approved.
And I think what I would request Supervisor Anderson to do is all our mayors got together. It might be a good idea to get your mayors together and find out what it is they want so that they can have input on this as well. It may not be the same things that we want in North County, but that's just a thought.
I think they're all going to agree with you that we want less homelessness and more people in homes. I do have a meeting scheduled with my mayors, and we can get this done pretty done quick. This is a huge issue in my area, as much as it is yours. But when I look at the plight, and if we can get the parks cleared out, if we can get the kids back in the parks, we can lift a lot of people in the community, and it's all good.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fine with the amendment as recommended.
So what we would do is under recommendation 2, we would add a F as a category that when returned to the board in 90 days with the plan for North County, it include a conceptual outline of options for East County. And that'll also give Supervisor Anderson some time to work with his district and his mayors out there and then consider that when we come back. And just a procedural point, when any of these things that we refer to budget, they haven't been approved or funded until we adopt the budget. And so all the things we refer to budget, again, are just a referral to budget. They won't actually be funded until such time as we adopt the budget. But with that, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by myself to adopt the 3 recommendations, adding section F in recommendation 2. Are there any other board member comments? All right.
The maker of the motion's okay with that.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. The seconder is as well.
Okay.
With that, let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now move to agenda item 8, expanding the Innovative Housing Trust Fund. At this point, I'll ask members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item to please call in at this time. This item was brought forward by Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Anderson, I'll go to you to see if you would like to introduce this item and make some initial comments, and then we'll hear from our public speakers.
I would. We know that the Innovative Housing Trust Fund has helped spur development of 1,398 units, 22 different developments, and the initiative started in 2017. Increasing our commitment to it will help lift more people, get them into attainable housing, and it's really important. I'm new to the dance, but I want to call upon David Estrella, if he's still here, from the Housing and Community Development Services. David would be kind enough to give us the background and overview of the Innovative House and Trust Fund and the kinds of development he's helped to create. And by the way, we just broke ground on 33 new apartments in Alpine, and I'm grateful that we're going to have 33 families that have access to housing that they didn't have before. But if David's available, I'd love for him to give that presentation. His knowledge is way deeper than mine.
Good evening, Supervisor. As an overview, as you mentioned, the Innovative Housing Trust Fund was created with the purpose of creating new affordable housing units within the entire region. It was funded originally in 2017 with $25 million. An additional $25 million was added in 2019. And then most recently, in November of 2020, the board approved the funding awards and allocation recommendation for the remaining $9.1 million. That, in essence, fully committed the $50 million. In total, 1,398 affordable housing units were created within 24 affordable housing developments countywide, and it leveraged $569 million in other public and private funding sources. The strength of this particular fund is this is a new flexible funding source with few regulatory restrictions compared to other funding sources. It funds units up to 80% area median income. And in total, of the 20 developments created across the 3 years of this program, 314 units have been completed, 622 are already under construction, and 462 are still pending financing. So that's how we arrive at the 1,398 total units. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Let me ask the clerk if there's any requests to speak on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Yes, there are 2 requests to speak on this item, both in favor. I don't see those individuals dialed in, but we do have a couple other callers. We'll just see if they were calling in to speak on item 8. Last 4 digits are 1096 and 4458.
Are you texting that?
If you're calling to speak on item 8, please press *6 to unmute your line now.
Yes, good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. Matthew Adams calling from the Building Industry Association in San Diego County. I know the hour is late, so we wanted to call and give our unwavering support to this proposal and to this process. We have several affordable housing builders within the BIA, and they have praised the program as it has worked since its inception. And it has been very successful, and that success is measured in housing units. And you have over 1,300 housing units as a result of this program. That means it works, and when things work, they should keep going, especially in this critical housing need. So the BIA asks you to support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And a final call for 1096. Chair Fletcher, not seeing any movement on that line. That appears to conclude public communication on this item.
All right, that concludes public comment. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any questions on this item. Supervisor Desmond?
No question. I just want to say thank you very much to Supervisor Anderson for bringing this forward.
Supervisor Anderson, would you like to make a motion to approve your board letter?
Absolutely. So moved.
All right, I'm happy to second that item. You know, I've been here and seen the success of this program, and I think it has been very good. As David mentioned, almost 1,400 units have been a part of being funded. Over the course of probably last 6 to 9 months in particular, I've met with a number of stakeholders in the housing industry and those who are out there who have really talked about how good this program has been, but have pointed out some opportunities. One of the things that's been pointed out is because the Innovative Housing Trust Fund program is required to be a last step. It is the final piece of funding that can go. They point out there's opportunities where we lose the potential to match or maximize potential state or federal funding. And one suggestion that's been made is perhaps developing some flexibility so that these funds may be able to be brought in earlier at a point at which they can draw down that match instead of the very end. And it may give us the chance to really increase our money. And so I would like to ask Supervisor Anderson if he'd be okay with it, to add a recommendation to direct staff to work with community stakeholders, including affordable housing developers, to determine how the Innovative Housing Trust Fund could be designed in order to better leverage state and federal resources with the goal of ensuring the creation of more housing units within San Diego County, and ask staff to report back via a memo on what changes might be considered to the existing rules and preferences for the program. We could then consider those as a board, and as we head into budget deliberations when this item would be considered for funding, we could look at any possible policy changes. And so just wanted to ask Supervisor Anderson if he'd be willing to accept that recommendation for staff to take a look at that.
So you're asking me to take a logical, common sense way of improving my motion.
Everything I suggest is a logical, common sense thing, Supervisor Anderson.
Hey,
no,
so
yes,
I will say this though,
that's true.
one of the biggest problems with it is we were the last dollars in, and with good reason.
Right.
But then the state says they want to be the last dollars, and so we're in this catch-22 of who gets to put the dollars in last. And so I went back and today, as this was presented to me, asked that county staff look at and reach out to the state to see if a letter of commitment so that the dollars are parked while we still get the interest, because it may take 6 months or a year, and we could be talking about tens of millions of dollars. We get the interest, protect the taxpayers at the same time, make a solid commitment to the state to see if they would accept it. But I like your idea better. Why not go to the people that build the homes and ask them what gets more homes built? So,
and then we'll just, I suspect Supervisor Anderson, we'll get a variety of suggestions. And then we can assess those and weigh if we want to make some policy changes to this program. And again, the funds for this won't be appropriated until we get through the budget process. So we've got a little bit of time.
Sure.
But I bet if we engage with some folks, we'll get a range of ideas and then we can consider them. And, you know, one of the things where there's potential, again, some of that early money you put in, you may draw down a match, you know, between other funds. So $1 could become $2 or perhaps more. So thank you for accepting that change. And I'll restate it before we vote for the clerk. Let's go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. I absolutely support clearly very wholeheartedly the idea that we need more investments in affordable housing. So my one concern is making sure that we're building housing in places that are not increasing our contributions to greenhouse gas emissions, you know, and really taking us on the wrong direction in terms of sustainability and our climate issues. So my friendly amendment that I would like to propose is that we give preference to investments in areas in low vehicle miles traveled zones, so that we can actually take that into consideration and make sure that our housing developments are going in the direction that we want to see our county moving in.
Yes, to make a motion, are you okay with that?
I am willing to accept that, but I think it needs to be a consideration, but not exclusivity. We have people that are absolutely homeless in my area. And if we have the capacity to build it with the VMT, why not? If we can make the air cleaner, we should. If we can make the water cleaner, we should. If we can save the planet, we should. But we can't do it at the expense of poor people living in the streets who have no place to go. So as long as we strike the correct balance and put people first, then absolutely, I'm more than happy to move forward with it. But I would hate to think that we make it so onerous that nothing gets built and these people continue to suffer. We just talked about how difficult it is with single parents and in rentals and whether they can stay there or not. You can only imagine how much more difficult it is if you have no roof over your head and facing the same challenges. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of people. but I love the idea.
Great. Yeah, and absolutely as a consideration to, not to be exclusive, but certainly as an element to be considered when you're looking at prioritizing investments, the VMTs.
All right. So we've got a motion by Supervisor Anderson, seconded by myself, to adopt recommendation 1 in agenda item 8, and to add to it recommendation number 2, which is direct staff to work with community stakeholders, including affordable housing developers, to determine how the Innovative Housing Trust Fund program could be designed in order to better leverage state and federal resources with the goal of ensuring the creation of more housing units within San Diego County. Ask staff to report back via a memo on what changes should be made to the existing rules and preferences of the program. And then recommendation 3, to also direct staff to assess options for preferences in areas with low VMT zones for consideration in this program. With that, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair?
Of course,
Sorry.
Supervisor Desmond.
Yeah, I guess on the VMT issue, I know it's one of the guiding principles out there, but when we see tomorrow's agenda, we might just go right into it as soon as we end here tonight. There's very few areas in the unincorporated areas, except for those right up against the cities, where VMT, housing is favorable. So we're cutting out big swaths of land, especially in like the villages, like the Valley Center Village and the Ramona area and Alpine and things like that. So I want to be careful we don't. I realize we have to adhere to VMTs. We have to be respectful, and I appreciate Supervisor Lawson-Remer's input on this, but I don't want to, I guess, negate vast swaths of our county for the opportunity of these dollars, because these are supposed to be, these dollars, the beauty of them is they're not as encumbered as other dollars are. And so I just want to make sure we don't start loading them up too tightly that they suffer the same consequences as some of the other dollars. So just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think Supervisor Desmond, it's just we're going to look at the options kind of consistent with the stakeholder outreach, and then we'll come back and we can have a broader conversation about the policy around these funds. And again, the $25 million is being referred to budget, so it won't even be approved until we adopt the budget. So we've got a little time to work through each of these items.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, second by myself on agenda item number 8. Seeing no further comments, I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're now going to move to agenda item number 9, an item brought forward by myself and Supervisor Lawson-Remer, strengthening the Mobile Crisis Response Team program. If members of the public signed up to speak on this item, we would ask you to please call in now. Let me first go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer, see if she'd like to make any introductory comments on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I think we're all pretty tired and have been here a long time, so I won't take too long. I do just want to comment on how important it is to strengthen alternatives to law enforcement responses to emergency calls. I really appreciate the work that you've done previously on building this out, and there was a pilot already in North County, and now we're looking to turn that pilot into a permanent program that's integrated with 911, that's 24/7 service, and that's just so vital for our communities. You know, we know that someone who's experiencing a behavioral mental health crisis is 16 times more likely to be shot and killed than it's someone else when they engage with law enforcement. So this kind of alternative to a law enforcement response is just so vital. And I also think it's really important to acknowledge that it's important for the right people with the right training to be the ones who respond to calls, because we for too long have had a cookie cutter approach to all emergencies, that all emergencies are going to be a law enforcement response. So I think this is just such an important initiative for the safety of our communities and safety for and the safety of members of our community who have had really difficult experiences with law enforcement. And I'm just very excited to bring this forward. I think it makes a huge difference. And to be honest, I think this whole initiative puts San Diego on the cutting edge of really rethinking law enforcement and policing and behavioral health in all of our communities. And I'm really excited to be part of that.
Thank you, Supervisor Lawson. I would just add to that, I think this is a great next step in terms of what this board approved last year, the $10 million investment to get the regional system up and running. And I think we're going to have a number of steps that we're going to have to make as we go forward. But in particular, this board letter is, allocating funds for a comprehensive community education campaign. We know standing this up is important, but we need to really socialize it and engage with the public around how and when to call for mobile crisis response teams, how to access the system. I think funding a position in VHS is dedicated to forging partners with law enforcement, including the 10 agencies that operate throughout our region. It's vitally important we develop good, consistent protocols in partnership and collaboration with law enforcement for 911 dispatch and how to appropriately move the calls that are appropriate to move to the MCRT. How they create data sharing agreements and information so we can really track the effectiveness of what we're doing. I think recognizing the importance of folks with lived experience informing the new program, having staff present updates and get feedback from our Behavioral Health Advisory Board and our Human Relations Commission as well. Another critical body for community engagement and giving the public a chance to be a part of this process as we move forward. And so I think we are making tremendous progress on this with our pilot project and the soon-to-be countywide rollout, but we know that we have a lot of work to do, and I think this is a very good step forward. I'm happy to make a motion to approve Agenda Item 9.
I'll second it and just note that this is another great pilot program that came out of North County.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Let me ask the clerk if we have any public speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We had 7 requests to speak on this item. Looks like we have 1 individual. If you would like to address the board on item 9, please press *6. Last 4 digits of the phone number are 1898. Again, 1898. If you'd like to address the board on item 9. Chair Fletcher, seeing no movement on that line, it appears we do not have any public comment on this item. Oh, looks like the caller just joined. 1898. All right, Chair Fletcher, looks like we do not have any public comment on this item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have a motion by myself, a second by Supervisor Desmond. Seeing no additional comments from my colleagues, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're now going to move to agenda item number 10, increasing access and enrollment in county self-sufficiency programs. This item was brought forward by Supervisor Lawson-Remer. I'll ask if members of the public signed up to speak on this item to please call in at this point. And let me start with Supervisor Lawson-Remer to see if she would like to present this item and make any introductory comments.
Yes, I'm extremely excited about this item. I'm also excited about us all waking up and being excited about this item. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to change our tone so we can be focused in the remainder of our meeting. So yes, I want to talk a little bit about this. So, we have a new day here at the county, and with a real focus on how do we, guarantee the right to food and right to housing and a lot of the core rights that the county is here to provide and make sure that the most vulnerable members of our community aren't left out and left behind. And for too long, there have been massive barriers to access and enrollment. And, when I look at some of the statistics, we're one of the most under-enrolled regions in the entire the entire state of California, which means that there are so many people in our community that have massive, massive needs, and those needs are not being met, even though they qualify for services. And this is everything from, CalWorks and Medi-Cal and CalFresh, across the board in terms of the services our county provides to the most vulnerable members of our community. So what this item is really about is about making sure that we are doing everything we can to increase access, increase enrollment, and looking holistically at what that's going to take, and taking a fresh set of eyes and a fresh look at what do we need to do to really increase access and enrollment in all of our programs. And it could be everything from language and translation services, and to more staff hires, more enrollment, more eligibility officers, different website interfaces, promotores, more Live Well centers. I think the point here is to be really open-minded and say, what is it going to take to reach everyone in San Diego who's in need of our county services? So I'm just very excited about the possibilities here. And so the purpose of what we are proposing is to move this forward and have a report come back in two lanes, one from our Social Service Advisory Board, which already has a competency in this area, and then a parallel report from an independent consultant who can do a more holistic audit. And so we're able to tap the expertise of both the folks who've been working on these issues for a really long time in our community as part of the SSAB, and engage in a lot of stakeholder consultations in a really deep way, as well as an independent consultant to support that work and engage in stakeholder consultations to sort of try to uncover some of the hidden barriers to access and enrollment. And so that I would be very grateful. I'm sure our members of our community who are desperately in need of these services would be really grateful if my colleagues today would support this item and this motion. One of the things that really struck me when I was looking at the statistics is the drop-off rate of how many people enroll in programs, and then it's just too onerous to stay enrolled, and the paperwork is too difficult, and so they drop off, even though they clearly have an immense need for our programs. And I think language barriers are a big piece of it, and I imagine that's going to be a big focus. But we really want to have the space to do a holistic assessment and come back with a set of recommendations of what do we need to do to transform the county and to make this a county that really works for everyone and works for all of the most vulnerable members of our community here in San Diego. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to adopt this item.
All right, thank you. Before we go to my colleagues, let me ask the clerk to call forward any public speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Before we do that, I just wanted to clarify with Supervisor Lawson-Remer, there was an errata that was submitted that made some changes to the fiscal impact section, as well as added a recommendation 4 that reads, refer to budget funds sufficient to pay for the contract authorized in recommendation number 2. I wanted to clarify if that was part of your motion.
Yes, apologies. Thank you so much, Andrew, for clarifying. But yes, that including that errata is part of the motion that I just made.
Great, thank you so much. Moving on to the callers, there were 8 requests to speak on this item, and we have a number of those individuals that have joined the session, and we'll be identifying callers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted. You'll then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Aaron, if you could please identify the callers.
Thank you. Our first caller is 2522. 2522.
Good evening, Chairperson Fletcher and Supervisors. Thank you for this, continuing this meeting. It's been a long day. My name is Jarrell Howard. I am a member of SEIU 221 and part of Invest San Diego Families. I have worked for the county for almost 8 years. I have seen the impact and the need of our programs, especially during this time. Many San Diegans are food insecure and do not have proper health care. Many don't know how or do not have a way to access enrollment for many reasons. Their age, language, the equipment and tools, transportation, and just flat out fear to ask for service. Also, there is not enough workers to process and provide what is needed to those in need. We need more workers. The county needs to set up in the community, go out to the people, Be there where the aging are, where English is the second language. Get involved into the community. Actually be there. Have open enrollment and get them the things they need to apply for the program. It is now time for the county to let San Diegans know that they are here for all of them, not just for a few. Please vote yes on this item so we can help our San Diegos who cannot do the normal thing as far as getting on computers or the smartphones. A lot of them don't have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7805. 7805.
Chairman Fletcher, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tim Macedo, and I am a proud member of SEIU Local 221 and a Human Services Specialist with the County of San Diego. I am speaking today on behalf of Supervisor Lawson Reamer's actions to remove barriers to grant programs in order to expand successful access to our needy populations. I would also ask that during this process, the board works with SEIU Local 221 in areas of caseloads, staffing, training, and technology to develop the best practices in order to ensure the greatest access to those in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3640. 3640.
Hi, hello, my name is David Garcia.
Looks like we just lost him. David, if you could please press *6 again. It looks like you were accidentally muted. Apologies for that. If you'd like to start over again.
Okay. Hope you didn't do it deliberately, but okay. I know it's a long night. So this is David Garcia. I am president of SEIU Local 221 and a member of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. And I'm calling to ask the board to support item 10. So we can finally invest in the resources and the staffing to maximize enrollment of critical programs like CalWorks, CalFresh, and Medi-Cal. This initiative is a long time coming. For too long, San Diego has lagged behind other counties when it comes to enrollment in vital services, and now it's time for San Diego to lead. We urge the board to vote yes. And the county employees on the front lines are prepared to engage in this process to help eliminate inefficiencies, increase outreach, and provide a welcoming environment for those that need the county's self-sufficiency programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7805. 7805. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. If we don't hear from you, we'll come back to you. Our next speaker is 8245. 8245.
Good evening. Hi. Thank you again so much for today and just continuing to serve. My name is Blair Overstreet, and I'm an organizer from Center on Policy Initiatives with the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. And San Diegans, as we saw today, are living in a county where wages employers pay do not match the cost to pay rent, buy food, pay bills. And in theory, CalFresh, CalWorks, Medi-Cal, all these others and other self-sufficiency programs fill the economic void left by employers or unemployment in order to bring San Diegan families to a consistent level of stability. However, gaining access to these programs in our county can often be a challenge. We support this letter, which proposes the creation of a task force with input from impacted communities dedicated to developing solutions to ensure individuals and families can access the support that they need. The creation of a dedicated task force will support the development of solutions such as increasing culturally competent outreach, making the application process much simpler, addressing language needs. If I really want to give a shout out to your translation today and thank your translator for being so patient and lovely and respectful and really giving people their dignity to be able to speak in their own language. and increasing access to information for qualified recipients who've been left out of the programs. There should be a robust team of people who can provide guidance and support to create the capacity for human connection and dignified treatment so that so many folks are denied when trying to access services. So thank you so much, and I hope that you will support this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2342. 2342.
Hello, my name is Nathan Woolman. I'm a Human Services Specialist at the county, member of SEIU Local 221, and member of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. When we talk about barriers to enrollment in the county's public assistance programs, we have to talk about administrative burden. Our eligibility determination process has a lot of that, and we don't allow our staff enough time to navigate this complexity. There are several roles in eligibility determination that require expertise, and due to shortages, one worker is often asked to cover many of these roles. That's important because these programs, because of their burden, they function sort of like a door with several locks on it. The door won't open unless we take the time to disengage all the locks. Unfortunately, our staff is stretched a little too thin to be able to do that right now. As a matter of fact, I'd like to point your attention to a study that was done on our specific department that was published in a British sociological journal called Work and Economy from Sage Journals that covers how our county has used customer-driven management models to serve beneficiaries of programs who don't have a choice of where they can go. I think it's important moving forward that we consider better quality of service through allowing our workers more time to interact with our clientele. And excuse me. So we can't, we need to take a look at that and allocate the resources necessary to give our clientele the time they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our final caller is 7805. 7805. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. 7805. This is the last call. 7805. We're not seeing any movement from that caller, Chair Fletcher, so that concludes public testimony on this item.
Thank you very much. Let me go to my colleagues. I saw Supervisor Anderson has hand up first. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Vargas.
Supervisor Reamer, this is I really like this. I think that there's a real issue, but when I read it, one of the things that you may not have thought in terms of, but if you did, I knew you have included it, is broadband access. So in my district, when you pull up a map, say if you were to pull up the PUC's broadband map, you'd be shocked to learn that many of my communities have little to no broadband access. So when we think about advertising and putting out how to access the benefits that people could take advantage of, they have no way to know. I have, in portions of my district, planning board members who can't conduct a meeting with COVID because they can't meet in person and they don't have the broadband to conduct a meeting because they don't have, if they do have broadband, they don't have the speeds that can sustain a Zoom call. So what I'd like for you to do, if you're willing, is to add some language to it that would extend access to broadband to the unincorporated areas so that we would be able to offer the same benefits that everybody else in San Diego has access to. And when looking at this and analyzing it, take that into consideration. So if these people had access to broadband, would they enroll? If they had a way of enrolling, if they had a way of being contacted with the information, I think that if we ignore that segment, we're not going to get the results that really lift people in our community. When I look at that map, most of those areas overlap the poorest areas of my district. So it's not a surprise that the affordable areas are the least desirable areas that don't have connection to internet. And so I just want to make sure those people aren't left behind, and that when we get done looking at this, we have valuable information that really addresses the needs across the county. So I don't have specific language in mind, but you're a very smart person and you usually have great language for us. So I'm hoping that you can help me by crafting a way of looking at broadband access is one of the barriers of why people are not getting the services that we provide.
Supervisor Anderson, I really appreciate that input. If I could reflect on it, and I think Supervisor Vargas had comments. I think maybe it would be helpful to get everyone's comments and then we could sort of see where it goes, because I'd love to know what she's thinking.
All right, Supervisor Vargas.
Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Lima, for bringing this proposal forward. This is something I think absolutely critical, that our individuals who need assistance should be able to access and enroll in these services, CalWorks, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, cash assistance programs. And so I think that this is, something to think about, right? While we lack knowledge about these programs, the lack of knowledge can inhibit people from signing up for these services and receiving the assistance that they need. I actually think that the biggest barrier for enrollment is the actual eligibility requirement criteria. And so I'm hoping, I wasn't clear in the letter if that was included in it. It might be your intent. And so I just wanted to clarify that, because some of the programs are either state or federal programs, and as such, they require county to simply ensure and adhere to the eligibility criteria that has already been set, right? So it is my understanding, for instance, that CalWorks, for example, takes into consideration household income to ensure eligibility for the program. But as you know, San Diego has very high cost of living. And for that reason, it is really uncommon to see multi-generational households, right? And unfortunately, because everyone's income needs to be taken into consideration, a lot of people are ineligible for this program. So CalFresh, for instance, which is formerly known as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, is an important federal program that provides essential nutrition, right, to the poverty level, 135% of the federal poverty level. But it is my understanding that currently, with the way that SNAP is set up, the military basic allowance for housing is counted as income when determining eligibility, even though it is actually a non-taxable portion of a service member's pay. So because how it's calculated, many active military families, particularly in our communities, are ineligible for these programs, even though they may be struggling to afford food. So, I would ask that you think about, as part of this assessment, and I'm mostly asking if that was part of the intent, that part of the assessment barriers for enrollment, that the task force really takes a look at the current eligibility requirements for each of the programs and identify which requirements are the biggest barriers of potential recommendations to ensure that we're able to really identify that. And then through our priorities, as we're advocating at the federal and state level, we are making those recommendations. Because I think if you see what happened during the pandemic, right, with the EPT, the card, right, we were able to the state of California made an actual amendment. And so we were able to give out people $350 worth of a card, and people didn't have to opt in each time. And so that allowed our families, particularly in my district, to be able to have access to these cards without necessarily have to opt in each time. And so for me, I think it's really important that we look at that. And I think I'm hoping that the recommendations, that you're going to have this task force that's going to look into this. And I think the other thing I would ask of you is if it's possible for some of these recommendations to come in the fall versus the later on, because of the legislative process and the way it works, right? We want to make sure that we're identifying things that we can actually recommend early on, August, September, even if it's in draft form, so that the legislature and at the federal level are able to really consider it as part of the legislative calendar. So those are just some of the thoughts that I had as I was looking into this, but I wholeheartedly support your initiative.
Thank you. So let me just respond to both of these comments. Definitely looking at eligibility requirements. I mean, I think that's the whole point here, is to be really holistic. It's to both look at the requirements, but also, the specific requirements of how they're enforced. Sometimes you could require verification documents that are so onerous, and there's a much simpler, more streamlined substitute that would dramatically increase enrollment. So a lot of these barriers are sort of hidden in terms of how we assess who's eligible. So if that wasn't clear, comments for the record for staff, making sure that we're looking holistically and looking at eligibility as well. I think that's really important. In terms of the timing, so The timing was developed with a lot of input from stakeholders of like very, very thoughtfully of how long they thought it was going to take to come back with recommendations that were good and like holistic. So there is a draft, an interim report coming in October. So I think hopefully that would be early enough for us to have some sort of like initial ideas that we could then act on. But this was the schedule that they've requested after a lot of conversations of how long it's going to take for them to do a good job. So I do want to respect that input from them. On the broadband piece, I think Supervisor Anderson, I think sort of a simple way of engaging on this would be just to include to clarify that when we're looking at barriers to access and barriers to enrollment, that broadband is one of those barriers, and we need to investigate to what extent broadband is a barrier and what the recommendations would be to how we would rectify that barrier in terms of broadband access. So I do appreciate both of your points because it really gets to what we're trying to do here, which is look holistically, like where, is it eligibility? Is it broadband? Like what are the barriers? Because we know that there's so many people in our community that are in need that don't have this access. And the point here is to come back with a set of like very ambitious and robust recommendations based on an assessment and based on data, so that essentially, if you look at the schedule that we outlined, it's coming back with the initial draft in October and a final set of recommendations in December. So we would then be prepared to implement those recommendations in the following fiscal year budget because we'd have them in time for the next year budget cycle.
Kara, if I may add, through the chair, I appreciate all that, but may I add one other suggestion, and that is, we know there's going to be more money coming from the feds on broadband. I know that the state legislature over the 12 years I was there increased money for broadband expansion. But I was wondering if when the study looks at it, that perhaps we could also direct them for an interim plan as well as a long-term. So if we establish that broadband or lack of knowledge is the issue, perhaps there are some interim things that we could do, whether it's a mailer, whether it's something, some notification to get to those dark areas, not dark, blacked out areas.
I mean,
those low internet areas.
I mean, I don't want to overburden. We're gonna, have the SSA has a sort of like a narrow
with a long term. That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a huge issue, right? But we have a task force, and then there's a consultant, and they have sort of a job, and I don't want them to give them a different job that they're not like sort of equipped to fulfill.
The concern I have is 80% of the unincorporated area has the least internet connection. So our job's to protect the unincorporated as much as everyone else, but only focusing on the cities where the cities have the most resources, and we're the only resource for the unincorporated area. When you look at the number of meals that come into my district because people can't afford food, you'd be shocked. And I'd be happy to take you on a tour of it because I was shocked and I live there. So that's why I'm making such a strong argument for it, because we are their only form of government. We are their only social fabric holding them together. And so I think that they should have a right of access. That's my only point.
Yeah, no, let me take a crack at this here in a sec. Because I think, look, I was working hard earlier to get like $20 million for broadband. So I think we all recognize it is important, and we certainly hope to fulfill that framework. But before Supervisor Anderson, I've got a suggestion for you and Supervisor Lawson-Remer to consider. Before we do that, one thing just on a kind of a sequence process and what we're doing. I just want us to drill down a little bit and clarify. And I think this is great. I served on the County Veterans Service Advisory Board. I was a very young Marine, was appointed to serve on that body. And I'll tell you, we weren't engaged. We weren't solicited. We weren't tasked with doing anything. It was not a terribly productive use of time. And so I think going in and engaging our Social Services Advisory Board on these recommendations and suggestions is very good. And I think those are folks that will have really good suggestions and input for us. And I think there's a way we can maybe incorporate taking a look at broadband here. But real quick, Supervisor Lawson-Remer, I just have a timing question as I read through the errata. And it more relates to the consultant. So two questions. One, kind of, what do you see as the interface between the task force of Social Service Advisory Board that are going to come up with their recommendations, an interim report from that task force October 4th of this year, final report with recommendations on December 7th, and then kind of monthly reports between now and then. I think that is all really good. I guess my question is on the independent consultant. Two questions. What do you see as the intersection between the independent consultant and the task force that is going to be working on this? And then second, I think we just have a little logistical challenge because the funding for this is going to be referred to budget, which will be adopted at the end of June, but that budget doesn't go in effect until January. And so because of the procurement process to find that person and the nature of that funding, it would be pretty much impossible for a consultant to come back to recommendations October 4th of this year, given the nature of how we're doing it. So I just think, I think it's all great. I think what we're doing is really great. I just want us to clarify in a really workable way so that we get the appropriate guidance to staff, and then we know what to expect back as a board.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the clear questions. So first of all, I certainly would accept friendly amendment if we thought we had 4 votes today and we wanted to just allocate the consultant to get started today. You know, that would be, I would welcome that. If that's something that people wanted to move forward, I think that would be a great idea. So, you know, that's certainly on the table. In terms of how I see the consultant and the plan here for the task force and the consultant working together, you know, obviously the task force has a lot of deep expertise. And
I meant July 1, Supervisor. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant July 1, not January 1. I misspoke.
Yeah, no, I heard you. No,
Okay.
I heard what you meant to say, not
July.
what you did say. I heard what you actually intended to say. So, yeah. So, but that doesn't change my point here, which is, you know, I would certainly be happy for this to start tomorrow and this to, you know, an RFP to go out to get moving tomorrow. So, if that's something that we want to do today, I would welcome that amendment. But in terms of how we see these pieces fitting together, the task force has a lot of folks with really deep expertise, as you mentioned, Chair Fletcher, people who, you know these issues backwards and forwards, and we're giving them a really important job to do. But they also have an expertise that's, you know, specific to what they bring to the table and the background that they have doing the work. The consultant will have the opportunity to engage more in a more full-time way with county staff, with community outreach from a different perspective, talking to members of the community with fresh eyes, talking to county staff to look more holistically on issues that perhaps are outside the expertise or experience of the members of the task force. So that I'm thinking we're going to get back 2 sets of recommendations, which will have some overlap, but also certainly be engaging in different issues because frankly, they're bringing very, very different perspectives and very different expertise. And the consultant is going to be doing a lot more work on the community outreach and community consultation as a paid consultant. And the task force is going to be bringing their own expertise and their own experience on this work. So, you know, looking to be able to marry these two different perspectives to something very holistic and very robust in terms of set of recommendations. So with that being said, if there is interest in moving forward on this today, I certainly would accept that.
Let me ask just real quick, our CAO, just do you think if these are referred to budget, would we be able to get something back from a consultant, initial recommendations in October and final recommendations in December?
We'll certainly do our best. We think we can. Thank you.
Okay. So then Supervisor Wasserman, it's basically just 2 parallel processes. We've got Social Services Advisory Board Task Force taking a look at what they're doing, an outside consultant taking an outside look at the totality with recommendations coming back simultaneous.
Yep.
Okay. What I would do, what I'd suggest Supervisor Anderson to do yours, and if this is just a friendly amendment for Supervisor Wasserman to consider, is that in 1B, where it talks about overcome the barriers, CalFresh Medi-Cal, general relief in an effort to increase outreach, accessibility, and enrollment for qualifying individuals in San Diego County. I would just add a line to also assess potential barriers to enrollment via lack of broadband and recommendations for increased access by increased connectivity. And I think both the Social Services Advisory Board Task Force could take a look at that, as could the outside consultant. And I think that would give us a little insight into the.
It may be even easier just to say unincorporated area. So what are the barriers of the unincorporated area?
No, but there's some areas across that don't have connectivity. So I wouldn't limit it just to that. There could be some other areas that don't have it as well. So I wouldn't sell yourself short. You may have some incorporated areas in your district that might have limitations on broadband access. In terms of being able, there's some of it, is it geographically available where you are? And then some of it is, do you have access to something that may be available? It may be available, but perhaps you can't afford it.
That sounds good. I just want to make sure that the 80% of unincorporated area isn't left out of the study. And I think that your amendment would be excellent if the supervisor would accept it.
So I think what we just, to simplify it, we would just say enrollment for qualifying individuals in San Diego County, including assessing connectivity and its impact on availability of services, including assessing connectivity and its impact on availability of services. Us, the maker of the motion, if that would be okay.
That would be okay, for sure. I just also want to, comment a couple of things. First of all, in the conversations we've had with the SSAB and stakeholders who are really excited to work on this, they already have a lot of ideas on expanding broadband in the unincorporated areas. So I've already heard them coming. So that is sort of baked in, just so you know, as something that's been coming at me already. And I do think we all should just keep in mind, which is a great thing, that there is a broadband initiative, a federal broadband initiative in the pipeline at Treasury right now. So, just remembering that hopefully there will be many other vehicles that might be significantly more robust to actually build out broadband access coming, and useful to have this conversation now, but looking forward to a more robust instruments to drive that agenda.
Cool. All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Lawson-Remer, seconded by myself, to adopt the recommendations in agenda item 10. Adding to recommendation 1B to include the assessment of connectivity and its impact on availability of services. With that, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments from members of the board? All right, Wes, clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
On agenda item number 11, advancing the behavioral health continuum of care, this is a report item from our staff, and I think this is a weighty and meaty topic that deserves some attention. So I'd make a motion to continue this item to May 4th. There's nothing pressing in this item, nothing we need to take action on today, and I think it'd be appropriate to come back at our May 4th meeting and take up this item. So I'd make a motion to continue. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Let me ask the clerk, if members of the public who want to call in on this item, we'd be happy to hear from them if they are still here, with the understanding. I just wanted them to know that we would be continuing this item. But if you want to speak on this item, please call in now, and I'll ask the clerk to call forward any of those speakers who might be remaining on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We had 3 requests to speak on this item, all in favor. Those individuals have not dialed into the line at this time.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to continue this item to May 4th. Any board member comments? Supervisor Anderson?
Yeah, I was just curious, in relationship to other communities outside the unincorporated area, what do they charge us for mutual aid? I know what we're charging other people, but if they have to come into the unincorporated area, what do they charge us?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Anderson, in relation to what?
Oh, you know what? I stand corrected, sorry.
Okay.
I jumped ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Oh, yeah.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We're now going to move to agenda item 16, a resolution denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian racism. This is an item brought forward by Vice Chair Vargas. and myself. If members of the public signed up to speak on this item, we ask you to please call in now. Before we go to the public speakers, I'd like to turn it over to Vice Chair Vargas to see if she has any introductory comments she would like to make on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Since December 2019, on the outbreak of COVID-19, Asian Pacific Islander communities throughout our country have experienced a significant increase in hate crimes, discrimination, and racial profiling and violence. Last year, the San Diego County District Attorney's Office filed hate crime charges in 3 cases against Asian Americans. The district attorney also set up a hotline for people to call or submit reports on hate crimes and racist incidents. Over 100 reports have been received throughout the hotline. Stop AAPI Hate, based in California, has recorded over 2,800 incidents of anti-Asian hate crimes since March 2020, coinciding with a national trend of increased hate crimes since the pandemic set in. According to the reports of hate crimes, women were attacked 2.5 times more than men. And another report from California State University East Bay showed that an anti-Asian hate crime surged over 150% last year. This upward trend in hate, unfortunately, targeted at Asian Pacific Islanders should never be tolerated or become the norm. The history of Asian immigration is particularly rich in California with the proximity over the Pacific. However, our history also reflects a system that has perpetuated anti-Asian sentiment. Following the Exclusion Acts becoming law, many crossed the border from Mexico into San Diego. In 1882, the last year before the first Exclusion Act went into effect, almost 40,000 Chinese entered the United States. 5 years later, in 1887, only 10 came legally, and in 1900s, only 1247 were admitted. Our binational region has a particularly rich history of Chinese Americans due to migration partners in northern Mexico. This board action today is a reflection of our values. As a county committed to fighting systemic racism, we must denounce xenophobia, we must stand up against hate and racism, and we denounce anti-Asian racism. Our county must affirm its commitment to the well-being of our Asian Pacific Islander communities. I will do everything I can to continue to advocate on their behalf. I respectfully request an aye for this vote. Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I second the motion, or did you make the motion? I'm sorry.
No, you can make the motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that motion, and I'm pleased to bring this item forward. Docketing it with Supervisor Vargas, but I think both of us really bringing it forward on behalf of the 20 organizations in the API Coalition who helped us draft this language and whose concerns are real and valid, the concerns we hear, and the things that we know that we have to take action. And I think that the work that we are doing with this, the vital role that our Human Relations Commission is playing in this effort, and all the communities that are coming together with Speak with One Voice is vitally important. So pleased to bring this item forward alongside Supervisor Vargas, and hope we can adopt it today. Let me ask the clerk at this point to call forward the public speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We had 12 requests to speak on this item, all in favor. At this time, we have 1 individual that has dialed in. Any other members of the public that requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. We'll be calling the individual by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll need to press *6 to unmute your phone, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. We'll begin with 9408. That's 9408. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chairperson Fletcher and Supervisors. This is Mylena Bond. I'm a county worker and an SEIU 221 member. I actually spoke earlier in this meeting regarding hazard pay, and I come back to you all asking to support the resolution denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian racism, affirming San Diego County's commitment to the well-being and safety of Asian and Pacific Islander communities. As a county worker passionate about public health, I commend the board for understanding racism is a public health issue. And I also want to thank Dr. Wooten and Public Health Services for allowing employees to have a safe space in addressing racial equity. However, I recognize this opportunity is not the same for some of my other fellow workers, especially for APIs and departments such as the detention centers within the county, which is why I feel it was essential to speak with you all with this item. With this being a concern that is felt nationwide and locally, it truly hits home for me being a woman of color. When I first started as a working contributor in San Diego, I was objectified by an older white male by being told through his suggestive comments that my worth amounted to nothing beyond a masseuse or a nurse to care for people like him. This was in 2008. Fast forward to 2021, my fiance's auntie was a recent target of racism through the form of a styrofoam plate on her car, which read F China. She is not Chinese. She is Kapampangan, and for those that do not know, she represents one of the largest ethno-linguistic groups in the Philippines. Lastly, my father, brother-in-laws, and nephew have served and are serving in the United States Armed Forces, Army, Navy, and Marines respectively, with honor to protect this nation. But take away their accolades, combine 60 years of service and multiple tours, and you have a brown Asian male who can very well be at the receiving end of these racial attacks, both physical and verbal. This is and will always continue to remain an issue, and it was very clear during the early part of this board meeting when a caller talked about the Chinese masks used to keep them safe. My family members and people in the community worry for their safety, and it's important that our leaders publicly denounce hate and back it up with the resolve to work alongside our community members. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller is 5323. 5323.
Hi, my name is Kent Lee, and I am the co-chair of the San Diego Asian Pacific Islander Coalition. Just wanted to take a moment to thank both Supervisors Fletcher and Vargas for bringing this to the table and just helping to bring awareness to this issue, which we have been speaking to for well over a year at this point since the start of the pandemic. The San Diego API Coalition started very organically last year, specifically in response to increased hate and racism. We drew over 70 organizations together in a rare occasion from various communities all throughout San Diego County to speak up on this. Worked with the city of San Diego to pass a similar resolution, and are just excited to see this being addressed at the county. As you all know, in recent months, we have seen, again, an increase and an uptick in attacks that are targeted towards Asian American communities throughout the country, but also knowing that we have had just in San Diego County alone last year, 42 reported cases of incidents of hate, likely just the tip of the iceberg of what we might be seeing, through anecdotes and forums and just other sources, throughout the last year. We know that this is the first step of work that we must do. The API Coalition is certainly ready and willing to partner with the county, not just addressing hatred and racism targeted at the API community, but looking at how we can work together to address hate and racism directed at any and all marginalized communities. So thank you once again for taking this up today. We look forward to working with you shortly.
Next caller is 1590. 1590.
Hello, my name is Bertha Rodriguez with Climate Action Campaign, which is a member of the San Diego Green and Deal Alliance. I'm calling in support of Item 16, the resolution denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian racism. It is important to show up in solidarity with our Asian Pacific Islander community. The adoption of a resolution to condemn anti-API hate and denouncing xenophobia is an important step to create an equitable San Diego. Thank you.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public testimony in this item.
Thank you for that. We have a motion by Supervisor Vargas, a second by myself. I'm going to go to my colleague, Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
I just want to thank you both for bringing this forward. I mean, it's just been a really tough time, I think, in the last couple of weeks, certainly in the AAPI community, with a lot of really hateful and terrible violent attacks. And, there's no question that we need to pass this and take a stand and be on the record of being in solidarity with our AAPI community. And so just thank you very much for doing the work and bringing this forward. And, I think we need to come together as a community here in San Diego to stand strong against these kinds of hateful attacks.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
We know hateful language, and we also know what hateful actions are. But I also think it's a form of racism when you limit the API community into our colleges and universities because they're exceeding quotas that are set by other people. When you strive for excellence and you're a minority, you should be rewarded for that excellence that you worked so hard for. And I really appreciate you bringing this forward, because racism frequently shows up in ways that isn't clearly identifiable. But I really appreciate this. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Not seeing any other comments from my colleagues. We have a motion by Supervisor Vargas, a second by myself to adopt agenda item 16. I will ask the clerk to please call the rolls.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you for bringing this forward. Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Let me just quickly ask the clerk how our staff are doing there. Do we need to take a brief break or recess? Or are you all, we're happy to do that. We know it's been a long meeting and folks have been sitting for a while. So if it's either the CAO or clerk have a prerogative on that, we're happy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone in the chamber would like to continue on.
Okay.
Anyone that needs a quick break can kind of step out while the presentation is happening, but we're ready to go. So thank you very much. Andrew Strong is here ready to give the next presentation. So thank you.
All right, thank you. We will now take up agenda item 17, receive the report back on the framework for creating an equitable county government through the lens of equity, racial justice, and belonging. I'm really pleased to see this come back. I know last year we took the action to create this office anew and provide a task and a mission and a purpose. We went through a rigorous community engaged process to arrive at our new leader for this office, Andrew Strong, who I think is going to do a terrific job for our county. And so I think this will be wonderful. We're going to hear first the presentation from Mr. Strong, and then we'll go to public speakers. And I'd ask if any member of the public signed up to speak on this item to please begin the process of calling in now, and we will get to you after the presentation. And with that, I will turn it over to Andrew Strong for his presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, Board of Supervisors. On January 12th, 2021, your board passed a resolution declaring racism a public health crisis. Your board proposed measures to ensure that in making decisions, the county is promoting health equity, basing decisions on equity data, and engaging our communities in a participatory process. Today's actions request the board receive the report on the status of the recommendations, including an action plan for implementation, and to receive the mission statement for the Office of Equity and Racial Justice adopted by the Leon Williams Human Relations Commission. Our goal is to create a county culture of equity, belonging, and racial justice. These actions lay a solid foundation to make significant systemic and structural change. Today, I'm going to cover what we are doing in response to your January 12 board action to engage community voices, create an equity and racial justice lens on all county operations, and enhance our data analysis to find disparities and root out systemic racism. First, engaging our community. In November of 2020, the county contracted with Urban Policy Development Consulting and the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley to work with the Human Relations Commission, or HRC, to develop the Office of Equity and Racial Justice mission statement, roles, and responsibilities. Over the past few months, 3 community feedback meetings were held with over 200 participants. A survey was also sent out to community stakeholders that garnered over 600 responses. An ad hoc subcommittee of the HRC worked to review community feedback and incorporate themes from the community into the mission statement. The community feedback showed that there were 3 major criteria that the mission statement needed to meet: championing change, engaging community with transparency and accountability, advancing equity and justice through healing. The ad hoc committee met 6 times in order to come to consensus on the following mission statement. San Diego County's Office of Equity and Racial Justice partners with the community to co-create transformative, enduring, structural, and systemic change in San Diego County government. We bridge San Diego County departments and community voices to design bold policies and practices to advance equity. We champion belonging for all and advocate for people suffering from structural and systemic racism and exclusion. On March 23rd, I'm happy to say that the HRC met and adopted the ad hoc committee's recommendation for the mission statement with no objection and no revisions. We've already heard good feedback from our community members that are very happy with the mission statement. In addition, we are monitoring other entities who are also making strides in this area. Earlier this evening, you received the memo formalizing the county's support for SB 17. This bill establishes the State Office of Equity, who would be charged with creating critical tools that would be beneficial to our work. Another critical step to engage in the community to influence change in county policies and procedures is creating a formal process to do so. The formal process to solicit community input on policies and practices that lead to or perpetuate racial or ethnic disparity will be a part of the annual work plan for the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, or OERJ for short. Staff from the OERJ will request and facilitate a series of HRC subcommittee meetings annually to gather input on county policies and practices. These meetings may be in the form of a town hall to gain additional community feedback. These meetings will include the relevant county departments that oversee the policies and/or practices that are being discussed at the subcommittee meetings. An action plan will be developed with timeframes to provide updates to the HRC and Board of Supervisors as necessary. This process is anticipated to begin this fall. Next, I'll discuss some of the actions we are taking to create an equity and racial justice lens on all county operations. The current county structure of equity, diversity, and inclusion activities are the D&I Executive Council, comprised of executive leadership, responsible for creating a culture that keeps diversity and inclusion at the forefront for our leaders. The county's 10 thriving employee resource groups that play a key role in advancing our commitment to diversity and creating a sustaining and inclusive workplace. The Office of Ethics and Compliance, who are dedicated to fostering a culture of integrity and promoting ethics throughout the county. The Human Resources Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Unit, responsible for rooting out systemic racism in HR policies, procedures, and practices, and promoting equitable opportunities for career advancement. Our San Diego County Leon Williams Human Relations Commission, established to promote positive human relations, respect, and integrity of every individual. And the Office of Equity Racial Justice, that's devoted to engaging underserved communities and including them in setting priorities while ensuring the involvement and participation of diverse perspectives in all county processes. Over the next few months, we'll be solidifying the roles and responsibilities of these activities, and they'll play a significant role in implementing an equity and racial justice lens in all county operations. In order to lay a solid foundation for having a lens of equity and belonging in all county operations, it is essential that we incorporate these concepts into our mission, vision, values, and strategic plan. The D&I Executive Council has worked to add equity and belonging into the county's value. They have also drafted a mission and vision statement that includes these concepts. The next step in the process will be to hold listening sessions with county employees who are diversity and inclusion champions and members of the employee resource groups to gain feedback on the mission, vision, and values. These are scheduled to be held on April 15th and 20th. Lastly, our revised mission statement will be presented to the HRC to obtain community feedback, and it's anticipated that the new mission and vision will be adopted by July of this year. Next, we'll be adding equity and belonging into the county's strategic plan. This will involve a process in which county departments create enterprise-wide goals that focus on the concepts of belonging and equity 2.0, also known as targeted universalism. Targeted universalism is a framework developed by the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley. Targeted universalism means setting universal goals pursued by targeted, data-driven processes to achieve those goals. Within a targeted universal framework, universal goals are established for all groups concerned. Strategies are developed using data analysis to achieve those goals by focusing on what is needed by the different groups situated within structures, culture, and across geographies to obtain the universal goal. The county's operational plan, also known as the budget document, will contain the focused strategies needed to accomplish these goals. Development of these goals and strategies will take place throughout the summer and fall with anticipated completion of strategic plan updates by November of 2021. We anticipate fully incorporating these new strategies into the fiscal year 2022-24 operational plan cycle. In order to ensure staff have the tools and resources to effectively create goals and approaches that eliminate disparities, tear down structural racism, and create a culture of belonging, we must have tools and resources that are designed to integrate explicit consideration of racial equity in decisions, including policies, practices, programs, and budgets. The Government Alliance on Race and Equity, or GARE, has a racial equity toolkit that is both a product and a process. Much like other jurisdictions, such as the city of Seattle, we have used this toolkit to create a process for reviewing our programs, our processes, and our board letters to determine the equity impact of our actions. The OERJ will be working with groups and departments to train staff on how to use these tools and resources. Departments will each form a core justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion team, also known as JEDIs, made up of department head, assistant department head, or executive team appointee, diversity and inclusion lead, a budget lead, and a data lead. Each of these teams will be trained to use the toolkit and be responsible for leading the development and review of the equity impact statement for their respective departments. Initial trainings are scheduled to be completed by June 2021, with anticipated use of the equity impact statement by the June 8th board meeting. Importantly, measurement matters. It matters because it shows that we are committed to doing this work. It shows that this is not just an aspiration, but that we have clear understanding of racial inequities and disparities that exist, and data-driven direction on how to address them. We must use data that states community indicators, desired results, in our specific program and policy outcomes, and our performance measures. The OERJ will work with the county's Data Governance Committee and the county's Data and Performance Analytics Unit to conduct an environmental scan to assess the current data and resources available, priorities, and needs. We anticipate this environmental scan being completed by June of this year. You already know of the data-driven efforts relating to health equity, specifically concerning COVID-19. But here are a few group and department highlights of efforts that began after the January board action. In order to ensure they are meeting the needs of our most underserved communities, our land use and environment groups departments are conducting comprehensive needs assessments that highlight the need for these efforts and a commitment to environmental justice. Each department is working with GIS data teams to collect, compile, and utilize data sets that are available to better understand the populations we serve and identify solutions to service and program gaps. The data collected and analyzed will inform our work and serve to improve the health, environmental, and social outcomes of our community. In the public safety group, each department is developing goals, objectives, and measures with specific data sets to better analyze the impact of their programs on the communities we serve. When gaps or barriers are identified, a more targeted approach will be made to rectify the inequity. They are also developing business intelligence dashboards to assist departments with equity and inclusion analysis. The Department of Purchasing and Contracting launched a business demographic survey to gather data that will inform and guide future supplier outreach strategies to ensure equitable access to county contracting opportunities. And these are only a few of the many efforts that are already underway to enhance our data analysis to find disparities and root out systemic racism. The environmental scan will help us collectively identify how we work better together, identify priorities, and the additional resources that we may need. Lastly, the OERJ and the Data and Performance Analytics Unit will research best practices and determine resources needed to develop equity indicators. As we work to identify these resources, we will work with our community partners in the development of these indicators. These indicators and the associated counter data and performance measures will be incorporated into an equity impact report to be presented to the Board of Supervisors annually. We anticipate the first equity impact report to be presented to your board in the fall of 2022 in conjunction with the county's annual report. With that, we ask that your board receive the report on the status of the recommendations, including the action plan for implementation, and to receive the HRC adopted mission statement. And lastly, I want to say I fully support the resolution to fight hate against our API community, and I'm looking forward to working with our API partners to resolve some of these issues. Subject to your question, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Strong, for the report and presentation. Before we go to our board members, let me ask the clerk to call forward any public speakers that we have on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We had 2 requests to speak on this item, both in favor. Neither of those individuals have dialed into the conference line at this time.
Okay. I want to make a motion to receive the report that is included here, and I want to commend Andrew for the incredible work in starting something from scratch and the collaborative nature of bringing in the various partners and the efforts and really, I think, fulfilling the intent behind this, but taking it from concept to reality in terms of what we're doing. And I think a lot of the work of this office will become very integral to so much of what we're doing surrounding the budget, health and human services. I mean, all of the different types of things. I think this office is going to become a tremendous resource to us in terms of all of our county efforts. Andrew, real quick, I just wanted to make clear as a part, and I heard you say this, but I just want to make sure that the annual racial equity impact report that you're going to prepare and will be preparing in the future will also include some data, some actual metrics to hold us accountable, some baselines on things. Are we moving things both in terms of our commitment and our funding, and then at the appropriate point, the actual outcomes that funding is intended to drive? And that's kind of your intent behind that annual report. Is that correct?
Chair Fletcher, absolutely. And that's exactly what we're going to get started on with the environmental scan and working with our community partners. There's a lot of best practices out there we can glean on. There's indicators and metrics that we have already that we can include and place an equity lens on to add to that report. So absolutely, we'll include those performance measures, outcome-based, so we can really see how we're moving the needle.
Yeah, and I think that's so important because the work that we're doing here is not just performative, it's substantive. And that'll really provide a metric to hold us all accountable, both for the priority decisions we make from a policy standpoint, but also to measure the impacts of those policies that we put in place. And so I'm really pleased to see this move forward and really appreciate all the tremendous work that you have done and everyone that's helped support in getting this up and running. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any comments on item 17.
Chair Fletcher, I just want to say thank you to Andrew and for all the work that he's doing already. I appreciate everything that's been shared, and I think that I will be super honest that when the office was created, I was always a little wary about offices that may or may not, really focus on having substance. And so I just want to commend you and say thank you for all of the work and for all of those that participated in creating the mission and the values and for the work that we're going to do together. So I just wanted to publicly say thank you. You've been working with me and my team on the Boys and Men of Color and a couple of other initiatives, and I am really grateful for the work that we'll continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a second, Supervisor Vargas?
Yes, sorry.
All right, I will take that as a second. Supervisor Desmond.
I just want to say thanks. Great job, Andrew. Good report. Sounds like you got a good handle on the mission and moving forward. So thanks. Thank you very much.
All
I have
right.
a question.
Yeah, Supervisor Wasserman, of course.
So it's a clarifying question and maybe an amendment depending on the answer to the question. But I just wanted to better understand. So it said, I just want to better understand whether the JEDI team will be just upper management or would be inclusive of various levels of county staff.
Thank you for the question through the chair, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Absolutely, it's inclusive of
so that's what he said.
Staff.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec, Mr. Strong. Supervisor Anderson, if you hit that mute button.
Yeah, I am so sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. No worries at all. All right, Mr. Strong, continue.
Yeah, and absolutely. And the reason why we have a department head and their assistant is because we wanted people who could influence decisions in that department as a part of that team. But their role is going to be to learn how to use that tool and that assessment and to train and to build capacity within the departments to be able to use that tool. So it's absolutely going to be inclusive of all levels of county staff.
Okay, great. That's just really important that it's not just upper management. So as long as that's clear, then I think that's really wonderful.
All right, we have a motion by myself, a second by Vice Chair Vargas to receive the report brought forward. I will ask the clerk at this point to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, moving on. We will now go to agenda item number 18. This is recovering from COVID-19 fee waivers for the event industry. A board letter that I brought forward. I would ask if any members of the public signed up to speak on this item that they call in at this point. I'll briefly introduce the item. The COVID-19 pandemic has obviously brought tremendous difficulty to a lot of people throughout San Diego County, families, students, seniors, small business owners, healthcare professionals. We're mindful of the significant amount of life that has been lost. But when it comes to economic terms, we're very mindful that the impact has not been equal. Some industries, in fact, had record years in 2020, and some were completely devastated and hit hard. And in particular, I think the meetings and events industry was dealt perhaps one of the greatest economic blows. This industry is an essential economic driver for our region. It brought in 2.7 million visitors and $3.5 billion in spending to San Diego in 2019. And we know that the impact it has had, and unlike other sectors that were able to operate perhaps at limited, still a negative impact, but we're able to continue to operate in some capacity. The events industry was simply not in that situation. And while we see the progress coming forward with guidance around events today and what can happen and the great promise of getting back to pre-pandemic levels in just a few months, I think it is important as a board that we take a step to help this industry in particular. And so I'm presenting a policy to waive county permit fees for fiscal year 21-22 to help venues, producers, and vendors build back their businesses. The fees that would be waived would be from Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Parks and Rec, Sheriff's Department, and San Diego County Fire Department. In total, it's estimated to be about $2 million in fees that would be saved for these industries. And I think it would be appropriate if we try to work this money into the American Rescue Plan Act funding. We set aside a fairly significant amount for business recovery, and this is a relatively small amount compared to the total we have set aside. And so we're requesting the approval today. If the board votes and it passes, staff will return in 30 days as a part of our COVID update to update us on the effect and the most appropriate funding stream to do this. And just in closing briefly, I want to reiterate the events industry has been through a lot. They have struggled and they're poised. They're ready to come back. They're ready to recover. We're moving in the right direction. But I think this will be a modest step we can take as a county to give a little bit of extra help to this industry. And so with that, I would make a motion to approve this item.
I'm happy to second it.
Thank you. Second by Supervisor Anderson. Let me ask the clerk if we have any requests to speak on this item.
Chair Fletcher, there are no requests to speak on this item.
All right. We have a motion by myself, a second by Supervisor Anderson. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any comments.
Just a quick one. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The events industry is one of the worst ones hit, and they deserve these fee waivers, if not more. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Fletcher, I just want a clarification. When we're talking about the industry, are we talking also about, we're referring to like small businesses like DJs and event decorations and flower folks and all those? Okay,
yeah, the vendors associated with events.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yep. All right, we have a motion by myself, a second by Supervisor Anderson. Not seeing any additional comments, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're now going to move to agenda item 20, updating community choice energy guiding principles. This is a board letter brought forward by myself and Supervisor Lawson-Remer. If members of the public sign up to speak on this item, we encourage you to call in now. I'm pleased to bring forward this item. I know our board, previous board, spent a considerable amount of time on the issue of community choice energy, and I've long been a supporter of community choice energy, and I appreciate Supervisor Lawson-Remer partnering to bring this forward. In 2019, we adopted a set of guiding principles to engage in discussions with other community choice energies entities around their formation. And we have been unable to join another CCE based on the guiding principles that we adopted. The aim and intention here is to come together in a joint powers authority with other CCEs to achieve economies of scale. And so today's action is to update the guiding principles so that we're more aligned with our commitment to renewable energy, good paying jobs, and environmental and social justice. With the proposed adoption of the revised guiding principles, I think this aligns us with a good intent to move forward and not only creating good, clean energy, 100% renewable energy by 2030, prioritizing a clean energy transition with renewable energy sources, wind, solar, battery storage, distributive resources, and such as our community or rooftop solar. And I think this will do it. But this also helps us move forward by prioritizing good middle-class jobs. We do this by requiring prevailing wages in the skilled and trained workforce on CCE projects. Every projects that are competitively procured should be evaluated based on a strict set of criteria, prioritizing new local renewable resources, leveraging the use of apprenticeship programs, and characteristic by a robust set of environmental stewardship and social equity criteria. I think this dedicated pipeline for clean energy jobs for our communities is a vital part of our efforts to move forward. The guiding principles will be to prioritize social equity and environmental stewardship, provide cost competitiveness compared to the incumbent utility, achieve 100% renewable energy by 2030, include encouraging within county build out of renewable energy projects, battery storage, and energy efficient programs, and prioritize Category 1 renewable energy, support requirements for prevailing wage as defined in the California Labor Code Section 1770, skilled and trained workforce as defined in the California Public Contract Code 2601 for CCE-owned, generated, feed-in tariff and energy efficiency developments, and encourage the development of equitable jobs pipelines for individuals from community of concern. The use of bid evaluation policy prioritization, the selection of local renewable energy and storage projects, and the workforce development criteria, prioritizing the use of state certified apprenticeship and proper assignment of work to crafts that traditionally perform the work as permitted by applicable law, and continuing to limit general fund liability, a carryover from our previous one. Based on these guiding principles, county staff would then discuss the county's potential partnership with the San Diego Community Power and the Clean Energy Alliance CCE Joint Powers Authority and return to our board with options for potential county participation in joining those JPAs based on the revised guidance. So it is just to revise our guiding principles, direct staff to go out and engage with other CCEs in our area that are in formation and then return to us with potential options, consider joining one. And I would make a motion to approve. Before we go to board member comments, let me ask the clerk if we have any speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Yes, we have 16 individuals that have requested to speak in this item. A number of them have dialed into the conference line. We will be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Erin, if you could please identify the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 5195. 5195.
Good evening, Chair Fletcher and members of the Board of Supervisors. first of all, before I start, I'm very impressed with the legislative productivity of the board. And frankly, how you get along is really good. I'm very impressed. And I also want to thank county staff for their heroism in staying so late. Anyway, this is Jim Whalen from 1660 Hotel Circle, formerly now in Mission Valley, moved. I'll be brief. It's been a very long day. I'm very pleased to continue collaborating with the county board and staff in your efforts to reduce greenhouse gases and thus global climate change while supporting the local economy with good jobs in renewable energy. We are fortunate to represent the majority of local large-scale energy producers who are excited at the opportunity to sell solar power to local buyers. That would be the county. This exciting change in direction of community choice energy guiding principles and also engaging with the CCEs is more reflective of our shared community values. Prioritizing local power procurement, number one, social equity, number two, and environmental stewardship, number three, as well as attaining an affordable energy costs to be objectives shared by everybody. And I really, and our clients really fully support what you're doing and look forward to continuing cooperation and support with you and offering help as needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0396. 0396.
Good evening, Chair Fletcher and board members. My name is Karina Gonzalez, and I'm with Hammond Climate Solutions. I'm calling in today in support of Supervisors Fletcher and Lawson Reamer's board letter. We are in a climate emergency, and community choice energy is the only pathway to reach 100% clean energy. The county needs to take bold and immediate action in order to stop the climate crisis. Additionally, with SDG&E's rates being one of the highest in the country, unincorporated residents deserve a competitive and fair choice for energy through San Diego Community Power. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2596. 2596.
Good evening, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. Micah Matrosky speaking on behalf of IBEW Local 569. Thank you, Chair Fletcher and Supervisor Lawson Reamer, for bringing forward these new principles. I'll keep it short. We are in strong and enthusiastic support and urge the board to please approve this item. Thank you, and thank you for all of the great work that has been accomplished today.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0425. 0425.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Barbara Boswell. I'm the Interim Chief Executive Officer of Clean Energy Alliance. And we're very pleased to see the county looking into community choice energy options and support the recommendation before the Board of Supervisors at this time. Clean Energy Alliance is launching in May 2021, and all three of our member agencies have selected our 50% renewable, 75% carbon-free product offering as their default for their communities, and we're able to offer that at a savings compared to SDG&E. We look forward to discussions with staff on how CEA can help the county meet its climate goals through joining Clean Energy Alliance, and we are here at any time to speak to you, the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8650. 8650.
Hello, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. This is Jason Haber calling again on behalf of the City of Carlsbad. I'd like to echo the comments of Ms. Boswell and express the city's appreciation and support for the recommendation that the county re-engage in discussions and consider joining us in the Clean Energy Alliance. Carlsbad is looking forward to the upcoming launch of our Community Choice Energy program next month. The Alliance has developed a program that will help the city and our partners meet our clean energy goals while providing cost savings and accountability to all ratepayers within our service area. The revised guiding principles that are under consideration by the board appear consistent and compatible with the goals and policies of the Clean Energy Alliance. And again, we look forward to working with county staff to help inform your decisions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7885. 7885.
Hello, I'm Carl Aldinger, the conservation organizer speaking for Sierra Club. We're in full support of the update to the county's guiding principles on community choice energy. Also, if the county is able to move forward with a decision to join the JPA this summer, it will accelerate your official launch date by 1 whole year. Please don't get held back on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6608. 6608.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. This is Matthew Vasilakis from Climate Action Campaign, dialing in to support the revised board letter and urge the county to join San Diego Community Power before the end of this year. CCE is the single most effective strategy a jurisdiction can take to more equitably reduce emissions in their community. CCE programs are proven agencies that give families a cleaner choice, nonprofit, community-centered alternative to the monopoly utility model. Equally important are equity, economies of scale, and good governance in deploying CCE programs, the linchpin of any climate action plan. Thankfully, in our region, we have an existing CCE program that is already delivering equitable and sustainable electricity options. That program, of course, is San Diego Community Power. SDCP is our regional CCE program offering cost-competitive rates, community benefits, and codified equity and strong worker protections in its founding authorities to ensure a just transition to a 100% clean energy future for our communities. And a note on governance. One city, one vote, and any joint power authority makes no sense for the county. Just as we have seen with the U.S. Senate, why should a jurisdiction of 500,000 people have the same voting power as a town with 4,000? Who would sign away a community's agency like that? Alternatively, we know that when the county, city of San Diego, and region unite as one, we can accomplish anything. Please approve the board letter and begin talks to join SDCP. Thank you, Supervisors Fletcher and Lawson Reamer, for the work they've done. We look forward to continuing to partner on this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1436. 1436.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. My name is Tara Hammond, founder of Hammond Climate Solutions. I will keep it very short. I also support the revised board letter for community choice energy, and I am so excited that there is a new board that's revisiting this. I hope the county joins San Diego Community Power in the next couple of months for the many reasons that Matthew just said. Thank you for your time and leadership, and happy Earth Month.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item. Chair Fletcher.
Thank you to everyone called in. I'd like to go to Supervisor Lawson Reamer, who co-docketed this item and has a lot of experience on this issue, and then we'll go to additional board members for discussion.
Thank you so much, Chair Fletcher. One moment, I am looking actually for my notes. Apologies. There are too many items open. Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to, sorry, I had to take the time to find them because I wanted to make sure we have, I could kind of go into detail what it is that we're trying to do today. So I think the big point here is that we really want to focus on the benefits of taking the reins of our energy production and really focusing on renewable energy, ratepayer relief, and regional jobs and investments. And so one of the things I've been working a lot on thinking through is how our rates can be competitive and can go directly to accelerating the transition to 100% renewable energy. And as Chair Fletcher said previously, doing this in a way that really focuses on providing San Diegans with the opportunity to build skills, careers, and equity. As I think we all know, energy is a foundational element of our economy and society. So it is absolutely appropriate that we set this cornerstone on a footing of sustainability, equity, and solidarity. So it's just my pleasure to second the motion, and I hope we can have the support of our colleagues here today to move this forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lawson Reamer. I see Supervisor Anderson.
I was checking all the buttons I have to push. Evidently,
You're good. You're unmuted.
I was muted, but my hand was
You're looking
still...
fresh.
I am. I got my second win. Thank you very much.
All right.
Hey, you know what? I looked through it. I liked it. What would help me get there, though, is a little more emphasis on the ratepayers. And what would you think about just adding this line? That one of the principles is to create clean, reliable power at the most competitive rate. And we don't have anything in there about reliability. And yet we saw Texas, the green market collapse because they didn't have the reliability that was necessary. And then the second thing is, you know, I know that we kind of go around that we want to be competitive, but let's just be bold and say, look, we want clean energy. We want it to be reliable, and we want it at the lowest competitive rate. I mean, that, while it doesn't hit all the equity elements, that would be really helpful to me explaining it to my district as I vote for it.
So I think Supervisor Anderson, I think we've got a guiding principle says provide cost competitiveness. We could add and reliability compared to the incumbent utility, but we've got the cost competitiveness in there and we've got the clean energy in there in the 6 that are there. So on number 2, if we wanted to provide cost competitiveness and reliability.
Well, I think that would be helpful. I was hoping something more succinct that rolls off the tongue that I can say every time someone asks me about it. I'm just voting for clean, reliable, competitive.
Well, that's
power.
what you're doing because it's clean, it's renewable. We're going to add reliability and competitive's already in there. So there you go.
Okay.
Not all 3?
Well, now we do.
Revise guiding principle number 2 to provide cost, competitiveness, and reliability compared to the incumbent utility.
Okay. Does that mean they turn off the power when there's high winds and half my district stars?
That's a whole totally different issue.
Just checking.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The proposed guiding principles to me are too close to requiring a project labor agreements. And I know it doesn't say it in name, but it's pretty darn close. I know the city of San Diego is requiring PLAs moving forward. Carlsbad has at least one council member that wants to do a PLA. So, you know, I didn't vote in favor of the CCE. I do agree that if we are going to have one, we should have our own and be generating our own energy. I definitely believe that, but I believe in a fair competitive bid process. We should allow all entities the opportunity to compete for these projects with or without PLA. So I can't support the item, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, so we have a motion by myself, a second by Supervisor Lawson-Remer to revise the guiding principles, adding reliability into guiding principle number 2. Not seeing any additional comments, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer, was that an aye? I believe it was. Supervisor Desmond?
It was an aye. My computer's frozen.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Desmond?
No.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We're now going to move to agenda item 21, framework to establish budget equity principles to guide the development of San Diego County's annual budget. This is a board letter brought forward by Vice Chair Vargas. A member of the public signed up to speak on this item. Please call in at this point. We will start with Supervisor Vargas to make some introductory remarks, then we'll go to our public speakers. Supervisor Vargas.
Thank you, Supervisor Fletcher. And I want to just say that I want to thank first and foremost county staff. Special thanks to Ebony Shelton and Andrew Strong for working with my team and myself to ensure that this board letter is complementary to all of our other county efforts as relate to advancing equity. For me, I think as we continue to work on addressing the impacts of the pandemic and assess what an economic recovery looks like, placing equity at the forefront will be key to ensuring that everyone, especially those most impacted, are able to thrive. It is with that intention of keeping equity at the forefront that I'm proud to introduce this board letter, which calls for the establishment of a budget equity assessment tool that will be applied to the county's budget. The purpose of this budget equity tool is to help guide the annual budget process to advance equity in the County of San Diego. This tool will provide a mechanism to assess whether our budgetary funding allocations for our programs, initiatives, services, infrastructure, projects are helping to advance equity and uplift our most vulnerable communities and reduce longstanding disparities exacerbated by the pandemic and inequities in our system as a whole. There are 4 main components that are centered around this budget equity tool, which are the application of an equity lens, an equity data-driven approach, strengthening community engagement, and ensuring accountability. Through a series of carefully crafted questions, county departments will be guided with this tool to assess the equity and social impacts of budgets, requests to ensure programs, projects, and other investments help reduce disparities and promote service level equity, that they improve participation and identify what communities will benefit and or burden, especially communities of color and low-income communities with our funding allocation. Some of those guiding questions can include, how does this program or service align with the goal of advancing equity and what populations of the county will be impacted by this funding allocation? We want to help guide assessment of the budgetary request. This tool also calls for the utilization of disaggregated data, which can include data by race, ethnicity, and income level. It's not limited to that, right? That's just to name a few. I didn't want to really go through each one of the many things that we want. It's really just an example, but this data is really meant to better inform the department on who is being impacted by the proposed budgetary request. And while the department's application of an equity lens is critical to move towards advancement of equity in our county and public engagement, it's also a component of this tool. This tool calls for departments to work in partnership with communities to achieve results and to work to facilitate community engagement during the budget process. We've done some of that, but there's still a lot more work that I think we can do. And lastly, the budget equity assessment tool ensures that there's accountability by ensuring that all departments incorporate equity-driven metrics that will allow us to track and report on these service levels and investments by community and measure whether progress is being made to reduce long-standing disparities. Tracking progress will allow us to continue to be intentional and make short-term and long-term changes to advance the county's equity goals. I do want to point out that this kind of tool is not a new concept. In fact, numerous municipalities throughout the United States, including San Antonio, Portland, Seattle, among others, have adopted budget equity tools to advance equity through their budget. So by implementing this budget equity tool, the county will ensure that we are intentionally embedding equity as a strategy in our budget versus an equality approach. I do want to acknowledge that as a board, we have taken some actions that aim towards achieving equity, but this budget equity tool is meant to complement those efforts by having an equity framework specific for the county's annual budget. So among the recommendations included in this board letter are the creation of the budget equity assessment tool, the reevaluation of the department's performance metrics, inclusion of an equity impact evaluation for all future board letters as it relates to the budget, such as budget adjustments that need board approval, designate staff from the Office of Equity and Racial and Human Resources, Equity and Diversity and Inclusion Division to serve as a resource. And in an effort to clarify the intent of recommendation number 6, I know there was some questions, what I would like to offer for the language to be modified as follows. Upon the adoption of the budget equity assessment tool, require that all budgetary proposals put forward must include an equity impact evaluation as part of the proposal. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to bring this proposal forward. And I would like to make a motion and ask my colleagues to support this tool.
Thank you, Supervisor Vargas. We have a motion there. Let me go to ask the clerk if there's any requests for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Yes, we had 5 requests to speak on this item, and a number of those individuals have dialed in. Be identifying the callers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. We'll ask each caller to please state their name for the audio record. And you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 9358. 9358.
Hi, my name is Angelina Corsani from the Center on Policy Initiatives and the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I'm here today to express support for this item and also encourage the board to vote in support. Through decades of budget and policy decisions, San Diego County has perpetuated a system of local government that has failed to equitably serve the needs of all of our region's diverse communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the undeniable and dangerous realities of our inequitable county system, especially as it relates to low-income communities and communities of color. The failure of a county government to understand and address different needs across different communities can have serious and even deadly consequences for its residents. This county's multi-billion-dollar budget in the process of budget development provides an opportunity to embed equity into the decision-making and operations of the second largest government institution in the state. The mechanisms proposed in this letter would help to ensure equity is understood and prioritized within every county department. In addition to working with departments and committees, the county should proactively engage community stakeholders in the process of developing and revising this tool on an ongoing basis to ensure that it is evolving with the needs of our regional communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3640. 3640.
Hi, my name is David Garcias. I'm the president of SEIU Local 221 and a part of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. This is a super momentous occasion because I have fought so long to make sure there's more transparency in these decisions. And I'm calling today in support of prioritizing equity in the county's budget development process. For years, the county has passed policies and budgets with little transparency and public participation. And after years of pushback, it is time to expand transparency and prioritize equity. We've come a long way since I remember arguing with former Supervisor Kristen Gaspar when she canceled the evening budget hearings. And there is more work ahead of us. SEIU is proud to represent a workforce that reflects the strength and diversity of our county, and our membership sees every day the need to address systematic racism and promote healthy, safe, and thriving communities through equitable budget decisions for its workers and the communities they serve. It is often said that a budget is a moral document, and we need the budget process and decisions to reflect an equitable approach. I encourage the board to please vote yes on this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And if 3502 is calling on item 21, please press *6 to unmute yourself now. 3502. If not, then that concludes public testimony on this item. Chair Fletcher.
Thank you, and thank you to all the callers who called in this evening. Let me go to my colleagues. I saw, I think it was Supervisor Anderson, Supervisor Lawson-Remer, and then Supervisor Desmond. So Supervisor Anderson, we'll start with you. Supervisor Anderson, you're muted.
Hand up, mute, so many damn buttons. Oh my gosh. Okay, so, you know, I've supported the equity all along. I only have a few concerns. I'm sorry I keep hitting on the same things, but I'm concerned about the definition because census forced many of my minorities to put Caucasian as their race, and that's not their race. So how we assess this, I want to make sure that no one's excluded in the equity. And I don't think anybody wants to exclude anybody, but we're going to do a study to find out why more people aren't signing up for our programs. I don't want to have to do a study later why my minorities have been excluded. So I just want to front load that. The second thing is, you know, I have a lot of folks that are, a lot of communities that have double-digit unemployment or higher than high double-digit unemployment. And I want to make sure that they have equal access along with all my SB 535 designated regions. You know, I have El Cajon, Spring Valley, Lemon Grove, Lakeside, a lot of communities that need access. And then of course, I've beaten the snot out of broadband tonight, but that is also a major part facing. So what I'd like and what I'm hoping is that we can include some sort of language to make sure that the poor people in my district, the minorities in my district aren't left behind through some snafu, because some census 10 years ago force them to sign something that did not reflect their ethnicity.
Chair Fletcher, may I respond?
Yes, Vice Chair Vargas.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Anderson. I think that's a great question. I think you're referring to item number 5 on page number 2, right? Specifically to, but not limited to race, ethnicity, and income level, or are you talking about the whole letter itself?
I'm talking about the whole board packet.
Okay, so
we have multiple items on the board, and my issue is the same throughout, because we don't really have a definition of people of color that I feel that is inclusive enough to include Middle Eastern folks that there wasn't a box and they were forced to box otherwise. Tara's waving.
I think maybe this will help in terms of clarification. When we're talking about equity and equality, we're not necessarily just talking about race, right? And we're talking about disaggregating data. We're not talking about specific, that's why I didn't expand on LGBTQ community. I mean, there's all sorts of ways. And the reason why this is important to keep it a little bit as broad as possible is as you saw what happened with the governor recommending, 12 zip codes specifically on issues related to health, right, inequities a couple of weeks ago. And then we went back with the county staff and we looked at it and said, actually, if you look at health index and if you look at our census tract and the and poverty, we actually have 39 zip codes that have an impact. And so I think this gives us a flexibility to be looking at this from very different lenses. And that was really the intention. And this is a working document, right? This is not something that is set in stone. And I think it's important to note that what we also want to ensure is that community members will be engaged in this process. And so I would actually would make sure that your community members, right, the diverse community members are also part of this discussion. And there are many organizations that are from the Chaldean community, that are from, numerous communities in your community, specifically in your district, that I'm sure would be engaged in this process. The other part of it is if you look at item number 2 on the recommendations, we separated what we were directing the Chief Administrative Officer to do. One is the work that we do internally, and then also very clearly the intent around working with the Transparency Advisory Committee and Fiscal Realignment Advisory Committee, which you and I both serve on the Transparency Advisory Committee.
Yes, we do.
would be able to work together on some of these issues, and then the CAO can take a look at this information and work with her team members to address some of these issues. Now, there were some concerns of whether or not we would be violating the Brown Act. Legal counsel provided feedback and cleared up that idea, which is why we ended up doing, item number 1 and number 2. But anyway, that's kind of where the intent came from. In no way, shape, or form would we be interested in excluding any race from this board letter.
I didn't think you would. A lot of this is new to me. I just want to make sure that my concerns are placed. I knew that you would address them. I know it's late, but I have to say, some of those communities don't have broadband. So if the outreach to them involves them going on the internet, that's problematic. So I just want to make sure that no person is left behind.
I love that.
Very famous president.
Chair Fletcher, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to share that. I think, one of the models that we used, particularly around health equity right now with vaccines and these pilot programs, is the Promotora model. I think people make assumptions that those models only work in the Latino community. I can assure you they work in the Somalian community, they work in the Burmese community. I mean, I've partnered with them before. And so it's really the model of really having people go out in the community and engaging people that I think is important. And community engagement is at the core of this letter, which I think is really important to remind ourselves, right? This is a new day at the county. We want to make sure that we're transparent. We want to make sure that our communities are engaged in the process. And one of the many ways we can do that is through different interventions like Promotora programs that could be specific to regions in your district as well. So that's just some feedback, background, I think, that I want to make sure you have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Hi, thank you so much. I just want to first respond to Supervisor Anderson's points, and then I had a couple of my own comments and reflections to share. I think the first on Supervisor Anderson's points, we really have to recognize there's something very different between a directive for county to gather data and disaggregate it, which is what this board letter is about, versus the way the census data is collected. So I actually think this presents an opportunity to do things quite differently, right? We all know that there's problems in the way the census collected in many ways. And I think there's so many things that are so exciting about this board letter, including the fact that it doesn't, there's no instructions here that we are supposed to be relying on stale old data that's potentially inaccurate, right? So absolutely, I think we're all hoping and expecting that when we disaggregate data around the communities being served, that there's going to be, new data collected, and there will be sort of attention being paid to ensuring there's like disaggregation along lines that potentially were ignored or not reflected in the census. So just important to sort of acknowledge that it's not the same thing, right? So just because people were left out in the census doesn't mean we have to leave them out here in our county in the new initiatives that we're trying to launch here. And I do think that really connects with what I did want to share here as well today in my own thinking. I'm very excited about what this is bringing, and I'm very excited about the leadership that Nora Vargas has brought to this initiative. I also have to share, I was reflecting kind of really deeply on what does this mean? As one of my core priorities as a supervisor being to ensure that our programs are serving and including low-income individuals and households and families and children and communities of color who have for too long been marginalized and excluded. So it really came to me last night as I was watching my daughter play, and she's coming back because it's way past her bedtime, but she's still up because I'm still up at this meeting, that although she's nearly 2 years old, she's never said a word and has been diagnosed with a significant developmental delay, and we still don't know why. And she's in OT and PT and speech therapy, but we haven't seen progress. And I worry what will become of her if her developmental delay is a permanent disability, if she never talks, or if there's another underlying challenge. As of 2017, the National Council on Disability found that people with disabilities live in poverty at more than twice the rate of people without disabilities. And students with disabilities often graduate from high school at rates nearly 20 percentage points lower than students without. So I just want to ask ourselves, how do we make sure that people with disabilities are consistently considered in county services and infrastructure? And I know it's not about just checking a box. I think this tool is an opportunity to make sure we know that everyone has a seat at its table. As many of you know, I identify as non-binary and queer, and I've had folks reach out to me to share their struggles of being young and homeless and without resources. Homelessness is one of the most pressing issues facing a disproportionate number of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer and question youth in our country today. According to a 2019 report, LGBTQ youth and young adults are 120% more likely to experience homelessness than their straight and cisgender peers. And it hurts to know that a group of individuals are so often excluded because of sexual orientation or gender identity. So these are two additional communities that I think it is important to include in this equity tool as it is developed. And there are many vulnerable and marginalized groups in our communities, and I hope that the community consultative process proposed in this board letter gives them a voice as we think holistically about the multiple lines of exclusion and erasure that marginalize people. How can we as colleagues and collaborators ensure that these folks, the often left out and historically erased, have a space at the table when it comes to ensuring equity in future decisions made by San Diego County? So I think I think the major point I would like to just share is that I think it's really important that we get this right and that we move this forward, and that we're really holistic in thinking about all the different groups that we need to be considering and taking into account when we create an equity tool and disaggregate the data along all of these lines and ensure that we're really being ambitious in our work to advance equity in our county.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Wasson-Reamer. Any other comments or thoughts from any of our other colleagues? Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate Supervisor Vargas bringing this forward. Just want to make sure that I noticed along with the different departments working with the County District 1 office, and then the Transparency and Advisory Committee, and also the Fiscal Realignment Advisory Committee. I'm not on any of those committees nor in District 1, so I just want to make sure my office has input and involvement. I still represent 20% of the county, and I just want to make sure that I get updates, and District 5 also has input to the process and the outcome as well. So
yes, absolutely. Oh, sorry, I spoke out of. Sorry, Chair Fletcher. Got excited. Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Vargas, seconded by myself, to adopt the recommendations in agenda item 21. Thank you all for your comment. And, you know, this is going to be a collaborative process. In January, we started talking about the need for equity tools. We adopted our board letter that talked about the need to make sure we're driving equity assessment tools in everything we do. And I think explicitly spelling out that includes our budget process, along with some very specific items that we need to do, is a great continuation of moving forward in this. I think so much of what we're doing here ties into the report we received earlier on the Office of Equity, and a broad theme that is being driven throughout county government. You know, that really has been the intention from day one, is how do we enterprise-wise, system-wide, really take into account these issues. And I appreciate Vice Chair Vargas for bringing this item forward, and I'm thrilled to support it. So with that, we have a motion by Supervisor Vargas, seconded by myself. Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Just a question. I don't think anything's necessary. I think it's pretty clear from this discussion, but just a question to county staff. I mean, I think Supervisor Vargas made it very clear that this is meant to be holistic. I don't think any amendments are needed, but just to confirm.
I don't believe any amendments are needed, so I think we're all very clear on the direction. Thank you very much for checking.
All right. With that, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We will now go to agenda item 22, termination of early fraud prevention detection, San Diego County Project 100. This is a board letter that was brought forward jointly by Vice Chair Vargas and Supervisor Lawson-Remer. If a member of the public signed up to speak on this item, please call in at this point. We'll do introductory comments first from Vice Chair Vargas and then Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Then we will hear from our public speakers on this item and return for board deliberation. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I am absolutely really proud to bring this board letter together with Supervisor Lawson-Remer. This P100 initiative began in the District Attorney's Office back in 1997 before transferring to the Department of Child Support Services in 2016. It's an initiative that raised, I think, unnecessary barriers, caused harm for many of our communities of color, particularly during difficult times. And so in the midst of a global pandemic, now more than ever, we have a moral obligation to remove barriers and ensure that those in need have access to county services. I do believe that we must end the practice of stigmatizing and criminalizing individuals that participate in self-sufficiency programs. You know, poverty should not be criminalized, right? And so instead, we must work together collectively to empower individuals to thrive as healthy, self-sufficient, and contributing members of our communities. And so I am grateful to work with Supervisor Lawson-Remer and her team on presenting this to the board. And so I'll make that my official motion to support this board letter.
Thank you. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
And I'd like to second the motion. Honestly, I just have to say that this is an outrageous invasion of people who have, are just trying to, get their basic human rights met. It is just appalling that this has been standard practice. And I am just really excited that to stand with Supervisor Vargas in proposing a new direction that makes our county inclusive and tries to do the work to meet the basic human rights of everyone in our community.
Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. I'll ask the clerk to call forward any public speakers on this item at this point.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 21 requests to speak in this item. A number of those individuals have dialed in. We will be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of your phone number. You will hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. I would remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 9023. 9023.
Good evening, Honorable Board. I am Diego Zavala, and I've been an ACLU precinct captain for 3 years now. And I want to thank you all for your commitment to democracy and pushing through tonight for the people you represent. In 1997, the San Diego County implemented Project 100. Project 100 requires that virtually everyone who applies for CalWORKs assistance submit to an invasive, unannounced home investigation conducted by law enforcement officers. Despite this program is discriminatory. CalWORKs applicants in San Diego County are disproportionately Black and Indigenous women of color. These unannounced, intrusive, and unnecessary home searches cause needless stress to vulnerable people. Their erratic scheduling causes CalWORKs applicants to remain in their homes for investigations, causing them to miss critical daily activities, such as medical appointments, picking up their children from school, job interviews, and for people like me with learning disabilities or with neuropsychological deficits, possibly even therapy. CalWORKs' motivation is undermined by P100, which also undermines our shared values to be treated fairly as deemed innocent. Taxpayer money is also wasted on these ineffective searches. Money that can, for example, protect the individuals being evicted and strike a balance with landowners. Further develop the Innovative Housing Trust Fund and legislation to combat universalism and racism, systemic and implicit. Fund a just transition into renewable energy, alternative law enforcement, equitable opportunities for career advancement and budget equity assessments, and connectivity to availability of services. Omitting this fatal flaw would simultaneously contribute to combating other social issues. But in order to increase the availability of CalWORKs and other similar programs to marginalized communities, we are calling on the Board of Supervisors to end Project 100%, along with any other obtrusive and wasteful barriers to individuals pursuing social and county services. My time as an advocate in San Diego is waning my acceptance to UC Berkeley as an energy engineer, so I will continue to have faith in my fellow precinct captains and this board, especially in Nora, to keep pushing for transforming this county that many of my fellow advocates must leave behind.
Thank you.
It's the one that works
Your time
for
is
everyone.
up. Thank you very much. Our next caller is 2828. 2828.
Good evening. My name is Ron Sanchez, and I live in University Heights, and I'm a volunteer for the ACLU. I am in favor of terminating P100. CalWORKs is a wonderful and positive program for the community. However, P100 is negating its effectiveness. Some who desperately need CalWORKs are reluctant to apply because home invasions or investigations are intrusive, stressful, and degrading. Imagine if the tenant's landlord and neighbors witness the home investigation. What are they going to think about the tenant? If you see law enforcement officers entering a home, you assume that the tenant is doing something illegal. Los Angeles County abandoned their version of P100 in 2009 because they realized not only is it demeaning for individuals who need assistance, but it's also a waste of taxpayers' money. No other county in the nation uses this kind of program as a fraud prevention measure. So now is the time for San Diego County to end P100. Thank you, everyone, for working hard and late.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9364. 9364.
Hi, good evening. I just feel like it's about time, and again, I'm thrilled that this has been brought forward to get rid of this draconian I don't even have the words for it, but just the idea of having to make people feel like criminals because they're in a challenged financial situation is just so unkind. So I am just really thrilled that this is going, hopefully, to go away. I also want to thank you for passing unanimously item 16, the hatred against the API community. That was just the moment that I walked away from having been on the call since 9 o'clock. So again, thank you for passing that, and please vote to get rid of P100. Thank you.
And could you please state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Michelle Krug.
Thank you very much. Our next caller is 8173. 8173. 8173, please press *6 to unmute yourself. If we don't hear from you when your number is called, we will come back to you. The next caller is 9659. 9659.
Good evening, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Navar Perry, and I'm a resident of District 4, South Park, and a proud volunteer of the ACLU. And I am here to ask you, I'm on the phone to ask you, to strongly urge you to end this Project 100%, or as it's also known as P100. The Fourth Amendment of the Constitution provides that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. P100 takes this right away from people solely because they have applied for benefits such as CalWorks. There has not been any charge of criminal activity on their part or fraud or anything such as that. There's been no search warrant. But because they applied for this for a benefit, they are subjecting themselves to these unannounced searches, these no-knock searches, where the investigator can come in and rifle through the person's personal letters, their personal belongings, everything in the house, everything. And this penalty falls most heavily on the most vulnerable people in our community. That's women and people of color. That indicates another problem with the P100, that it may be a constitutional violation of the 14th Amendment's prohibition requirement for equal protection. And the only reason that we have P100, if you look at the history of it, is to have stopped fraud. But the facts tell us that in its entire 20-year history, P100 has failed to reveal or stop any significant fraud. It's important, and also the thing violates the prohibition of California law, which says that benefits cannot be discriminated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Time is up, but thank you. Our next speaker is 8173. 8173.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Jonathan Markovitz, and I'm a staff attorney with the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial Counties. We are here today to urge the Board of Supervisors to end Project 100%. We thank Supervisors Lawson Raymer and Vargas for their leadership in addressing this important issue. All struggling individuals and families who need public assistance should feel free to apply for services. P100 requires that virtually all CalWorks applicants submit to an invasive, unannounced home investigation by licensed police officers when there is no basis at all for suspecting them of any kind of wrongdoing. But no one should have to open up their homes to law enforcement investigators just because they need to apply for benefits to help their families. There is no legitimate reason to make people experience the kinds of anxiety, fear, and invasions of privacy created by Project 100%. Because these home investigations are usually unannounced, applicants can miss job interviews, classes, doctor's appointments, and other critical daily activities, such as taking children to and from school while waiting for investigators to arrive. The searches can be highly intrusive and can assault applicants' dignity. The suffering caused by Project 100% falls especially hard on women and people of color who are disproportionately represented in the CalWORKs applicant pool. Not only does Project 100 undermine our shared values to be treated fairly and to be presumed innocent, it is unnecessary. These unannounced and intrusive home investigations are ineffective and waste taxpayer money. We urge the Board of Supervisors to end Project 100% because it is 100% wrong for San Diego County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1904. 1904.
Thank you. My name is Dave Myers. I am a lifelong resident of San Diego County and retired from law enforcement with over 3 decades of service to the County of San Diego. I strongly urge the board to support item number 22 as proposed by Supervisor Vargas and Lawson Reamer. The current policy is antiquated and antithetical to the current board policy of inclusion, equity, and declaring racism a public health crisis. The war on poverty has to end. Just because a community member finds themselves in need of public assistance doesn't mean they are more determined to criminality, thus waiver of any of their constitutional rights. Public assistance does not mean criminality. The past year has been significantly challenging to so many in our community. COVID exposed for all of us to see the true inequality in housing, healthcare, and access to food. Eliminate the stigma attached to seeking housing public assistance and restore basic human rights to those who seek assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3640. 3640.
Hello, my name is David Garcias. I'm the president of SEIU Local 221. Thank you, Chair Fletcher and members of the board and Madam CAO. SEIU 221 is a partner in the Invest in San Diego Families. Just today, we are proud to support the proposal to expand eligibility services because we know how important they are to the community, and we recognize that Project 100 has been an obstacle to participation in these services for those considering applying for CalWORKs. The intrusion into people's homes, bedrooms, and private spaces has been absolutely unacceptable. We also want to recognize the hardworking public servants that are impacted by this proposal and want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to Supervisor Vargas and Supervisor Lawson Reamer and county staff for ensuring that the jobs of our members are preserved for other functions. This is important first and foremost because we want to ensure these public servants can continue to support their families. But it's also important because we, too, often see attempts to divide unions and our community partners by pitting quality jobs against racial justice, when in fact, quality jobs for our Black, Brown, API, and Indigenous brothers and sisters is a part of a vision for equity and racial justice locally and nationally. This board letter and its approach represents a vision of equality and racial justice. We encourage you to vote in favor of this board letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4231. 4231.
Hi, my name is Shay Dawkin, and I live in District 3. I'm voting in support of removing P100. In 1997, San Diego County implemented P100. P100 requires that virtually everyone who applies for CalWORKs assistance submit to an invasive, unannounced home investigation conducted by law enforcement officers. All struggling individuals and families who need public assistance should feel welcome to apply for services. They should not fear their homes will be searched without cause or suspicion of wrongdoing. virtually every applicant is subjected to the home investigations as long as their applications do not raise any cause for suspicion or fraud or other misconduct. Despite the fact that P100 targets virtually every CalWORKs applicant, the program is discriminatory. Because CalWORKs applicants in San Diego County are disproportionately people of color and women, P100 has a discriminatory impact on these populations. P100 results in intrusive, unnecessary, and invasive home investigations that harm low-income communities and families. These unannounced investigations cause needless distress to individuals who are already in a vulnerable situation. P100 presents unnecessary barriers to families seeking assistance. Not only does Project 100% undermine our shared values to be treated fairly and to be presumed innocent, it is unnecessary. These unannounced and intrusive home investigations are ineffective and waste taxpayer money. P100 is so flawed and destructive, there is no way to fix it, and therefore it must be completely discarded. And no other county in the nation uses this kind of program as a fraud prevention measure. CalWORKs is an essential safety net program for Californians experiencing financial hardships. Access to programs like CalWORKs is especially important for individuals.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is 0277. 0277.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm Sadie Martin from District 6. I support the ending of Project 100 because it is a violation of a person's right to privacy, and it perpetuates the harmful idea that poor people should be treated like second-class citizens who have a propensity for criminal behavior, such that it's somehow justifiable to search their homes without a warrant in it, and it is a waste of valuable community resources. Project 100 is wrong. The county should be ensuring that residents have more equitable access to social services rather than facing barriers. NP 100 now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0337. 0337. 0337. You may proceed, 0337. You may be muted on your phone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your time and hard work today. My name is Eva. I'm a care coordinator working at a North County Community Clinic and a proud member of the ACLU. As fellow San Diegans, I believe you would agree that our disadvantaged communities deserve economic security and protection during these uncertain times of a global pandemic, which has left economic scars nationwide. Because of this, now more than ever, all struggling individuals and families in need of public assistance should feel welcome to apply for services the county offers. However, P100 has created a climate of fear and uncertainty for these residents at most risk by allowing invasive, unannounced home investigations by law enforcement during the application process. This measurement to ensure no fraud is committed has instead caused surplus stress to individuals who are already in a vulnerable position and has failed to yield any significant instances of fraud. In addition to that, because of this unannounced home visits, applicants have to put their lives on hold, missing job interviews, classes, doctor appointments, and other critical daily activities waiting for officers to arrive. Since if for whatever reason no one is home, the applicant is denied program assistance. And despite the fact that P100 targets all CalWORKs applicants, the origin of the program itself can be argued to be discriminatory, as historically, CalWORKs applicants in San Diego County are predominantly people of color and women. So instead of aiding these communities, P100 strips away any dignity applicants have when they do manage to reach out and apply for these desperately needed self-sufficiency programs. And the last thing they need is for the county to treat them as potential criminals. Yet, I want to believe that the county agrees on our shared values, calling for fairness and benevolence for our fellow disadvantaged residents. Getting rid of P100.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is 8245. 8245.
Hello, everyone. It's me again, Blair Overstreet. I'm an organizer at Center on Policy Initiatives of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition, and echoing a lot of things that already got said. This policy's very existence is built on a long-standing and classist implication that poor people are untrustworthy, and I'm deeply concerned about the overreach of the government here. Families already do a lot of paperwork to show their eligibility for these programs. Must they also forfeit their constitutional rights in order to prove that again? Accessing the programs and resources funded by your own tax dollars and guaranteed by the law is not a crime nor a reasonable suspicion. And we have bedrock laws against police entering our homes without a warrant or suspicion of any wrongdoing. With P100, those laws only apply to people above the poverty line. So please vote to terminate P100. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7570. 7570.
Good evening, esteemed board and staff. My name is Shiloh Strawbridge from District 5. Thank you for raising this important issue for a vote after such a long day. I urge each of you to terminate P100. It is a dark mark unique to our county among all others that robs San Diegans of their God-given rights. And a unanimous vote to terminate this program would correct this wrong and affirm that San Diego will uphold our citizens' fundamental rights and freedoms. My husband, when he was only a child, found himself in the need of this exact assistance that P100 endangers. His mother left a violently abusive marriage and started out on her own with 2 young boys in tow. Even working 2 jobs and sleeping on a couch to give the boys a bedroom, she still needed assistance to keep her boys fed and clothed. That temporary situation was humbling but life-saving. She worked hard, pulled herself up, and created a new life. She and both of her sons are now doing great. They each own or run companies of their own, have their own homes, and are generous, contributing members of our community today. But who knows what would have happened if she'd been subjected to warrantless search in those first terrifying weeks, and the government had declared that her sparse apartment didn't have enough furniture to prove she lived there. What would have happened if she'd chosen to stay in harm's way rather than risk a warrantless search that might leave her stranded? We know that people have been denied benefits for this exact reason and for reasons just as trivial on a whim. We must stop this terrible injustice. P100 has been harming our citizens and wasting our taxpayer dollars for too long. Please terminate Project 100. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9207. 9207.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sarah Davis, and I live in District 1. I'm here today to urge you to end Project 100. This program violates the fundamental right to privacy of poor people in San Diego. Not only that, but a 2014 study by Hilda Chan, who was a Soros Justice Advocacy Fellow, concluded that the project was ineffective at achieving its goals. No other county in the country utilizes this invasive procedure to mitigate fraudulent claims, so clearly other means can be effective for San Diego County as well. I also want to paint a picture for you. Imagine if district attorney officers were knocking on the doors of families in La Jolla asking to search their homes to confirm they were eligible for the stimulus check. They showed up unannounced and would lose their benefits if they said no or weren't home. I'm sure such a prospect would be deemed problematic almost immediately and struck down because it would be impacting mostly rich white people. So why is it that San Diego County has tolerated the presumed criminality of poor people and people of color for so many years through this program? Why are their lives deemed less worthy of dignity and respect? San Diego County needs to abolish this program to restore the privacy rights that all citizens deserve. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9996. 9996.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Gabriella Hakokian.
and I would like to echo the sentiments of previous speakers and urge you to please end Project 100%, also known as P100. All struggling individuals and families who need public assistance should feel welcome to apply for services. They should not fear that their homes will be searched without cause or suspicion of wrongdoing. They should also not fear that leaving their homes to go on a job interview or picking up their children from school will jeopardize their benefits. As speakers before me stated, P100 results in intrusive, unnecessary, and invasive home investigation visits that stigmatize and harm low-income county residents. Furthermore, despite the fact that P100 targets virtually every CalWORKS applicant, the program is discriminatory because CalWORKS applicants in San Diego County are disproportionately people of color and women, and P100 has a discriminatory impact on these populations. Not only does Project 100% undermine our shared values, to be treated fairly and to be presumed innocent, it is unnecessary. These unannounced and intrusive home investigations are ineffective and are wasting taxpayer money. P100 is so flawed and destructive that there is no way to fix it, and therefore it must be completely disregarded. CalWORKS is an essential safety net program for Californians experiencing financial hardship. Access to programs like CalWORKS is especially important for individuals and families economically impacted by COVID-19. Our county government should be working to ensure its residents have greater access to necessary social services by removing unnecessary barriers. We urge you to end Project 100 today. Thank you, Supervisors Lawson Reamer and Supervisor Vargas for bringing this issue forward today. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9346. 9346.
Good evening to the supervisors. I'm Brett Wilkes in District 3. I first want to say thank you to the preceding callers for sharing some excellent points and some heartfelt testimony. P100 was instituted in the name of preventing fraud and saving money, but it has been ineffective and wasteful for the entire duration of its existence. In the past, it was inaccurately defended based on percentages of applications that were rejected, which is far different from a percentage of applications that are fraudulent. The money being spent on P100 is far more than any money saved, while it simultaneously dehumanizes our fellow residents of San Diego County with invasive home searches, as if needing help makes you a criminal. Let's remove unnecessary barriers to necessary social services for our fellow San Diego County residents. I support the Board of Supervisors terminating P100 and, in addition, providing for those who currently work in P100 to serve the county in a capacity that's useful and constructive. Thank you to Supervisors Lawson Reamer and Vargas for bringing this issue forward today, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3502. 3502.
Hi, Mohammed Abdullahi, Supervisor Fletcher's district, and I urge the Board of Supervisors to pass Vargas and Larson Reamer's proposal today to MP 100, and we have to reject the wrong assumption in which poor people are more likely to be criminals and abusive of our public goods. This stereotype is harmful, not just for its connotations, but because it exposes majority people of color to the law enforcement agencies who are a danger to our communities. Families should not have to worry about an invasion of their homes just because they need help. We should never take away people's dignity, exposing them in an unfair light to their neighbors, landlord, and children for trying to access critical resources. For decades, this county has not centered the needs of our communities. I'm happy this board is changing that. When my message is don't take a breath, keep working to undo all the systemic barriers to CalWORKS, CalFresh, and all types of public assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1898. 1898. 1898.
Hi, my name is Ariana Federico. I live in District 4, and I'm also the lead organizer at Mid-City CAN, who is a coalition partner for ISDF, the Investing in San Diego Families. And I'm here in support with all of our other coalition partners and community members who are here to urge you to end Project 100. As everyone had mentioned, a lot of folks, individuals and families are they do face this barrier when they apply to public assistance. They do not need to feel like they're being dehumanized during the process when they are being asked to be searched for their homes without cause or suspicion of wrongdoing. I worked as a social worker for 2 years, and building a connection with clients, with people that need the support is really important. And having a process like this makes it much harder to really be able to support families who are in need. These home visits are invasive, they're dehumanizing, they stigmatize and harm low-income communities. And we need to ensure that we don't continue this practice. I would just want to share my gratitude for the Board of Supervisors and their staff in being here tonight, but just wanted to express my support with making sure that this passes. Project 100 is 100% wrong here in the San Diego County, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our last caller is 6365. 6365. 6365, please press *6 to unmute yourself. This is the last caller, so 6365, this is your final opportunity to address the board on item 22. Chair Fletcher, we're not seeing any movement from that caller.
Wonderful.
That concludes the testimony.
Before I go to my colleagues, I just want to confirm that we have a motion from Supervisor, seconded by Supervisor Lawson-Remer to adopt the recommendations in 22. And I'm seeing head nods, so I think that is correct. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any comments they would like to make on this item. Supervisor Anderson.
When looking at this, I don't see, I mean, I agree with this. I think that the little fraud that has been discovered in recent times does not warrant us continuing to do that. But, you know, we saw with the EDD that they stopped any kind of their audits, and we saw a huge outlash of fraud in this, in most recently. What would you think about just asking county staff a year from now to do a quick audit to see if that circumstance has changed or not? If a fraud were to spike, we could rethink it. If fraud doesn't, then we can pat ourselves on the back for making a great choice. And, you know, I'm not worried about people that are going to defraud. I don't believe that the applicants' main purpose is to defraud people. But when people go on this and they defraud, they're not stealing from you and me. They're stealing from the poor people who would have gotten access to that money. So coming back a year from now and just looking at potentially auditing it with staff just to see and benchmark where we are at, I think would be a good way to safeguard moving forward in knowing for sure that we made the right decision.
Let me ask the maker or seconder of the motion if they have any thoughts on that.
I'll say something. I mean, I think there's a couple points, right? I mean, first of all, this is a terribly intrusive policy that makes people feel like criminals because they are hungry. And yeah, absolutely, we need to be preventing fraud, but there's better ways to do it. And there's less intrusive ways to do it and more efficient ways to do it. And so I would much prefer we look at how we look at fraud prevention in ways that protect the dignity and respect of everyone in our county. And I think that's that's just the direction we have to go, is to, protect people's respect, give people respect, and treat people with dignity. And absolutely, we have to be guarding against fraud, but we need to do that in a way that's respectful and efficient and effective. And this is not that program.
All right. Supervisor Anderson?
You know what, I'm not I want to kill the program. I'm just saying that a year from now, when I read it, I just read that we're killing the program. So are we substituting other other fraud prevention elements? I'm not aware of that. But I'm saying a year from now, we should have a benchmark to ensure that somebody is not stealing benefits from those who are deserving. I don't care how we do it. I just think that we need to somehow have an audit to make sure that we've made the right choice and that we haven't created a loophole where people in my district and everyone else's can't get access to benefits because someone stole them. That's my only point.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Supervisor Vargas, a second by Supervisor Lawson-Remer to adopt the recommendations in the board letter. It'd be the errata version of the board letter is the one that we would be adopting. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye. The
motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to move to agenda item 32. And I just, before we kick this off, and I'll give Supervisor Anderson a chance to speak on this item, I want to convey that I agree with the sentiments expressed in this board letter. I do not believe it is the time to be raising fees on industries that have been negatively and disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. I think this board letter ties to a Wednesday land use board letter that is docketed for tomorrow's meeting. And I think when that item comes forward tomorrow, I will express my concerns and say that I don't believe we should be raising the fees on industries that are going to be struggling to recover and rebuild as we come out of COVID-19. We have a lot of federal funding available that can help offset some of these costs and different things. But I do think that we have a minor challenge as a board in terms of the late docket. And I just want to reiterate, according to our rules of proceedings, that board members may place items on the agenda for an open session where such a late item requires immediate action at the next appropriate board meeting and would have a substantial detrimental impact on the county or the public if not acted upon. And generally the reason that we avoid late dockets unless it would have a substantial detrimental impact on the county if not acted upon is for the very reason, Supervisor Anderson, you rightfully raised earlier, that you want to docket things in time that the public has time to absorb them. And I also think to have an item that simply says don't do what another item does on the next day is probably not consistent with the intent of that. But I agree with the sentiments that you've expressed, and we'll be very happy to work with you tomorrow to amend the item that is on our Wednesday land use agenda to not have fees increase on those businesses that have been most impacted. But I think it would be probably most appropriate to make a motion to continue this item to a future meeting. Tomorrow we can deal with the one that was docketed. The public's been noticed in the normal session about it. So I would make a motion to continue agenda item 32 with my commitment to work with you tomorrow to fulfill the spirit and intent of what you've outlined here.
I'll second that motion.
One, I think it's important for people to know we got the board packet on Thursday night. And when we looked at the board packet on Thursday night, I didn't realize that staff was looking to increase these fees. Some of them impact restaurants. Across the board, they impact a lot of small businesses that are striving to move forward and come back in it. I'm happy to accept the motion because we can address it tomorrow. But we did a late board packet because we got it on Thursday night. Now, that's not a whole week. That's not 5 days. It's Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're voting, 4 days, unless you count Easter. So in fairness to me, it wasn't a long period of time.
Understood.
And whatever we can do, and by the way, our staff reached out and asked questions of staff, and we were told that they didn't have anything and they didn't have anything to share with us. And we were hearing things and we were saying, hey, do you have any information on these items? And we were told, no, there's absolutely no information. So it's not, I think it's disingenuous to say that we had a whole bunch of time when we clearly didn't. And
No,
we're working really hard. We're working really hard to fit in the rules, but staff has to work with us too. We have to get these things in a timely fashion so that we have the appropriate amount of time. I'm really trying to avoid late board letters. I understand the stress it does, but getting our stuff sooner would be very, very helpful. And if we know that we're going to have, look, this is the 10th week for 3 of us. So I don't have the timetable that this is when we increase fees annually. If I knew that, I would make the inquiry sooner about it. But, you know, some of this is we've had a solid, stable board for all those years, and there has to be adjustments around. I'm happy to move it forward. I think that we can address it tomorrow. Chair, I thank you very much for your commitment to moving forward. But just like waiving the event fees, we have this COVID money. We're trying to figure out how best to spend it. It strikes me that stepping on small business as we're giving out stimulus makes no sense. That's like giving them a carrot and then slapping them in the face at the same time. I think that we should be consistent with our encouragement and waive it tomorrow. So with that, I'm sorry for having to talk so long.
That's okay.
I got my second wind. I just can't stop. Thank you.
And I think those are all really valid points that we can address when the item docketed comes up tomorrow, and then we can see the prerogative of the board for how we want to move forward. I share your sentiment. I just think it's a Wednesday land use item, and I think when it comes up Wednesday, we can discuss, debate, amend, change, and I think work together to achieve the same aim and intention.
Mr. Chairman, may I just jump in here for 1 second, please?
Of course.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that for the record that the Ebony, our CFO, and Sarah, the general manager for the Luge Group, did brief the fee packages to Supervisor Anderson's staff. Supervisor Anderson was not available at that particular meeting, so he was not on the call, but that did take place. We also had board aid briefings a week ago this past Friday, where we also went over the fee packages. So again, that's staff. So we will make sure in the future that we get to the supervisor directly. But I did want to clarify for the record that that data was available, and it was available on the normal appropriate briefing schedules. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO. Supervisor Desmond.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I know that language you read about late dockets, that's news to me. So I don't know.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
I don't know, that's the first time I've heard it. And I know that wasn't the past practice. I don't remember if we voted on this or not, but if you could get me that language, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Supervisor Desmond, I'll have the clerk send your office a copy of the rules of procedure. It has not changed. This has not changed, I'm guessing, in decades. But we're more than happy to, we'll make sure that you get a copy of the rules of procedures, for sure.
Yeah, we didn't know about it last year, that's for sure.
Okay. With that, we have a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Vargas to continue agenda item 32. Any additional comments? Ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Before I do that, Mr. Chair, we did have 3 requests to speak on this item. Just to note for the record, I don't see any of those individuals that have dialed into the conference line. So with that, we'll call the vote. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer? Supervisor Lawson-Remer? Supervisor?
Aye.
Oh, great, thank you. Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
That concludes the business before the Board of Supervisors today. I think we will move our adjourn in memories to tomorrow. I want to thank everyone for a very robust and productive day in the County of San Diego, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning.
The board will reconvene tomorrow, Wednesday, April 7th, 2021, for the planning and land use session of this meeting. Thank you.